Hi, your subscription to my channel would mean a lot to me. By subscribing, you'll stay updated with my latest content. Thank you for considering. Chapter 31 to 50. Yu Xiaoxiao finally recognized the waiter in front of her. He was originally a staff in the kitchen. When she made the oyster sauce last time, he was the one who assisted her. Oh, it's young brother Li. You actually still remember me. With the ceramic pot in her hands, Yu Xiaoxiao smiled, revealing her shallow dimple. The waiter tactfully took the earthenware jar from her hands and smiled until his eyes appeared like a line. Of course I recognize you. How can I not? Our young boss and head chef Wang mentions you multiple times every day, so there's no way I could forget about you. Are you sending abalones over again? Do you think it's that easy to obtain abalones? This is a type of wild fish caught in the mountain. Whether it is boiled in soup or fried, it will still be very delicious. It's rare that I have the chance to come to town, so I brought some over for third young master to try. Since he had missed her so much, she should return his concern with a gift. Yu Xiaoxiao turned the wild fish she was going to sell into a gift for third young master Zhou. The server grinned happily. Well, this is such a coincidence. Today, our young boss is hosting a banquet for several of his friends at noon. We were just troubled that there wasn't a new dish to present. Miss Yu is really sending coal in the snow, a timely assistance. Xiaoxiao, you've been here before. Zhao Han was quite surprised inwardly when he saw the waiter's change in attitude. The server interjected, yes, of course. Our restaurant's signature dishes, stir-fried choy sum 1, fresh mushrooms in oyster sauce 2, and oyster sauce braised eggs 3, were all created by Miss Yu. Oh, so this little brother came with Miss Yu. Please come in. Please come in quickly. The server guided the sister and brother pair to the side entrance to enter Junshou restaurant's rear court. Zhao Han hastily carried his basket filled with game and followed them. Teacher, quickly come see who came. The waiter had already started shouting before he even entered the rear court. Head chef Wang's loud voice was accompanied by the clanking of a spatula. Stinky brat, why are you being so noisy? Can't you see that your teacher is busy? Hurry up and come over to help. The waiter's voice wasn't inferior to that of head chef Wang's. Teacher, Miss Yu came. She also brought over a lot of game and a jar of small fish. As soon as he said that, head chef Wang's plump figure rushed over like a cannonball, and then abruptly stopped in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. He patted the little girl's shoulder with his chubby hand and spoke in a booming voice, I have been hoping to see you again and you finally came. Did you know that our Junshou restaurant has completely defeated Fulin restaurant with the help of your oyster sauce? Little girl, let old Wang know if you have any more new recipes. Yu Xiaoxiao grimaced in pain after being smacked by his big palm, which was like a bear's paw. She stepped back to maintain a safe distance and said, I taught you how to make oyster sauce last time as a complimentary gift for the success of my first business deal. I'm not going to give out my secret recipes. The meaning within her words were very clear. Of course I have new recipes, but don't even think about getting them for free. Hey, Miss Yu, we meet again. I forgot to ask where you are from when we met last time. It was very rude of me. Today, the handsome young boy of the Zhou family wore a moon-white colored brocade robe, a white jade crown, and a pair of patterned soft-soled boots. He looked like such an elegant and beautiful young man. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and said, Third young master, how have you been? We caught some game while hunting in the morning. Would your restaurant be interested in taking them? Her skin was as delicate as the snow, while she had big eyes that were dark and clear. Her eyelashes were thick and curly. Although her clothes were old and shabby, it was unable to conceal the confidence and glow that she radiated. Within his heart, Zhou Zixu faintly felt that even the noble ladies in the town might not be comparable to the graceful demeanor of this fisherman's daughter in front of him. We're taking them. Of course, we're taking them. Our restaurant is pretty busy today, so we are worried that there might not have enough game. Li Chang, aren't you going to hurry up and settle the payment? Zhou Zixu hinted at the waiter, who was just foolishly standing on the side. Zhao Han put down the carrying basket and took out the game inside. There were 9 plump wild hare and 6 pheasants, with 8 of the game still alive and kicking. Third young master Zhou instructed the waiter, Li Chang, the market price for wild hare is 20 copper coins per catty, while pheasants are 50 copper coins each. However, the price for live game is even higher. Let's just calculate it based on the weight, so 25 copper coins per caddy. 15 game weighed a total of 78 caddies, but the young server tactfully rounded it up to 80 caddies. Thus, the 15 game were sold for a total of 2,000 copper coins. The server gave Zhao Han 2 ingots, which were worth 1 tael each. After receiving the money, Zhao Han turned toward Yu Xiaoxiao, who was still speaking with third young master Zhou, and stuffed the ingots into her hands. Brother Han, the game were all caught in the traps that you set. Why are you giving all the money to me? If he just gave her 100 or 200 copper coins, then Yu Xiaoxiao would have accepted it with no qualms. After all, didn't she also contribute? However, he was giving all the money to her. Although she loved money, she would never take the fruits of another person's labor. Zhao Han saw that Xiaoxiao had hid her hands behind herself, refusing to accept the money. He couldn't just force it into her hands, so he tried to explain, if I wasn't teaching you guys how to set traps today, I would not have planned on entering the mountains. I have a good idea of how much game I usually catch with my traps. I probably got lucky today because of you siblings, so the game should belong to you guys. Quickly take the money. I'm not taking it. Today, most of the traps were set by Brother Han. I'm already very grateful that you're willing to teach us how to catch rabbits. Furthermore, we're always eating the game you caught, so how can we take the money that you earn from selling game? Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head like a rattle drum and refused to accept the 2 ingots. You're such an idiot. Without this divine stone's bathing water, he should be content with just 2 or 3 game, let alone 15. This is all due to my contribution, so the money should have originally belonged to us. Its master was short on money right now, so if it helped its master earn more money, this deed should be able to accelerate its power intake, right? Taking advantage of the fact that no one else could see it, the little divine stone impatiently flew back and forth in front of Yu Xiaoxiao. However, Yu Xiaoxiao completely ignored it. Zhao Han couldn't win over this stubborn little girl, so he pondered for a moment and said, today, you ended up setting up most of the traps. After making a rough estimation, you should take half the credit for these game. You don't want to take advantage of me, but as your older brother, how can I shamelessly take advantage of you? Who said we only made half of the contribution? It was all the work of this divine stone. This brazen mortal actually dared to steal my credit. Look at how this celestial stone is going to punish you. The tiny golden kitten looked extremely adorable as it bared its teeth and swung its claws angrily. While Yu Xiaoxiao quietly shouted at it to stop in her mind, she also had to resist the urge of squeezing it in her hands. Moreover, she had to control her facial expression from exposing her thoughts. Thus, in other people's eyes, she had a rather complicated expression on her face. Zhou Zixu didn't want to see them arguing over a mere 2 ingots, so he interjected, I don't think either of you should decline. Since both sides have made contribution, you guys should just split it evenly. Although 1 tael wasn't a lot, it had far exceeded Yu Xiaoxiao's expectation. Her biggest achievement for today was learning how to set traps. With this new skill, would she still lack the opportunity to earn money? Seeing that they had no objection to his suggestion, Zhou Zixu wanted to speak up again, but he was interrupted by a clear and gentle voice behind him. Zixu, Brother Wu and Brother Yang arrived already. Do you want to go over to greet them? Yu Xiaoxiao looked towards the sound and couldn't help but be stunned. Such a delicate, beautiful young man. With a complexion that was purer than snow and a picturesque face, he was dressed in a sky-blue scholar robe that made him look even more refined. It seemed that even the most meticulously drawn elaborate style painting wouldn't be able to accurately depict this young man's features. Wow, the water in ancient times really fostered beauties. When just comparing their appearances, the 3 young boys in front of her each had their own advantages. They were truly beautiful young men. The gorgeous young man might have felt her intent gaze. With a slight frown, he faintly swept a gaze over her, which gave off a different type of feeling. Yuan Yunshi's upbringing made it difficult for him to make crude remarks. However, it was definitely impolite for a young girl to stare at him so openly. When he saw her tattered clothing and young age, he felt slightly more relieved. It was considered excusable that a little girl from a poor family didn't understand proper etiquette. Little brother Shi, This is the Miss Yu, who I have mentioned to you before. She was the one who gave us the recipe for the oyster sauce for free. Your favorite stir-fried choy sum was made with her recipe. Zhou Zixu enthusiastically introduced Yu Xiaoxiao to his close friend. Yu Xiaoxiao also recovered from her daze and subtly nodded at the little pretty boy. Yuan Yunxi was an innate foodie, so when he heard Zhou Zixu's words, the displeasure within his heart had partially dissipated. He lightly nodded and said, "No wonder my grandfather always often said, true masters were among the people." It seems like he was right. A 6 or 7-year-old little girl with such skills and breadth of mind is really admirable. All right, stop being so pedantic. Don't you see the earthenware jar in Miss Yu's hands? There must be something good inside. Go help me greet the guests first and wait for the delicious meal that's coming later. Zhou Zixu had a close friendship with him, so he didn't treat Yuan Yunxi as an outsider and sent him back to the restaurant's private room to attend to the guests. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to look at the little white fish in the jar. She helplessly looked at third young master Zhou and said, "These wild fish from the mountain were definitely tasty, but when did I ever say I was selling them? You're not selling them after coming all the way here. Are you planning to eat them yourself?" Zhou Zixu nearly reached out to snatch the ceramic pot when he heard the fish inside were delicious. Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, "I'm not the one eating it. It's my little cousin who likes to eat this. My grandmother told me to bring them over today. If I don't complete my mission, then I'll definitely be scolded when I get home." With a disappointed expression, Zhou Zixu looked at the fish in front of him and spoke with a pleading tone, "Aren't there plenty of fish in there? You can just give me half of them. It's just that I've already made a promise, so if I can't fulfill my promise, I'll lose credit in front of my friends. Wouldn't that be really shameful? I'll buy them for a high price, wouldn't that be fine? Your grandmother wouldn't scold you anymore when she sees all the money." As he spoke, he took out an ingot with the value of 5 taels and stuffed it into little Shatu's hands. A basket of game was sold for only 2 taels, so 5 taels for several fish should be enough, right? Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, but she pretended to be in a difficult position and lowered her head to ponder before reluctantly agreeing to him. Zhou Zixu instructed the waiter to bring a basin over, poured out half of the fish within the jar, and told the kitchen staff to clean them. After that, he made another request shamelessly. "Look, head chef Wang and the others have never cooked this type of fish before. Why don't you just be a good person until the end and help us make the dish? It won't take up too much time. In a moment, I'll have the kitchen prepare a feast for you guys. It's already late noon, so you guys must be hungry." Wow, there was a free meal to eat. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head to look at her younger brother, asked for Brother Han's opinion, and then readily agreed. However, she didn't openly display the method of how to cook the small fish and requested for everyone to leave the kitchen. Third young master Zhou didn't plan on taking advantage of Xiaoxiao, so he led her to an independent little kitchen. After that, he personally guarded the entrance to prevent others from peeping. He didn't know about others, but head chef Wang had been eagerly trying to see if he could learn something with the excuse of helping Xiaoxiao. In fact, the small white fish itself had a savory flavor, so even if she didn't use a lot of seasonings to enhance the taste, it would still be delicious. There wasn't any difficulty or secrets with preparing the fish. She just wanted to create a sense of mystery as an expert, since there might be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yu Xiaoxiao made the dish with the simplest flavors, which were salt, scallions, and ginger. In order to make the soup taste more delicious and refreshing, she specially ladled some water and told little glutinous dumpling to soak in it, and then she poured the little divine stones, bathing water, into the soup. The thick broth was a milky white color and the fish instantly melted within the mouth. It tasted delicious and refreshingly smooth. The youths at the table nearly got into a fight for the sake of getting another mouthful of the fish stew. Even the gentle and elegant Yuan Yunxi became a ferocious little beast when he fought for the fish stew and fish meat. It was inevitable since he was influenced by his grandfather, who was an old foodie, and became a little foodie. The culprit, Yu Xiaoxiao, was currently inside Junsho Restaurant's VIP room. She was leading her younger brother to enjoy the most sumptuous lunch she had eaten since she transmigrated here. The 3 of them were served with 6 dishes and a soup, which included 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Head chef Wang had cooked all the dishes himself and they were all his most skilled dishes, so they naturally tasted very good. Even Zhao Han, who had seen more in life, ate until he was stuffed. Xiao Xiao and her younger brother were even more bloated. Xiao Xiao was frightened when she saw little Shido moaning as he touched his round tummy, so she quickly helped him rub his belly. It would be bad if he became sick from overeating. He's fine. Just drink some of my bathing water. It can help digestion and prevent sickness. When they were eating, the little divine stone had been hovering around the appetizing dishes with a glowing gaze. It almost dived right into the food, but it was a pity that the little divine stone was unable to touch them. Humph. Once this divine stone, recover some more of my powers, I'll be able to take a physical form. At that time, I'll definitely eat to my heart's content. Yu Xiaoxiao wanted to ignore it, but it was very difficult to do so. So, she quietly flicked its body and caused it to roll over. After being flicked, the little fellow bared its teeth and claws at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao replaced the cold tea within the pot with mystic stone water. After she poured Zhao Han a cup, she fed some to little Shido and drank a few mouthfuls herself. Yu Xiaoxiao certainly wouldn't waste the remaining half of the ginseng chicken soup on the table, so she asked the waiter for a basin and packed the chicken soup. She smiled at her younger brother and said, I was just worried that we didn't bring anything good for our oldest brother to eat. After lunch, Yu Xiaoxiao exchanged a few words with the manager, asked for the direction to the carpentry shop named Zhangji, and then left with Zhao Han and her younger brother. On the street, there were the sounds of hawkers advertising their goods, customers bargaining, and greetings between acquaintances. When all the sounds were intertwined together, it became a song that depicted a lively town market. Selling sweets. Candies for sale. Sweet maltose candy, 1. A candy vendor, who was carrying his goods with a pole, loudly shouted as he walked past the siblings. Little Shido turned around to look at the maltose candy covered in white powder that the vendor was carrying. It was as if his eyes were stuck on the maltose candy and unable to move away. Children of poor families rarely had the chance to eat sweets. Last year, during the New Year's, their father had caught a deer that was sold for a good price, so he bought 1 caddy of maltose candy for the children. However, their grandmother, Madame Zhang, had cursed at their father for exactly 2 hours, saying that he was spoiling his children and wasting money. Moreover, she took away and hid the sweets, while claiming that they needed to save it for the guests. In the end, the siblings finally got a few pieces of candies after their grandfather spoke up. Since their grandmother was unwilling to give any more no matter what anyone said, each person only received a piece of maltose candy that was about the size of a fingernail. Furthermore, no one knew what happened to the rest of the candies. However, little Shido could never forget that sweet taste and slightly sticky texture. It was chewy without being greasy. Seeing the look on her younger brother's face, Xiaoxiao felt somewhat sad inwardly. She stopped the candy peddler and took out some copper coins. Please give us 10 copper coins worth of maltose candy. Although the siblings' clothes were worn old, but they looked very clean. Thus, the hawker didn't look down on the siblings and replied with a smile, okay. No need, no need. Little Shido gulped his saliva as he shook his hands sensibly. Second sister, don't waste money. I don't like to eat sweets. Xiaoxiao's heart ached as she caressed his head. She smiled and said, I want to eat it, all right. Didn't we earn some money today? It's fine to use 10 copper coins. Little shopkeeper, weigh it for us. The candy vendor was delighted when he heard her calling him, little shopkeeper. He carried his goods on a pole and walked through the streets every day, but his greatest wish was to open a candy store and become a boss. As he cut the maltose, he slightly tilted his knife and cut off a little more of the sweets for them. Xiaoxiao asked the hawker to cut the maltose candy into the size of a thumb. She took a piece of candy in her hand, and then carefully wrapped the rest with an oiled paper. She deliberately shook the sweets in front of little Shido, sniffed it with her nose, and loudly exclaimed, so sweet. It must be very tasty. It's a pity that my younger brother doesn't like to eat these sweets. I guess I have to eat them all myself. Little Shido licked his lips as he watched his sister shaking the maltose candy. He had a pitiful expression on his face, as if he was a little puppy who wanted a bone. However, he resisted his desire and didn't ask his sister for the candies. Xiao Xiao stopped teasing him and stuffed a maltose candy into his mouth. After that, she took her cute and obedient younger brother into her arms and said, "Little Shido, in the future, I'll buy candies for you every day. I'll also get delicious snacks. No, when we have money, we need to buy a cotton-made comforter first. The cottons within our parents' comforter are already bursting out. Also, we need to buy clothes for you and eldest sister. Your clothes have become too small, so they're no longer wearable. I'm fine with not eating candies." The little guy kept the maltose candy within his mouth and refused to chew on it. Thus, he only licked it with his tongue. The sweet taste slowly melted within his mouth and he blissfully narrowed his eyes like a satisfied little kitten. All right, after we divide from the family, I'll buy a new set of clothing for everyone in the family and some more beddings. I'll make white rice and wheat flour steamed buns for little Shido every day." Xiao Xiao held her younger brother's hand as they walked to the carpentry shop. Little Shido grinned even more happily. Isn't eating white rice and wheat flour every day too wasteful? It's probably better to save them up and use them when we need them in the future. Zhao Han walked behind the siblings and quietly listened to their conversation. Was this the affection between siblings? He was an only child and rarely interacted with his peers in the village. As he observed the friendly relationship between the siblings, an unexplainable feeling surged into his heart. This small town had 3 vertical and horizontal streets. The carpentry shop that Xiao Xiao's eldest brother, Yu Hang, worked at and Junsho restaurant were both located on the busiest street. As they spoke, the sister and brother pair could already see the sign for Zhongji's carpentry shop. In her previous, Xiao Xiao had dropped out of middle school before she graduated. After transmigrating here and faced with the complicated traditional Chinese characters, she was practically illiterate. She would only recognize some words by guessing. The craftsmen at the carpentry shop were pretty skilled and the manager would often go to the capital for training. People from town and surrounding areas, who were slightly more well-off, liked to customize furniture and utensils at Zhongji's carpentry shop. Thus, it was natural that their business was doing very well. When the siblings entered the shop hand in hand, a worker had heard the movement and stood up with a smile. However, his expression instantly turned grim when he saw their clothes. With a long face, he hollered, "Leave, leave, leave. This isn't a place for you paupers to come and play. Hurry up and scram." Yu Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows. Although she was very angry at this snob, she held back and asked, "Young brother, my eldest brother is an apprentice in this carpentry shop. His name is Yu Hang. May I trouble this young brother to pass on a message that his younger siblings have come to see him?" Yu Hang. Someone already came to visit him last month. Why is his family coming to visit again? If your family doesn't want him to work here, then he should just scram. To be freely coming in and out, where do you think this is? The worker had an impatient expression and spoke with a voice full of disdain. Xiao Xiao suppressed her anger and spoke with a gentle voice, "Young brother, it's not easy for us to come all the way here, so please help us out." The worker threw the rag in his hand onto the table heavily, went to the back door of the shop, and shouted towards the yard, "Yu Hang. Yu Hang, someone's looking for you." The worker returned to the front of the shop without waiting for a response. He picked up the rag and shooed them away like flies. "Go outside to wait. Don't hinder our business. Sir Fang, please come in. Your customized folding screen is ready. Please come in and take a look." With a manservant beside him, a graceful young man in fine clothes came out of a horse carriage in front of the carpentry shop. When the worker saw him, he hastily pasted on a flattering smile and politely guided him into the shop. Yu Xiaoxiao shrugged her shoulders and smiled. People are so realistic. That young man slightly glanced at the sister and brother pair. His gaze stopped briefly on her self-mocking smile. Fang Xuan had seen the worker's earlier behavior, so he thought that these siblings, who were obviously from a poor family, would feel wronged, sad, and avoidant. He didn't expect the older sister to just smile indifferently with a calm expression on her face. This type of attitude, which was neither haughty nor humble, seemed like an indication of her extraordinary future. However, Fang Xuan's footsteps didn't stop for this matter. He had thought that they were just a passing guest in each other's lives and never expected that he would meet her again in the near future. "Second sister, Shido, why are you guys here? Yu Hang limped out of the shop with a face filled with heartfelt joy. Eldest brother, what happened to your leg? Also, your face? Little Shido widened his doubtful eyes and asked with concern. Yu Xiaoxiao looked closely and saw two clearly visible red and swollen marks on Yu Hang's delicate face. Moreover, he looked like he was in pain as he walked out earlier. Yu Hang touched the bruises on his face and pretended to be fine. It's nothing. While I was working, I accidentally tripped over some wood and strained my foot. My face was scraped by the branches on the timber. Don't make a fuss over such a minor injury. Second sister, is your health better recently? Is everything all right at home? Do you guys have enough to eat? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed his eyes darting around as he spoke and understood that his injury was not that simple. She recalled the short story that she read in elementary school called Vanka 1. In the story, apprentices were free sources of labor who were often cruelly beaten for the smallest reasons. Looking at her 11-year-old older brother's thin figure and emaciated face, Yu Xiaoxiao knew that his life at the carpentry shop wasn't very good. As she answered Yu Hang's series of questions, she took out the cloth bag that she used to wrap the shepherd's purse stuffed buns. Everything is fine at home. Brother Han taught me how to set traps to catch wild hares. I earned 1 tael from selling the game today. Eldest brother, you don't have to worry. If you're unhappy staying at the carpentry shop, then come home. Our family has enough food for everyone, including you. I'm doing great here. The head craftsman often praises me for being a good worker and that I work hard to learn the skills. He also said that he will teach me how to plane wood in a few days. In 2 years, when I graduate from apprenticeship, I'll be able to get a salary and support our family. By the way, why did you guys come here? Yu Hang swiftly changed the topic as he secretly rubbed his injured leg, which ached from being hit. Little Shido took a piece of candy out of the oiled paper bag, stuffed it into his older brother's mouth, and grinned. Junsho Restaurant's young boss also treated us to a meal. A table full of food for just the 3 of us. Eldest brother, I saved half a chicken for you. It was made with ginseng. You should quickly have a taste. Brother Han, thank you for bringing my younger brother and sister to visit me. However, it's too far from the village. Xiaoxiao's health isn't very good, so she can't walk such a long distance. You guys don't need to come again. Yu Hang didn't take the chicken soup Xiaoxiao handed over and thanked Zhao Han. After that, he turned to warn his younger siblings. Xiaoxiao shook her head and said, it's fine. On the way, we encountered Grandpa Zhang, who delivered firewood to town. We borrowed this basin from Junsho Restaurant, so you should hurry up and drink the chicken soup. If you can't finish the chicken, then wrap it in the oiled paper. It won't spoil even if you leave it until the evening. I also brought steamed buns for you. They were just freshly cooked before I left, so I got 2 of them for you. Xiaoxiao could tell that her older brother wasn't being treated very well at the carpentry shop, so she decided to frequently send food over to him in the future. I have a lot to eat and drink here, so I'm already tired of eating steamed buns. You guys should just take the steamed buns back to eat yourselves. Don't send me any more food in the future. The meals provided by the carpentry shop are pretty good. Yu Hang hid the fact that he ate hard bean pancake with cold water every day because he didn't want his family to worry about him. If Yu Xiaoxiao was really an 8-year-old child, she would have definitely been fooled. She deeply sighed within her heart and pretended to be angry. What, are you already used to eating good food and are now looking down on our family's coarse-grained buns? Even if they provide good food here, it can't be compared to the good intentions of our family. Take it quickly, otherwise, I'll be angry. Yu Hang had wanted to say something, but choked up. His heart was filled with familial warmth as he quietly held the cloth bag that his younger sister had forced into his hands. It had been nearly 3 months since he came to be an apprentice. He was often scolded and beaten by the shop's worker and craftsman. Even though he was often dizzy and weak due to hunger, he still had to perform hard and heavy labor every day. Thus, his entire body would be sore and painful every night. There were also times when he almost couldn't endure any longer. However, he would always think of his family during those difficult times. He would remember his mother's gentle smile, his father's encouraging gaze, and his younger siblings' cute smiling faces. The only reason he had sustained for so long was because of his family. Yu Hang, where the hell did you go? Until when are you going to slack off? The shop's order of timber arrived. Aren't you going to get back in here to work? It's such a waste to feed you lazy bums. The owner of the carpentry shop, shopkeeper Zhang, looked out and examined Xiaoxiao and Shitu's attire. He twitched his lips in disdain, and then yelled fiercely at Yu Hang. Yu Hang held the cloth bag tightly in his arms and forced a smile. Our manager Zhang appears like a mean person, but he's actually very nice. He usually treats us very well. I need to go into work. Be careful on your way back. You don't need to send food over in the future. I'm fine. Why aren't you in here yet? If you don't want to work anymore, then scram. A piece of junk that just wastes food. Manager Zhang impatiently berated, as if he was ordering a submissive animal. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at her older brother's back as he hastily ran inside. She decided in her heart that she will take Yu Hang home as soon as possible. Apprentices had no freedom and human rights. Furthermore, even their self-esteems were trampled on by others. Thus, she would be the one to protect her own family. Little Shido held the bag of sweets within his hand, but it was as if the candies had lost all its sweetness. The little fellow seemed to be holding back his emotions as he raised his head to look at his second sister and said, "Second sister, if only there was a way to make people grow up more quickly. If I'm a grown-up, I can be like our father. I can catch a lot of game and earn money to support our family. That way, other people will not look down on us and eldest brother will not be bullied by other people." Yu Xiaoxiao caressed his little head and wanted to give him an approving smile, but she sighed deeply instead. "Older sister, brother Han, where are we going now?" Little Shido had already lost his initial excitement as he walked with his head bowed. Zhao Han noticed that the siblings weren't in a very good mood. He pondered briefly and said, "It's still pretty early right now. After we deliver the fish to your younger uncle, we can just casually roam the street." The three quickly found Yu Bo's rented residence. He had gone to the academy and wasn't at home. Xiaoxiao politely declined her younger aunt's, Madame Zhao, warm offer to stay. After she left with Zhao Han and her younger brother, they began strolling on the street. The main road of Tanggu Town's 3 streets was lined up with restaurants and inns. Right now, all the biggest restaurants and inns were owned by the wealthy Zhou family. Some of the wealthy noblemen, who had been traveling by sea, would stay and rest in Tanggu Town after they arrived ashore. The streets were full of noblemen dressed in fine clothes and mounted on groomed horses. It was also quite common to see exquisite horse carriages accompanied by maid-servants and senior servants. With enjoyment and satisfaction, the siblings observed their surroundings as they walked. Little Shido held the pastries that his sister second brought with one hand, while he messily ate the candied hawthorn stick in his other hand. His big eyes seemed insufficient to take in everything, as there were so many new and interesting things to see in town. "Huh, second sister, isn't that Uncle Zhao and father?" With the hand that held the candied hawthorn stick, little Shido pointed at the bustling crowd ahead. He looked more carefully and confirmed, "It really is our father. Second sister, let's quickly go over." Yu Xiaoxiao swiftly stopped her younger brother and shook her head in disapproval. "Why are you going over? If father finds out that we sold game, can we still keep a secret purse? If all the money goes into our grandmother's purse, then we'll have to starve and freeze in the winter." Little Shido looked at the pastries and candied hawthorn stick in his hands. If his grandmother took all the money, would he still be able to eat the sweetly sour candied hawthorn and the sugary maltose candy? "Second sister, what should we do?" Little Shido worshipped his second sister, who seemed like a completely different person ever since she injured her head. When he followed her, not only could he eat meat, but he could also earn and save money. Even their grandmother didn't dare to discipline her. Second sister was also a very generous person. She was willing to buy expensive pastries for him to eat. Thus, he decided that he would firmly support all decisions made by his second sister in the future. It was an unshakable promise that he would keep for 30 years. Yu Xiaoxiao had unexpectedly gained her younger brother's loyalty with just some crude pastries and candies hawthorn that cost around a dozen copper coins. No wonder he was a little foodie. Holding on to her younger brother, she pulled on Zhao Han's sleeve and swiftly dodged into an alley. If she hadn't moved quickly, she would have been caught by her father. "What's wrong?" Zhao Bufan, who was carrying a male deer, couldn't help but ask when he noticed his close friend, Yu Hai, looking back from time to time. There were several small game hanging on Yu Hai's tall body. With slightly creased brows and pursed lips, he muttered hesitantly, "Just now, I think I saw Xiaoxiao and Shido. Your second daughter and youngest son. Are you sure? How could they possibly walk so far to town when one of them has a weak constitution and the other is only 5? You probably saw someone who looked similar to them and made a mistake." Zhao Bufan would have never thought that his own son would bring 2 young children to town to sell game. The supposedly weak Xiaoxiao was extremely bold and leisurely shopping after she successfully avoided her father. Master, I can sense spiritual energy nearby. It's on your right side. Quick, take me over to check it out." The little divine stone was so anxious that it forgot its pledge of not acknowledging Xiaoxiao as its master. The energy nearby was quite strong, so if it could absorb the energy, then it would be even better than bathing for 10 days. Yu Xiaoxiao hastily looked towards her right. Isn't this a pharmacy? Could it be that this pharmacy also sells elixirs that helps with cultivation? Tong, Ren, Tang, second sister, I can recognize these characters. Little Shatu's face was a sticky mess after he finished the candied hawthorn. He looked up with a smiling face, as if he wanted to be complimented and loved. Her younger brother can read. Of course, he should be praised. Yu Xiaoxiao generously complimented, "You're worthy of being my younger brother. You were actually able to read. Tell me, where did you learn it from?" Little Shido grinned happily and proudly said, "Second sister, eldest brother learned a lot of words from our younger uncle. After that, he taught the 3 of us. I can recognize over 200 characters. You injured your head, so you probably don't remember anymore. Although I can't remember some things clearly, I can still recognize these characters." It was a lot more convenient since the original host also recognized a few words. Little Shido nodded and said, "Second sister, when learning to read, you were the fastest learner among the 3 of us. Younger uncle said you probably have excellent retentive memory. If you were a boy, our family would definitely send you to study at the academy." Xiaoxiao noticed his envious tone, so she caressed his little head and said, "Our little Shido is also very smart. You're only 5, but you can already recognize so many words. Don't worry, your older sister has money. I'll send you to study at the academy next year. It will be the same if you come back to teach me after you learn how to read." Little Shido recalled that the rich young master gave his second sister an ingot, which should be enough for a year's tuition. The little fellow smiled even more brightly since there was hope that he could go study. Zhao Han, who was silently walking behind the siblings and protecting them, was surprised to see Yu Xiaoxiao entering the pharmacy. "Xiaoxiao, are you not feeling well? If you're sick, you must go treat it. You mustn't delay it and don't be afraid of spending money. You're the one who's sick." However, Yu Xiaoxiao was somewhat doubtful of the medical skills of the village's barefoot doctor, Dr. Yu. When she transmigrated into this body, it was already in such a dire state. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any lingering effects from her past illnesses. She should let the doctor in town take her pulse, so she could either treat her illness or be at ease. Tongren Medicine Hall was the largest and most popular pharmacy in town. Allegedly, the pharmacy's doctor's son was born in a family of imperial physicians from the previous dynasty and had high medical skills. Even noblemen from the capital came to see him for medical examination. As soon as Yu Xiaoxiao went in, she saw a sage-like old doctor with white hair and beard. At this time, he was carefully taking a patient's pulse. Spiritual energy. There's so much spiritual energy. Little Divine Stone hurriedly rushed towards the rows of medicine cabinets and clung onto the cabinet with the strongest energy. "Little girl, where are you feeling unwell?" After the old physician prescribed a prescription for the patient and instructed his young student to gather the medication, he finally had time to greet Yu Xiaoxiao. Little Shido was somewhat nervous as he replied, "Old grandpa, my second sister injured her head 3 months ago and nearly died. When she woke up, she couldn't remember a lot of things. Old grandpa, can you please take a look at my second sister?" Seeing that the young boy was good-looking and polite, old Dr. Sun replied with a pleasant smile, "Sit down and let me, this old man, check your pulse." Yu Xiaoxiao's previous health condition was indeed worrying. She had gotten seriously ill shortly after her birth. At that time, Her young life was saved with the help of Dr. Sun, but he had also asserted that Xiaoxiao might not be able to live past the age of 10 without careful nursing. However, with the daily nourishment of the mystic stone water, the lingering illnesses within Xiaoxiao's body had already been cleared. Thus, apart from a lack of exercise, there was nothing wrong with her body and she was a lot healthier than before. Old Dr. Sun was a former imperial physician after all, so after he took her pulse and examined the wound on her head, he said, "You were born with a weak constitution, but an expert had nurtured your health with effective medicine. Your body is very healthy, but you need to be more physically active. Don't stay indoors all day. As for your memory loss, this old man had seen a similar case in the past. You probably have a blood clot in your brain due to the fall and the blood clot might be pressing down on a nerve. However, based on your pulse, it doesn't seem like you have any major problems. The blood clot should disperse over time and you will gradually recover your memories." Zhao Han became nervous when he heard that there was a blood clot. "Old doctor, is there any medicine to accelerate the dispersion of the blood clot?" Old Dr. Sun looked at the siblings, shabby clothes and shook his head with a smile. "All medicines are partially poisonous. It better not to take medication when you don't need it. Moreover, that medicine was quite expensive. If it was only taken for a short period of time, then it wouldn't be effective. However, it wasn't affordable for people like this little girl's family when taken for an extended period of time. Anyways, there wasn't any major problems. This little girl was still so young, so what's wrong with not remembering the past?" Yu Xiaoxiao could also somewhat guess the old physician's thoughts, so she gratefully said, "Old grandpa, thank you so much. With your words, my family and I can be at ease now. How much should we pay for the checkup? I didn't prescribe any medication, so you don't need to pay for the medical fee. Little girl, can you tell me who's the expert who nurtured your health?" Old Dr. Sun had an inevitable sense of appreciation for such a highly skilled medical expert. Hearing that his second sister was fine, little Shitu's heart finally relaxed and he became lively again. "Old grandpa, my second sister's health have always been looked after by Dr. Yu of Dongshan village. He has excellent medical skills. My second sister had such a big and bloody wound on her head, but it was cured in a few days after using Grandpa Yu's medicine." Dongshan village, Yu Yang. Dr. Sun couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. Yu Yang was a folk practitioner who had studied medicine under him for a while. Thus, he knew better than anyone else about the level of Yu Yang's medical skills. He absolutely wouldn't believe that Yu Yang could cure fetal diseases with his feeble medical skills. However, he knew propriety. If they didn't want to tell him, what's the point in forcing them? Little Divine Stone finished absorbing the strongest source of energy and burped in satisfaction. Yet, it was insatiable and wanted to absorb more energy. No matter how tiny a mosquito was, it still had meat. At least, energy absorption was a much easier method to improve its powers than bathing. Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched as she watched it going from the ginseng cabinet to the Lingzi cabinet. Oh my god, the old physician was such a benevolent and skillful doctor. If he lost some precious medicinal herbs because of her, then she would seriously be a vicious and ungrateful person. Yu Xiaoxiao sternly stopped the little divine stone's action, thanked the old doctor several times, and then she hurried out of the pharmacy with her younger brother. "Is your butt on fire? Can't you wait until I'm done absorbing the spiritual energy before leaving?" The little divine stone was annoyed right now. If it could take a physical form, it would definitely scratch her with its claws. Its precious spiritual energy, the restoration of its powers. Yu Xiaoxiao had a calm appearance as she communicated with the unreasonable little fellow in her mind. "How are you still in the right when you're destroying other people's medicinal herbs?" "How am I tarnishing other people's medicinal herbs? Ignorant and stupid human, did you think the herbs will become useless after I absorb its energy? Absurd. The spiritual energy that I, this divine stone, consume can't be used by weak human beings like you. It's a waste to keep it anyways." The little celestial stone shifted into its poisonous tongue mode. "If you don't shut up, I'm not going to bring you to the pharmacy again." As its master, she definitely had her own ways to control it. So easy. The little celestial stone was briefly stunned, but it was able to adapt to different circumstances and began acting cute. "Master, you're such a great master. An almighty master. You're even more remarkable than the goddess of spirits and more powerful than the Jade Emperor. Stop, stop, stop with your nonsense. Can't you speak like a normal person? How can you be someone's pet when you don't even know how to flatter people? Yu Xiaoxiao acted in an extremely arrogant manner. Pet, you're a pet, your whole family are pets. Little Divine Stone pouted and muttered, pat a horse's butt. 1. The horse's butt is so dirty and smelly. Why would I pat it? Yu Xiaoxiao quietly bickered with the Little Divine Stone along the way and quickly arrived at the place where they agreed to meet Old Zhang. Old Zhang had already delivered the firewood that was on his ox cart and was waiting for them there. Yu Xiaoxiao greeted him sweetly and handed him a bag of pastries. Grandpa Zhang, we were lucky to have encountered you. Otherwise, I don't know if I can make it to town with these legs of mine. This is a little present from us. Please accept it. Although the small bag of snacks wasn't very expensive, Old Zhang knew he wouldn't be able to afford it even after selling a cart of firewood. It wasn't easy for the child to make some money, so he firmly refused her offer. Why would an old man like me eat pastries? You siblings should enjoy it yourselves. Cower, do you still need to take medication now? After drinking the bitter medicine, you can eat a piece and change the taste in your mouth. The ox cart rocked as it started to move. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take the pastries that Old Zhang handed back and pointed at the other bag within her younger brother's hand. Grandpa Zhang, I have stopped taking medication a long time ago. Look, we have some more. You can take it back for your grandson to eat. After declining for a while, Old Zhang helplessly accepted the bag of pastries. Old Lu had a great-granddaughter. She was clever and generous. May the heavens be fair and let this child live a long life. Cower, Grandpa Zhang delivers firewood to town every 2 days. If you want to go to town, then wait at the intersection. I usually set off after eating breakfast. She got a free ride in exchange for a bag of crude pastries. What a great bargain. After bidding farewell to Old Zhang, they continued to walk for quite a distance. The sky was already dark when the three of them arrived at the entrance of the village. There wasn't much entertainment for people during ancient times. They usually began work at sunrise and rested at sunset. Thus, there weren't many villagers in sight at this time. The person in front looks like Dr. Yu. Zhao Han had a keen eyesight and recognized the dark figure in the distance. They quickly walked forward and Yu Xiaoxiao warmly greeted her savior. Grandpa Yu, where are you coming from? Oh, Xiaoxiao, did you guys just return from the town? Dr. Yu looked kindly at the sister and brother pair, and then happily replied, I just came down from the mountain. Zhao Han replied, Dr. Yu, why are you so late today? Didn't I warn you already? There's a lot of wild beasts in the mountain, so it's dangerous at night. Today, I was delayed while trying to find an herb. It won't happen again. Dr. Yu was rather polite when he spoke to Zhao Han. Grandpa Yu, you can just tell us what kind of herbs you need. We often go set traps in the mountain with Brother Han. We can pick them up for you if we see them. Little Shido cleverly suggested. Dr. Yu stroked his beard and laughed. Can you recognize the herbs, little man? Don't come back with weeds. I don't recognize them, but Grandpa Yu can teach us. Second sister says that I'm very smart. I can already recognize over 200 words. Little Shido lifted his chest in a confident manner. Yu Xiaoxiao thought of the mystic stone water when she heard Shitu's suggestion. She might be able to openly help the people she cared about through this method. After a moment of deliberation, she said, Grandpa Yu, can I study medicine with you? Dr. Yu had watched as Xiaoxiao grew up and was even more attentive to this little girl than his own grandchildren. Within his heart, Yu Xiaoxiao was just like his own granddaughter, so he swiftly agreed without any hesitation, all right. As long as you don't think it's boring, you can start by learning to identify the herbs. Although he boasted about being a disciple of Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun, he had only learned the basic skills. Medical knowledge that was passed down from the ancestors would only be taught to sons and not daughters, let alone an outsider. Thus, Dr. Yu had only learned the most basic and common medical knowledge. There wasn't anything worth hiding from others. If someone wanted to learn from him, he wouldn't be stingy with his teachings. Yu Xiaoxiao and her younger brother were concerned about the foolish roe deer. After they bid farewell to Dr. Yu, they went to Zhao Han's house first. Auntie Zhao, who was elegant and graceful, had already stir-fried the hazelnuts. She filled the front cloth of Sibling's jacket with hazelnuts and said, "Eat some first. If you bring too much back, who knows who it will actually benefit. Andy has a lot more, so come back tomorrow if you want to eat more." Yu Xiaoxiao loudly agreed. In her heart, Auntie Zhao's family was a lot more important than some so-called relatives. It naturally wasn't necessary to be overly courteous to her own people. Yu Xiaoxiao held the hazelnuts with one hand, while she placed a hazelnut in her mouth. She cracked open the shell and happily ate the delicious hazelnut. From time to time, she would stuff the hazelnut into her younger brother's mouth after she cracked open the shell. As for that foolish little roe deer, they didn't need to be concerned about it at all. They just needed to sprinkle a little mystic stone water on their pants and the little guy would follow them closely. It was even more obedient than little Shido. "Cower, Shido, why were you guys out playing until this late and just coming back? You kids haven't eaten dinner yet, right?" In a distance, a tall figure appeared on the path leading to their home. Their father had actually arrived home earlier than them. He was quite a fast walker. Yu Xiaoxiao gleefully rushed forward. Her father stooped over and lifted her up in his arms. She sheepishly pushed a hazelnut into his mouth and grinned. "Father, I learned how to set traps. I even caught a giant wild hare in one of my traps. And it was still alive." Yu Hai didn't stint on his praise. "Our cower is really capable. In the future, father will just wait to eat the hares that you catch." Father, we also caught a small roe deer. Look, it even follows us around without being led. It's really obedient," Shido said sweetly. The little boy pulled on his father's trousers with one hand as he pointed at the dumb little roe deer that was running around him. Yu Hai dropped his head to take a closer look at the small animal on the ground. Earlier, it was too dark for him to see clearly, so he had thought the creature was some other family's dog that came along. He had never thought that this was actually a baby roe deer. Yu Hai set his daughter down and bent down to look at the roe deer. The little fellow's large dark eyes were wide open and confused. It glanced at his daughter and even started to rub its head on his daughter's legs. Hey. He had never seen a roe deer that wasn't afraid of humans before. Was it really because it had lost its mother and thought that his children were the same species as it? Dumb roe deer, dumb roe deer. Since it had dumb in its name, it really couldn't be very smart. Cower, did you catch it or did Zhao Han catch it? We should never try to take advantage of others. Yu Hai was very grateful to Zhao Bufan, who was also known as older brother Zhao, for taking him under his wing. Most of his hunting skills were learned from his good friend, so he was apprehensive that his youngest daughter was being unreasonable and was just asking other people for things. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed as she shook her head. "I had just learned how to set traps today, so it was only beginner's luck that I managed to catch a wild hare today. This little roe deer is actually Brother Han's. We're helping him raise it for a couple of days. After a while, we'll send it back to him." Yu Hai nodded his head in approval. "That's right, after playing with it for a few days, you should send it back. I'm not sure if this creature is easy to take care of or not, but you guys need to be careful. Don't let it die on your watch. If you two siblings really end up liking it, father will trade some game tomorrow with the Zhao family to get it for you. You should never ask for someone else's stuff without offering something in return. Do you two get that? Don't worry, father." Yu Xiaoxiao took a couple of hazelnuts from her bag and handed it to her father. "Try some. We found some earlier in the forest and Auntie Zhao sautéed them for us. They're really tasty." Seeing that his youngest son had a couple of hazelnuts falling out of his pockets, Yu Hai hastily bent down to pick them up and asked, "Did you two spend the entire day at Uncle Zhao's house? You didn't make any trouble for them, did you?" "We went into town. Look, second sister bought me some pastries." Little Shido had long forgotten his promise to his second sister and sold her out to their father. Yu Hai slowly frowned as he first looked at the pastries wrapped in oil paper and then his daughter. Where did they get the money to buy these pastries? Was it really the money left over from selling the abalone? "Father, Brother Han trapped a lot of game today, so he went into town to sell them. Since we had nothing better to do, we followed him. I also caught a hare today, so I sold it. I got about 100 copper coins for it, so I also bought some candy and snacks." This is what's left over. Yu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't reveal her larger stash of coins. Instead, she fished a small string of copper coins, about 50 to 60 coins worth, to show her father. As Yu Hai led his two children back towards the family residence, he continued to lecture, "You three kids are all daredevils. The oldest one among you is only 12 to 13 years old and you all dared to go into town. What if some kidnapper got to you guys? In the future, if you want to go into town, wait until father goes to sell game 2. If either of you get tired, I can carry you for a bit." "We aren't tired. Grandpa Zhang from Shishan village came by with an ox cart and we sat on it. Second sister even gifted him a bag of snacks. Little Shido couldn't help but be a little obsessed over that bag of pastries. Your second sister did the right thing. When someone else helps us, we need to give something in return. If we only want to take advantage of others, who will help us in the future when we're really in a bind?" Yu Hai began to instruct his children. Before long, the three of them entered their family courtyard. At this point, the sky had turned completely dark. Autumn nights in the north tended to be on the chillier side. The rest of the Yu family, other than the second branch, had long retired to their own rooms to rest. The east-sided room was the only one that had a faint glimmer of light still shining. "Kaoru and Shido, you two must be hungry. Your father kept a steamed roll behind. Mother can heat it up for you on the small mud stove and then the two of you can share it." The advantages of having a mild-mannered mother in this life were suddenly apparent. Her previous mother, in her old life, would also heat up leftover food for her if she got home late from playing outside. However, the food also came with a serving of scoldings as well. Little Shido carefully peeked his head out of the room before quickly closing the door. He opened up the bag of pastries and started to divide the snacks out to everyone. Although the little boy loved eating sweet and soft pastries, he didn't have the habit of enjoying them alone. The packet made of oiled paper had 6 pieces, so he gave everyone at home a piece each. He stared at the remaining piece for some time, hesitating, before he finally said, "This piece will be saved for older brother." Yu Hai and his wife's expressions noticeably dimmed after hearing Shido. The room sank into an awkward silence. After quite a while, Yu Hai finally sighed and said, "Don't save it. We don't know when your older brother will be able to come back, and these snacks can't sit out for too long. The three of you should split the piece and eat it instead. Next time when father goes into town, I'll buy some more for your brother to eat." Yu Xiaoxiao thought of how exhausted and weak her older brother looked when she saw him earlier. Her heart ached and she quietly said, "Father, let's bring older brother back, okay? He's not as comfortable there as he is at home, right? I also want to bring your older brother home, but, after they brought him home, what then? There would be fight waiting for them if they did that." Yu Shaolian snarled furiously, "Our grandmother and eldest aunt always think we're a bunch of parasites. But we're not eating from their bowls. Every piece of game that father sells is enough to feed us for several months." Xiaoxiao sat heavily on the Kong bed and mumbled, "If we could split off from our family, that would solve the problem." Shaolian's eyes lit up before they quickly dimmed again. She shook her head and said, "Our grandmother would never agree. She's counting on our father's money-making abilities to pay for younger uncle's schooling fees." "What are you two saying? The family does not split as long the parents are alive. Your grandfather and grandmother are both still here. Talking about dividing from the family is asking for others to gossip behind our backs. Never talk about stuff like this outside." After baking the steamed roll until it was crisp on the edges, Madame Lu split open the bun and added some salted vegetables to it. She then handed the food to Xiaoxiao and her brother. Madame Lu put her piece of the pastry back into the oiled paper bag as she wanted to leave it for her children to eat tomorrow. However, when her attention was caught elsewhere, Xiaoxiao popped the piece into her mouth. Creak! The sound of the wooden door opening abruptly stalled the festive atmosphere in the room. Madame Lu hastily swallowed the pastry in her mouth and her hands flew to her face in a fruitless effort to wipe off any crumbs without being conspicuous. All 5 pairs of eyes immediately looked over towards the door. Although there was a crack, they couldn't see anyone there. When they gazed down, they found a pair of large ears poking up from a small head that inquisitively stretched in to inspect the room. When the limpid and dark eyes found Yu Xiaoxiao, the slender and delicate animal completely stepped into the room. It shimmied towards Xiaoxiao and used its head to nudge at her ankle, as if it was a puppy asking for a bone to eat. Wow, so cute. Yu Xiaolian thought her heart was about to burst as she bent down to pick up the little creature in her arms. One hand caressed the animal's head as she snuggled her face into its soft fur coat. That young fella, Zhao Han, caught it. Little Shido really liked it, so he let him bring it back to let him play and raise it for a couple of days. The little critter must be hungry, otherwise, it wouldn't have stepped into the room. Yu Hai explained on behalf of his youngest daughter and son. Yu Xiaolian hugged the roe deer tightly, which was no larger than a month-old puppy, and seemed reluctant to let it go. The courtyard still has some fishwort I gathered today. Let me get some to feed it. This little creature is so obedient and doesn't seem to be afraid of humans at all. Unfortunately, she misjudged. When Xiaolian got back after picking out the freshest and most tender fishwort from the bunch, the little roe deer only sniffed it for a bit before it turned its head away arrogantly. Its eyes looked pitifully at Xiaoxiao and it started to struggle to get back on the ground. Xiaolian was afraid of dropping the animal, so she placed it back down. She waved the wild grasses in front of it, but the roe deer ignored her completely. It was only focused on achieving its goal, which was to get closer to Xiaoxiao. Xiaolian sighed in disappointment. It only likes younger sister. It must be because younger sister was the one who brought it back. Yu Xiaoxiao took the handful of grass from her hands and teased, the little roe deer probably likes cleanliness and rejected Xiaolian because it thinks this fishwort is too dirty to eat right now. She took out the jar that held the mystic stone water and washed the grass in it. She then offered the fishwort to the roe deer again and the little creature acted completely different. This time, it rushed over and ate the grass in large mouthfuls. It really is a roe deer that likes to be clean. Little Shido giggled until he started to hiccup. He also grabbed a bunch of fishwort and rinsed it in the water. After it finished eating the food in Xiaoxiao's hands, the roe deer smelled more of that delicious stuff that was more tantalizing than a mother's milk and skipped over to Shido. It also started eating the fishwort in Shitu's hands. Xiaolian learned from her siblings' examples and used the rest of the mystic stone water to wash the remaining fishwort. Yu Xiaoxiao felt a bit forlorn as she watched. This spendthrift girl used 2 full bowls of mystic stone water. That was seriously something very valuable. Ever since she had access to mystic stone water, Xiaoxiao would always give everyone in her family a bowl to drink. The effects were naturally astounding. First, let's not discuss the effects on her own body. Her mother, Madame Lu, also had a weak constitution. After drinking mystic stone water for a full 2 months, her body had improved immensely even though it still looked very thin. Madame Lu recently got soaked with some fall rain. Had this had happened before the mystic stone water, she would have had a great illness. This time, however, she only needed a bowl of ginger soup to strengthen her body and didn't even get a sniffle. Yu Hai also mentioned that he had recently become more strong. In the past, when he used to bring game that weighed about 100 catties down from the mountain to the town, he would be so exhausted from the effort he needed to rest on the Kong bed for hours. Now, it was as if he did nothing strenuous. In fact, he could add a 30 to 50 catties more to his load without any problem. Thinking of all the benefits, Yu Xiaoxiao silently held the empty jar and went to the kitchen to fill it completely with water that had been previously boiled. She carefully took the 5-colored stone from her wrist and let the rock sink into the jar. The spirit of the divine stone came out of the multicolored stone and swam leisurely in the water. If the rest of the occupants of the room could see this now, they would all be stunned speechless. Why would there be a golden-colored kitten in their water pitcher? Moreover, it was constantly flailing in the water, as if it was almost drowning. The little divine stone muttered resentfully. Protest, protest. There's not enough spiritual energy here. Not having ginseng is one thing, but who wants crappy well water? This spirit wants spring water from the bamboo forest in the mountains. Can you just be content with your situation? Mystic stone water is really useful for us, and ultimately, won't you also benefit? If you continue to make a racket, I'll just throw you into that little creek and never pick you up again. As Yu Xiaoxiao fed the little roe deer, she also mentally threatened the arrogant divine stone. Although the mountain creek also contained spiritual energy, using it didn't have the added benefit of aiding its master. To put it into perspective, Absorbing 10 days' worth of energy from the creek did not give itself as much benefit as it received from creating one pitcher of mystic stone water for its master. A weak, little human had actually had its fate in her hands. Just you wait. Once this divine stone breaks free of its restrictions, don't even think about trying to threaten me again. That's when you will beg me for help. The little divine stone's spiritual form thrashed harder in the water out of rage. Yu Xiaoxiao ignored its antics. Other than her, no one else could see the divine stone's spiritual form, so it didn't matter. Instead, she and her siblings fed their family's new favorite, the little roe deer, until it was full. Second sister, it's cold at night now. Tiny is really too small, what if it froze to death? Little Shido squatted down with his arms around the newly named roe deer and was clearly reluctant to let go of the animal. Both of them had clear, dark eyes that looked adorably at Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Hai pinched the fattier part of his son's face and grinned. If it's not sleeping outside, do you plan on giving your blanket to it? I'll hug Tiny to sleep. It's not as if it takes up a lot of space. Little Shido pouted as he tried his best to think of something to convince everyone else in the room. Although Xiaolian also really liked the cute and clever roe deer, she did not think having the animal indoors was a good idea. I don't want it to sleep on our Kong bed. What if it pooped in the middle of the night? Then mother would have to wash the sheets tomorrow. Yu Xiaoxiao also didn't want to raise the roe deer indoors. The animal would start leaving its distinctive odor in the room if it spent a long time inside. However, she was more concerned about leaving it in the courtyard overnight. It was possible that other members of the family might decide to kill it to make some meat stew. Even though the animal didn't have much meat on it, the soup would still taste very good. She went outside, gathered some soft straw, and made a small nest next to the corner near the door for the little animal. She tapped the roe deer's wet little nose and said solemnly, "Tiny, if you need to go potty, go outside. If you make a mess in the room, I'll roast you over a fire to eat." Tiny gazed trustingly at her and even licked the finger she was using to point at it. It acted as if it truly understood what she was saying. Little Shido was at a loss for words and let out an adult-sounding sigh. Tiny was caught by second sister, so it's closest to her. Yu Xiaoxiao pinched his nose and smiled. The next time something good like this happens, I'll make sure you go first. Hearing that, little Shido became happy and jumped up in glee. Okay. We should bring back another roe deer to give Tiny some company. Whether the creature understood Yu Xiaoxiao's threats or whether it was because it gained some brains from the mystic stone water, it was hard to say. However, the little roe deer, who wasn't more than a month old, had never had an accident in the West Room since it started living there. Even if someone accidentally shut the door, it held its waist until someone came to let it out. Only then would it scramble outside quickly to relieve itself. In addition, the animal never acquired the wild and gamey smell of a wild roe deer. Even in the height of summer it still smelled fresh and sweet. Yu Xiaoxiao and her siblings all loved and cherished Tiny. Even Madame Lu said that this was a special roe deer that could understand what humans said to it. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao became interested in learning medicine from Dr. Yu, she relentlessly pursued that goal. In the following days, she became quite busy. Every morning, she got up early from bed and went to join Zhao Han. The two of them would divide up the areas for trapping and then head their separate ways to set their traps. With the help of the mystic stone water as bait, she never left the forest empty-handed after walking around the forest once. In fact, she usually ended up with twice the haul as a regular person got from traps. Sometimes, she would take the 2-hour walk with Zhao Han to go into town to sell her game. Other times she would ask Uncle Zhao to help her sell her game when he went into town. Luckily, Junsho Restaurant was becoming more and more popular with every passing day. They had hired a new chef in charge of preparing wild game, and his specialty was roasting and cooking meat. Their need for fresh, wild game slowly increased, so Yu Xiaoxiao and Zhao Han never had to worry about where to sell their live game. Sometimes, they would catch too much game by accident. However, even without Yu Xiaoxiao there herself, Junsho Restaurant still preferred their game over game caught by other hunters. After all, newly slaughtered meat had a better flavor and texture compared to meat that was not freshly harvested. In the afternoons, Yu Xiaoxiao often would go to Dr. Yu's home to learn how to identify herbal medications. She wasn't sure whether it was because she had the mystic stone water helping her or whether she had a good memory, but, to her, learning these medications was as easy as pie for her. Everything she learned was retained perfectly. Originally, Dr. Yu did not have any expectations for her, but after seeing her talent in this area, he began to cherish her abilities. In fact, she had basically become his disciple in all but name, and he instructed her personally. Whenever he needed to go up into the mountains to gather medicinal plants, he never forgot to bring her along. From time to time, he would test her while in the forest to see her abilities in identifying plants. Gradually, Dr. Yu realized that all the herbs he recognized, Yu Xiaoxiao had also memorized completely. He started to teach her on how to utilize these plants as medications. Hence, Yu Xiaoxiao distinctly started to feel that she didn't have enough time anymore. Oftentimes, she went with Dr. Yu at the crack of dawn to gather medicinal plants in the mountain, so she naturally didn't have enough time to set traps to catch wild hares anymore. From her standpoint, money could be earned at any time. However, the earlier she gained a practical knowledge of herbal medicines and treating illnesses, the better it would be for her. She thought that she had talent in this area. Maybe in the future she could even become a female doctor. Thus, Yu Xiaoxiao began to spend more time with Grandpa Yu than she did with her own family. Dr. Yu had lived alone for 30 years after settling in Dongshan village. He had been so obsessed with learning and practicing medicine that he never ended up marrying a wife and been a solitary bachelor for all his life. Although Yu Xiaoxiao was still a little girl physically, mentally she had the thought processes of an adult. With someone like her by his side, Yu Yang discovered that his days had become more interesting. Lately, in the past, whenever he started to research a new medicinal, he often lost track of time. Skipping meals was a common pastime for him. Now, he had a helper at his side. Even if he didn't remember to eat, she still needed to eat. When he was lost in his thoughts, she would sensibly start cooking some food and place it in front of him. The smell of delicious food would entice him to snap out of his thoughts. He had never thought he had a dormant foodie within him. However, the little girl's culinary skills were surprisingly good. Even simple ingredients like leafy green vegetables and daikon could be transformed by her into several different types of delicious dishes. The little girl was seriously too clever. She not only learned the medical knowledge he taught with ease but also could make connections and point out something that would lead him into a breakthrough. After studying for just a month, the little girl could independently prescribe some simple prescriptions without any problems. At this point, Dr. Yu had already regarded Xiaoxiao as his official disciple and taught her accordingly. When he went out to practice medicine, he always brought his little apprentice along. As time passed, most of the nearby villages all knew that Dr. Yu had accepted a little girl as his disciple. And she was treasured beyond expectations. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao felt that she could accurately diagnose and treat the common illnesses on her own, her teacher, Dr. Yu, had left behind a letter for her and hastily left Dongshan village on a short notice. In the letter, he explained that he had heard that there was information about his long-lost relatives who had been separated from him during the chaotic warring times. He needed to travel afar. However, he repeatedly warned Yu Xiaoxiao that she should not let her natural talent for medicine to go to waste. She needed to continue to review the material on a daily basis. If there was anyone near her who had gotten mildly sick, she could extend a helping hand towards them. Of course, if they refused her help, there was no need to force them. Yu Xiaoxiao had finally been released from her busy duties. However, she continued to go to Grandpa Yu's house every couple of days to help him tidy up his rooms and to nurture his herbs. She even attempted to compound some medicines used to treat external wounds, such as the ones used to slow and stop bleeding. Medications that had been sprinkled with mystic stone water were much more potent than the ones that even Dr. Yu made. However, not many people were brave enough to use the medications that she had prescribed. It wasn't surprising as outwardly she was still a small kid who hadn't even reached the age of 9. The truly odd scenario would have been if the villagers actually believed that she could treat illnesses. Thus, she only switched out the wound balm that her father normally carried when he went hunting with a wound balm she made on her own. Little did she know that her swap would later end up saving her father's life. That day, the always busy Yu Xiaoxiao, who now had free time, turned to speak to little Shido, who was in the courtyard feeding Tiny. "Little brother, isn't this about the time our father got back from fishing today? Little Shido didn't even raise his head as he replied, still too early. Second sister, you've been so busy outside of home lately that you don't even remember what time our father normally gets back. After he catches fish, he still needs to first go to the docks on land, then unload the fish from the boat and give them to someone. Sometimes, if he has a lot left over, he even needs to go to the fish market on the wharf and sell the extra off. The docks. Her eyes lit up and her mouth curved up into a toothy grin, as if she was the wolf trying to lure a little bunny rabbit into a trap. Shido, do you want to go to look at the docks? I heard there are a lot of shops there that sell almost everything. Good food, fun things. Second sister, you want to go? If you go, I'll go. However, should we also bring Tiny with us? Little Shido was very protective of the little pet. The roe deer went wherever he went. However, there was a reason for his paranoia. The pitiful little roe deer, who didn't have much meat on its bones, had almost been killed by Madame Li and Yu Haitzi. The two of them had anchored the animal down to the ground with a butcher's knife in their hands. Had little Shido and Xiaolian not arrived in time, Tiny would have been fated to become the main dish to the meal. Afterwards, Zhao Han took Yu Haitzi aside and taught him a small lesson that Tiny was a pet that he had lent to Shido to play with. If he ever found out that Haitzi still wanted to eat the little roe deer, he would knock out all of his teeth. Hunter Zhao's family was relatively well known in Dongshan village. It was said that some years ago, during a particularly harsh winter, a starving wolf pack had entered the village. The wolves not only stole many chickens, but also hurt some people. Just as the crisis seemed to escalate, the entire Zhao family went into battle with the creatures. Even the outwardly gentle and elegant Auntie Zhao bent a bow and shot some arrows. The more than dozen wolves were not a match for them. Although the 4 members of the Zhao family had become heroes to most of the villagers, there were some who felt alienated by their actions. After all, no one liked having their deficiencies being pointed out by the deeds of others. After Yu Haitzi's small lesson, he came back home with a bloody nose and black eyes. Even Madame Li, who often liked to make mountains out of molehills, could only throw a tantrum within the courtyard walls as she was too scared of the Zhao family to cause any large waves. With Haitzi as an example, the rest of the Yu family who were not from the second branch no longer dared to steal the little roe deer anymore. Despite that, little Shido still didn't feel safe leaving the roe deer alone. The sight of Yu Haitzi holding a cleaver over a helpless Tiny had engraved itself into his mind. Wherever he went, Shido would always bring the little roe deer along with him. Dongshan village now had an oddity to see, a little boy walking in the front and a tiny roe deer blindly following him from behind. Anyone who saw the unlikely pair couldn't help but let out a knowing smile. They were going just as she planned. Yu Xiaosao fished some money from her hidden stash of cash. After thinking for a bit, she also took out a string of copper coins and put it into her chest pocket. Winter came early to the north, so there was already a chilly nip in the air. Many people had already put on their thick winter coats. Therefore, no one could tell that Yu Xiaosao had about 100 copper coins hidden on her. Yu Xiaosao gleefully skipped down the road as she carried a large basket. The equally excited little Shido followed her as they went in the direction towards the docks. Although the docks were closer to Dongshan village compared to the town, it was still about an hour's walk away. Since Yu Xiaosao was in a good mood, she didn't feel too tired by the time she got there. They had arrived at the busiest time at the pier. The fishermen who went out to sea had just come back with their loads. The southwest corner of the wharf had naturally become a fish market. The stewards in charge of purchasing from large manors were all there early so that they could pick out their master's favorite fish and seafood. In addition, the buyers from the restaurants, taverns, and small eating houses were also waiting there for the fresh catch of the day. On the docks were a couple of cargo ships that had just gotten to shore. The dock workers under the direction of a foreman were steadily loading cargo from the ships onto some carts. The sounds of hawkers, shouts, and work chants filled the air. Altogether, the various noises wove together into the distinctive noise of a busy wharf. Under the rich and dense atmosphere of the pier, Xiaosao could feel herself immersing into these new surroundings. Second sister, over there is where they sell snacks. I came once with father before and he bought me a giant steamed bun made with white flour. Buns made with white flour are seriously too tasty. The little foodie, little Shito, pointed at a road on the outskirts of the docks. A couple of crude shacks were built alongside the street and puffs of warm air came with the morning wind that blew from there. The fishermen and dock workers probably brought along some dried goods with them to eat. However, in the chill of the early morning, it was still necessary to drink a bowl of hot soup to warm the body up. Where there's demand, there's a market. Under the low ceiling of the shacks were people selling porridge and hot noodle soup. Others had stoves with steaming baskets full of steamed rolls and stuffed buns to sell. There were even some farmers, who didn't have work to do on the fields in the slack season, with baskets full of the dishes or pickled vegetables from the farms to sell. Schemes began to form in Xiaoxiao's mind. With her culinary talent in braised dishes from her past life, it would be easier for her to obtain a good living here. Unfortunately, the people here all gossiped and talked. Once her grandmother found out, even the capital money used here would be taken from her completely. Is that Xiaolian, or is it Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao didn't think she would meet someone she knew here at the docks. She twisted her head around and saw an unfamiliar face. The swarthy youth in front of her looked to be about 15 to 16 years of age and had a tall and broad figure. His large eyes were set under a pair of thick eyebrows, and his face looked oddly familiar. Who was this? Little Shito, who was standing next to her, answered her in spoken question. Eldest cousin, why are you here? Did you come with eldest aunt 1? Ah, so it was second uncle's son, the 14-year-old Lu Jiwei. Although this fellow was only 14 years old, he looked very strong and sturdy. In terms of looks, he didn't resemble either of his parents. Instead, he looked the most like eldest uncle. Lu Jiwei chuckled. Yes, I came along with eldest aunt and also eldest uncle. I'm looking to see if I can find any work here at the docks. Eldest uncle often comes here and is familiar with the foreman. He's already unloading the cargo from the ships. They thought I was too young and didn't want to hire me. The youth stated all of this with a face full of resentment. Although he was young in age, he still had plenty of strength. Usually he spent time with his father working the fields and had done a lot of work requiring brute strength. How dare they look down on him? Xiaoxiao, Shito, why are you two at the docks? Eldest aunt, Madame Han, gently asked as she came by with a basket on her arm. The two siblings politely returned her greeting and called her eldest aunt. When Xiaoxiao had had her head accident and was in a coma for 3 days, her maternal grandmother, grandfather, uncles, and aunts all came over to visit her. They even brought over a hen and half a basket of eggs. Unfortunately, these goods had all been confiscated by Madame Zhang. In Madame Zhang's eyes, since Madame Lu had a sickly body and Yu Xiaoxiao was medicine-guzzling fiend, the gifts brought by the Lu family were not enough to make up for these two spendthrifts. Xiaoxiao's impression of her maternal family was quite good. She had learned from Xiaolian that eldest aunt was an honest and genuine person. From personal experience, this was true. Right at this moment, the dock workers were about to go on break to rest and eat breakfast. After the foreman rang a bell, about 100 or so workers, some with food in their hands, others without, started coming over to this area. The hawkers selling breakfast foods immediately started advertising their wares enthusiastically. Hot soup for sale, steaming hot cabbage soup, radish soup. Hot porridge, warm and cheap, only 1 copper coin per bowl. Noodle soup for sale, you there, young lad, come eat a bowl of noodle soup. I guarantee 1 bowl will fill you up completely. Pickled and salted vegetables, very delicious. With 1 copper coin you can get enough for a few people to split. Good sir, buy some pickled vegetables to eat. In a moment, you'll have enough strength to work again. Seeing the situation, eldest aunt hurriedly said, right now is the time to sell food. I need to start advertising now. You two probably haven't eaten breakfast yet. Jiwei, here's 5 copper coins, go buy some steamed rolls and split them with your younger brother and younger sister. As she was speaking, a dock worker who smelled heavily of sweat came by. His head was beaded with perspiration. He turned towards eldest aunt and said, Madam, can I have 1 copper coin's worth of soybean paste with some salted vegetables on cooked dough? Okay, Eldest aunt swiftly gave him a few pancakes and spread some soybean paste on them. The pickled vegetables had been finely cut and sautéed with lard. In exchange for the copper coin, the food wrapped in a piece of oiled paper and given to the man. After receiving the wraps, the man started eating one in huge bites and said, "Madam, I gotta say, your soybean paste has the best flavor and the pickled vegetables are perfect, not too salty. After getting used to eating your food, other people's food just doesn't taste right." Of course, don't you know whose wife is this? A tall, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man came from behind and patted the other man's shoulder. His handsome face was bright and his skin had a healthy bronzed tan. He flashed a grin that showed a mouth full of sparkling white teeth. Little Shido gleefully threw himself at the newcomer and hugged the man's shins as he called out, "Eldest uncle, it's been such a long time since you last visited us. I missed you a lot." Liu Pei bent down to pull the little kid into his arms. He bounced Shido in his arms for a bit to check his weight and looked with pleasant surprise at the boy's now fleshed-out face. "Did your family start giving you more food? Looks like you've grown quite a bit, little fella." "Nah, second sister knows how to catch fish and trap rabbits. They taste so good when roasted. Next time I'll give eldest uncle some too." Had it been earlier, Shido would have never exchanged meat to get closer to someone. Now that he could eat barbecued meat or stewed meat every couple of days after bringing game to Auntie Zhao's house and using her stove to cook the meat, he no longer felt that meat was a rare, precious thing to be hoarded. Liu Pei examined Yu Xiaoxiao's complexion and his smile deepened. Xiaoxiao is really capable to be able to catch fish and rabbits. It gladdens my heart knowing you guys are doing better. That grandmother of yours doesn't mind you using game for your own purposes. What are you saying to the children? Eldest aunt glared at her husband. Xiaoxiao could tell that her business wasn't going well. It wasn't surprising as salted vegetables, cooked dough, and soybean paste were food that every family had. Those who brought food from home would bring the exact same fare. Why would anyone spend money to buy more of the same thing? Little Shido giggled and said, "We cook the meat in the mountains and then give portions to the people in our immediate family. Grandmother has no clue. Don't forget to sneak some to your mother. Your mother has had a hard life lately." Liu Pei felt bad regarding his only sister's hardships as he was unable to help her as much as he would have liked. At that time, his father should not have married his sister into a family with a stepmother. Where there was a stepmother, there would soon be a stepfather. At first it was still tolerable, but once the Yu family's third son left to go to school, even old Yu's feelings became biased. "Yes, I have left chicken and rabbit legs for mother. The legs have the most meat." The little boy knew how to ingratiate himself with his elders. After greeting her eldest uncle with her brother, Yu Xiaoxiao had stood at the side smiling silently. Only now did she chirp, "Shido, quickly come down. You should let eldest uncle rest a bit and eat something." "Not a problem. How much can a 5-year-old weigh anyway?" Despite his words, Liu Pei still let the little boy down. The foreman had told him earlier that in a moment they needed to load a high-ranking official's boat. They could not afford to be sloppy at this task. The dock workers in the surrounding area ate as they discussed the official's vessel. Yu Xiaoxiao had eavesdropped on their conversations and found out it was a seafaring ship that was owned by a royal prince from the capital. It had apparently traveled to far-flung places and found some new creatures. From the idle gossip of the people around her, Yu Xiaoxiao found out that the current emperor had also liked traveling by ship when he was still an imperial prince. All of the current large, ocean-faring ships were all purchased by the emperor as an imperial prince in his teens. Prior to his ascension, Zhongwen Emperor had traveled several times out to sea. He went to the southern seas, western seas, and to even further places. On one of his trips, he brought back the high-yielding crop, sweet potatoes, and some strange spices. Some other examples of new goods he brought back included hot peppers so spicy that they caused a man's mouth to swell, the fresh and crispy cucumber, and the refreshing and thirst-quenching watermelon. Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered that, in her previous life, the Ming dynasty had also conducted several maritime voyages. However, the person who sailed on the West Seas was the Sanbao eunuch, Zhang He, and not an imperial prince. Admiral Zhang He in her previous life had no connection whatsoever with Zhongwen Emperor. Was it possible that the founding emperor and Zhongwen Emperor had transmigrated into this life? Ah, Transmigrating doesn't come without risks and one must be cautious. In fact, many novels about political fighting and scheming often harped on this point. When there was more than one person who transmigrated over, they rarely worked together. Instead, they were often locked in a fight to the death. Since I'm ultimately a small fish in the sea, there's no point in trying to fight with the emperor. It's better to keep my head low and live a subdued life. In the end, the two siblings didn't allow their eldest aunt to buy them steamed buns. They both claimed that they had already eaten breakfast. They stayed on the docks, and, before long, an official came over to ask them to move. The royal prince had set out, so the idle and unnecessary personnel should give away. The two siblings weren't the only commoners who were shooed away. In fact, even the people peddling wares from baskets had been driven away from the docks. Only the merchants in the shacks were lucky enough to not have to leave. Little Shido whined that he wanted to see the royal prince. Against her sensibilities, Yu Xiaoxiao could only tightly hold onto his head and squirm through a spot between the people pushed away by the bailiff to find a place for them to see. Within about 15 minutes, the once raucous and noisy wharf had become quiet. A long line of horse carts, all piled with goods, appeared. There were so many wagons that they couldn't see the end of the line. In front of the carts were a few haughty people dressed simply. All of them were riding horses, and they surrounded a young man clothed in expensive robes. Second sister, is that older brother the royal prince? Little Shatu's voice wasn't very loud. However, in the stark silence where even the sound of horse hooves was apparent, his voice sounded exceptionally clear. Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that a couple of people in the nobly dressed group turned their heads to look in their direction and hastily covered her little brother's mouth with her hand. Who knew what kind of tempers these old officials had? If they ended up clashing, they were the ones who would suffer. Next to the robed youth was an extremely pale old man. The elderly man's eyes flashed and he lowered his head to speak something to the young man. The youth pulled on the reins and turned to look in the distance towards where the two siblings were. Now Yu Xiaoxiao could clearly make out the young man's appearance. He had a pair of eyes as dark as obsidian and they emitted a heroic aura. At first glance, his expression seemed tranquil but, on closer inspection, one could see that he was hiding a decisive and shrewd mind. When paired with a handsome face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, his entire demeanor became even more imposing. For a split second, Yu Xiaoxiao felt as if the person in front of her was fierce tiger on hunt and not a 15 to 16-year-old youth. However, after a closer look at his face, why did it seem like she had seen him somewhere before? Maybe. She had seen too many celebrities in her previous life, so now every handsome man looked similar to someone she had seen before. Second sister, I remember him. Little Shido said quietly after he broke free from her restraining hand. The people around them all looked at them with expressions of disbelief. Yu Xiaoxiao let out a hollow laugh and discreetly shook her head at her brother. A bailiff had turned his head to look at them, and Xiaoxiao bowed towards him. He's just spewing nonsense. Don't mind the ignorant words of a little child, don't mind the ignorant words of a little child. However, the imposing youth already directed his horse to walk to this area. At his side, the people continued to crowd around them, or was it that they were protecting him? We're screwed. If we fled now, would it be too late? Yu Xiaoxiao scanned the surroundings in an attempt to find an escape route. Unfortunately, her earlier attempt at finding her younger brother a better location to watch the proceedings had trapped them to an area where they were surrounded on all sides by people. Slowly squeezing through the crowd was out of the question, let alone trying to escape quickly. The emperor had selected Left Commander of the Imperial Guards, Fang Xuan, to be in charge of keeping Royal Prince Yang safe. He blindly followed the prince who had been selected by the emperor himself for the royal prince title and found himself incredibly surprised when he saw the figures of the two siblings in the crowd. The older sister had bright and lively large eyes that were oddly familiar to him. Ah, that's right, about a month ago he had seen this pair of siblings in front of a woodworker shop in Tanggu town. She had a demeanor that was neither arrogant nor servile, and seemed to be calmer than her age. It had left an impression on him. Royal Prince Yang reined his horse into a stop right in front of the two siblings. Zhu Junyang stared at the little girl's pale, delicate face and the somewhat familiar large eyes and seemed to be lost in his memories. He continued to sit, silently, on his horse as he regarded the two siblings without a change in expression. His lips were pressed into a single line. Yu Xiaoxiao felt flustered under his unrelenting stare. Is that killing intent I sense? Please stop staring at us, neither of us are beauties beyond compare. Head Steward Fu, are you certain that they are my saviors? Zhu Junyang finally said after a long period of silence. Ever since his accident a few months ago, his mother had kept him home to recuperate. Although he had originally planned on sailing in September, it had been pushed back for almost a month longer. He had also thought of finding his savior, but there were a lot of fishing villages in the area he had almost drowned in. He didn't want to conduct the search with great fanfare. After all, almost drowning after being capsized from a ship he was testing out wasn't something that was glorious. However, Zhu Junyang also didn't feel comfortable not rewarding someone who had saved his life. Had the head steward not seen the people involved and reminded him, he would have just missed out on the opportunity to meet his saviors again. Second sister, that's the guy we fished up on the day we went out to gather seafood. Look at his ears, there's a red birthmark on one. I couldn't forget something like that. Innocent to the possible implications, little Shito eagerly told Yu Xiaoxiao all of his findings. An awkward expression flashed through Zhu Junyang's normally stern face. He had been the butt of many jokes when he was younger due to the red birthmark on his ear. Other people often teased him that it was a rouge mark and that it was a sign that he was a woman in his past life. Those seeing it at a glance would often think he was wearing an earring. For his entire life, his birthmark had been a source of shame for him. After being titled a royal prince, there were very few people who would dare to mention it in front of his face. Yu Xiaoxiao could sense that this noble in front of them was displeased and wished she could just glue her brother's mouth shut. That little imp, how can commoners like us discuss the appearances of the nobility? The awkward memories of his youth had stymied royal Prince Yang's desire to pay his debt of gratitude to his saviors. In a fit of arrogance, he turned his horse around to go back. From the back, his spine was ramrod straight and his entire body held tension. Give them some money. The haughty royal prince suddenly halted. After thinking about the shabby conditions of the two siblings' clothes, he had a feeling that these two were about as well off as a street-side beggar. Thus, he dryly commanded the steward to give them some money. Head Steward Fu bowed his head slightly after receiving his master's orders. He looked around him and then commanded the bailiffs to bring the two siblings to him. Before the steward could say anything, a tall man broke through the layers of guards, pushed the two children behind his body, and kneeled down in front of him. These two children are ignorant and offended nobles, sir. It's all this worthless father's fault for not teaching them better. Please, great lord, let these two children go. I, Yu Hai, am willing to take their punishment instead. Apparently, after Yu Hai sold his fish, he had also heard of the nobles passing by to go out to sea, and came by to join in on the fun. He had seen everything that had happened earlier. A father's protective instinct for his children could not be underestimated. Seeing his beloved children get into trouble, he recklessly rushed up to shield them. Father. The rims of Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes turned red with emotion. Previously, she had some pent-up frustrations regarding this ordinary and easy-going father. He wasn't incapable at earning a living, but he still let his wife and children live in such poor conditions. A man who couldn't protect his wife and family wasn't considered a truly good man. However, his actions today obliterated her initially poor impression of him. He was willing to sacrifice his life to save his children. That wasn't something that every father would do. In Xiaoxiao's heart, her father's ranking had increased perceptibly. Seeing that Yu Hai was a loving father, Head Steward Fu also increased his respect for the man. He personally supported this tall and robust man up with a smile on his face. His usually sharp voice had tempered down into a gentler tone and he said, "Benefactor, I'm not sure if you still remember Sajia." Sajia, isn't that how court eunuchs usually referred to themselves? So the white-haired, beardless old man in front of them was a court eunuch. After hearing the word, benefactor, Yu Xiaoxiao felt relieved and regarded the slender court eunuch with a stealthy, curious gaze. Would this head steward be like the head steward court eunuch in Dragon Gate Inn? Who was also really good at martial arts? Classmate Xiaoxiao, you have hit the bullseye. Just think, Would a royal prince who was given the heavy responsibility of making an ocean voyage by his imperial majesty not have any experts at his side? Yu Hai took advantage of the situation to get up. When standing, his body seemed even more tall and sturdy. He inspected head steward Fu carefully and then looked down to think carefully before he finally nodded and said, "Any fisherman, not just me, would have done the same thing had they encountered someone drowning. I'm really not worthy of being called a benefactor. My old father is quite good. He seems calm and cultured in front of this court eunuch who's a head steward and a whole slew of nobility. In fact, the words he just said sound very educated and literate." Yu Xiaosao gazed at her father with an additional hint of worship in her eyes. Head steward Fu nodded his head and smiled. "Perhaps to you, benefactor, it was as simple as threading a needle. However, you did save the life of our royal prince. This is the same as saving this one's life and the entire royal prince's household. Please receive my respects." "Enough of the pretty words. No one really wants your respects, okay? Can you give us some tangible benefits, Yu Xiaosao's eyes flashed as she watched the head steward. Her impatience was clawing at her, like there was 25 mice scratching at her at the same time. How could Yu Hai receive the respects from a royal household's head steward? This eunuch was someone who spent time every day with the emperor's relatives and served them. How could he receive anything from this high personage? He hastily supported head steward Fu up and repeatedly said, "I can't receive this, by the heavens, I absolutely can't receive this." Head steward Fu gently shook off his restraining hand and bowed solemnly. After he finished expressing his gratitude, he turned to give a hint to the eunuch behind him and said, "Our meeting today was not planned, so I didn't have the time to prepare a suitable thank you gift. For now, all we have is a small token that is not worthy enough to convey our respect. Please take it as a substitute. For now, benefactor, and accept it. Once our royal prince has journeyed back from the West Seas, I will definitely come to your home to pay you a visit and bring more gifts to thank you." They could only see that he took a heavy object wrapped in a cloth from the court eunuch's hands. The head steward held the mysterious object with two hands, presented it to Yu Hai, not giving him any avenue to refuse, and said, "The ship is about to sail, I shall take my leave now." When Yu Hai was about to chase after them to return the gift, a couple of bailiffs politely blocked his way. They could care less about whether there was a benefactor or not. Their duty was to protect the nobility from any sign of danger or hostilities. "Father, can I see what the head steward gave us as a gift?" Yu Xiaosao impatiently grabbed at the item in her father's hands as he led her back into the crowd. Wow, the object was heavier than she thought as it had almost slipped out of her hands. Yu Hai had just enough time to say, "Don't expose the gift in front others." When he saw old Yu and Yu Dashan heading towards them with grim faces. Yu Dashan's honest face looked anxious and his eyes were full of alarm and rage. "Dahai, your two children really can cause too much trouble." Those were all officials and nobility from the capital, and princes too. How can people like us cause trouble? And you, how could you just recklessly rush up? If you had offended these people, our whole family would have gotten involved. Hearing this, Xiaosao felt unhappy. "Eldest uncle, how did we cause trouble? Did we kill someone or set something on fire? The people from the capital are fair and reasonable, okay? They just called us up to ask us a couple of things. How can we bring you trouble?" Yu Dashan glared at them with eyes that resembled Madame Zhang's and huffed, "Dahai, look at these children you have spoiled. How are they acting like this? How can they speak to their elders like this? The nobles are generous in their conduct and don't deign to step down to our level. However, if we offend them, you'll be subject to 9 familial extermination too. Won't the whole Yu family be destroyed by you? 9 familial extermination. That's only reserved for the worst of crimes, treason. If you claimed that us 2 kids were conducting treasonous activities, who'd believe you? Eldest uncle, you've heard too many stories from the storytellers." Yu Xiaosao found herself tickled by her uncle's patent ignorance. The scene that happened earlier was at most a crime of disrespect. The punishment for that was not even close to 9 familial extermination. "Ah, eldest uncle, you're such a worrywart." Yu Hai looked at his father and eldest brother. He was at a loss as to how to feel about them. Earlier the two of them clamped onto him and refused to let him go in and save his 2 children. His kids were his closest blood and bone. Sacrificing his life to save theirs was normal and just. He stared at his eldest brother, turned to his father, who had been silent the entire time, and said, "Father, Kaur and Shido didn't offend any nobles. They had actually recognized the two of them and called them over to ask them something." Following that, Yu Hai explained what had happened the last time they went to gather seafood. From beginning to end, he described how he resuscitated the royal prince and transported him over the treacherous reefs. After hearing this, old Yu's eyes had finally lifted from the ground and he slowly nodded his head. "Good, everything you said is correct. Saving a drowning person is the duty of us fishermen. It is fortunate that the nobles remembered this event. We certainly aren't the type of people to demand a reward for doing something good. In the future, we shouldn't bring this up again." She didn't expect her grandfather to have this type of wisdom. Yu Xiaosao felt she had a whole new understanding of the normally silent and taciturn old man, who had the voice of highest authority in their household. Yu Dashan's expression finally turned clear and his face perceptibly relaxed. "Second younger brother, I never would have thought you would have the kind of good luck to save a prince while gathering seafood from the beach. Although we're not the type of people to demand a reward from nobles, we also shouldn't reject their good intentions, right? Quickly open it and see what good thing the prince gave you." Old Yu also glanced over at the cloth-wrapped object in Yu Xiaosao's hands. This was the token of gratitude that the royal prince's head steward gave to father. "What does it have to do with you guys?" Yu Xiaosao felt incredibly resentful but was helpless in this situation. Anything good that was seen by people outside their branch would never be left for them alone. She inwardly sighed as she opened the wrappings on the small, yet heavy object. Inside were 10 ingots of shiny silver neatly stacked together and a single jade pendant. Judging from the appearance, this token of gratitude had been hastily put together. Although the texture of the jade pendant wasn't bad, it clearly wasn't a top-notch piece of jade. It was likely something that was usually used to reward servants and the like. The aristocrats are truly generous nobles. Look, they easily give out a couple hundred taels of silver. And this jade pendant must be worth at least around 180 taels. Yu Dashan clicked his tongue in wonder. Looks like we have enough money to pay third brother's studies for 10 years. Yu Dashan felt faint looking at the glittering silver and the quality jade pendant. None of these were things that people in their household would normally ever see. Yu Xiaosao sneered slightly. This money was given in exchange for her father risking life and limb to save someone from the hostile seas. Okay. How is it that in the eyes of these people that the money had suddenly become younger uncle's schooling fees for the next 10 years? Old Yu reached out a large, calloused hand and gently caressed the translucent and white jade pendant. He glanced at his second son and then made a decision. This jade pendant is not something one can merely be bought with money. In the future, no matter how poor we are, we cannot sell this. It shall become a family heirloom, passed down the oldest legitimate descendants of the Yu family, and serve as a memento for future generations to come. Yu Dashan's face froze. The Yu family's oldest legitimate descendants. That didn't include him. Everyone in the family knew that even though he, Yu Dashan, had changed his surname, wasn't a blood and flesh relation to the Yu family. Madame Zhang was old Yu's second wife and was the maternal cousin of Yu Hai's deceased mother. Back when Madame Zhang was newly widowed, she had been driven away from her husband's family. Out of kindness, Yu Hai's mother took her in. Later on, Yu Hai's mother passed away from an illness and thus, old Yu took Madame Zhang as his second wife. The eldest son, Yu Dashan, was the son from Madame Zhang's first marriage and was only 2 months older than Yu Hai. Oldest legitimate descendants. To put it another way, didn't it mean that Yu Hai was the oldest in the Yu family? In the end, wouldn't this mean that the beautiful jade pendant would end up in his second brother's hands? Yu Dashan wholeheartedly didn't want that to happen, but he wasn't in a position to object. Anything was better than the jade pendant being owned by Yu Hai, who he didn't have any blood relations to. However, he knew the circumstances were not in his favor. Even his tiger of a mother, Madame Zhang, couldn't change the old man's mind when he made a decision. Yu Xiaosao felt her heart settle down after hearing this. The Yu family's oldest legitimate descendants, that would be her eldest brother. Luckily, this good deed wasn't done in vain. At least her branch would have a jade pendant in the end. However, the 100 taels of silver had slipped out of her grasp. If she had only been faster, she could have purloined a couple ingots. Yu Xiaoxiao cried inwardly. 100 taels of silver is a lot of money. Once they all arrived home, Yu Xiaoxiao saw that all of the shiny silver had disappeared into her cheap grandmother's purse and felt forlorn again. Madame Lu noticed her daughter's listlessness and couldn't help but feel Xiaoxiao's forehead out of worry that she was getting sick again. The past 3 months were the most comfortable stretch of time that Madame Lu had experienced in the previous 7 to 8 years. Even though her workload had not decreased and she still got yelled at every day, her normally sickly daughter wasn't ill even once in the past couple of months. In fact, she was able to run and play like the other village children and even learn medicine from Dr. Yu. In fact, they were always able to eat enough to fill their stomachs even though it wasn't always the type of food they craved. Furthermore, the children had also learned how to set traps and occasionally caught a couple of animals. They would cook the game outside and have a great feast, but they were filial and never forgot to surreptitiously give some roasted meat to her and their father. Seeing that her children's cheeks were rosy and that their once skinny bodies filling during bath time, Madame Lu felt like their lives had finally turned around for the better. Dashan's wife and Dahai's wife, there was frost on the ground this morning. We should harvest the sweet potatoes tomorrow to store in the cellar. After receiving the 100 taels of silver, Madame Zhang finally had a smile on her face. Yu Hai doted on his wife, so he put down his bowl full of rice and interjected, "How about us men don't go out to sea and instead harvest the sweet potatoes instead?" After hearing his suggestion, Madame Zhang's expression immediately darkened. "We only have 3 plots of poor and rocky land. I could harvest them all myself in my younger days. What's the point in postponing the true business of fishing out in sea? You need to take advantage of the days you can go out before it gets too cold." Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at her miserly grandmother and thought, this old lady really does love money. 100 taels of silver would last us for an entire year even if we didn't continue to go out to the sea to catch fish. She's pretty much the female version of Ebenezer Scrooge. 1. The next day at the crack of dawn, Yu Xiaoxiao groggily put on her thick cotton coat after being woken up by Madame Zhang's shrill voice. It was only the 10th month of the lunar calendar but there was already a thick layer of frost on the ground. If she didn't wear her winter coat during the day, she didn't think she could stand the cold air. "Littler sister, you should go back to sleep. I'll help mother dig up the sweet potatoes." Yu Xiaolian swiftly got up but when she saw her sleepy sister, she quickly went back to push her back into the bed. The warmth of the bed and covers made it hard for people to leave it in the morning. However, the family's real 8-year-old daughter had already gotten up to go to the fields. How could she, an inwardly 30-something woman, stay in bed shamelessly? After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, Yu Xiaoxiao yawned as she followed her mother listlessly from behind. She turned her head slightly to see her fat aunt, Madame Li, also yawning and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Seeing that made Yu Xiaoxiao immediately feel better about herself. "Look, it's not as if I'm the only one who wants to stay on the Kong bed and not get up." All of them walked on a narrow and curvy trail towards the fields. After walking for about half an hour, Yu Xiaoxiao could finally see their plots of land filled with lush green sweet potato vines. The verdant plants, the azure skin, and the smell of rich earth that came in with every chilly breath she took all helped to wake her up. Dashan's wife and Dahai's wife, "You guys are here to harvest the sweet potatoes." An average-looking man with a warm smile on his face greeted the group of women eagerly. "Good morning, third uncle. Are you also here to dig up some sweet potatoes?" Yu Xiaoxiao had a good impression of her father's cousin. Shortly after she first transmigrated over, she had even been carried home by this man. Yu Zhang grinned as he ruffled her hair. He noticed that she had a small hoe in her hands and teased, "Oh. Looks like our Xiaoxiao is a little adult now. Third uncle's family has already finished digging up our sweet potatoes. After we make one last sweep over the grounds, how about we come over and help you guys?" "No need, we only have 3 plots of land to go over. We'll be done after a day's work. Please carry on with everything else you have to do." Madame Lu gracefully declined his offer in the presence of Li Guiwa. Xiaoxiao's extended family also had a lot of people in the household and all were busy in this season. How could they possibly delay their chores? Madame Li glared at her sister-in-law. Declining another person's offer of help only meant that you would be tired at the end of the day. If it was only you getting fatigued, it would be one thing. But why do you have to drag me into this too? Yu Xiaoxiao noticed the large pile of sweet potatoes that other people had dug up lying on the side of the road and was reminded of all of the sweet potato food she had in her past life. Images of baked sweet potatoes, soft and sticky glutinous balls made with yams, and the crispy and sweet potato pancakes floated through her mind. Excited at the prospect of food, she eagerly picked up her hoe and stepped into the field. It was time to harvest. As her mother and her third uncle continued to talk, she pushed aside the vines and aimed her hoe at the thickest portion to start. After she heaved the hoe up, she was duly rewarded with the sight of a half-buried sweet potato. Yu Xiaoxiao trembled with excitement. Although her family had some land in her previous life, they only grew wheat and soybeans and had never planted any yams. They would only occasionally come across some that were on the border where other people had planted some and reaped the benefits. Yu Xiaoxiao carefully used the hoe to push away the surrounding soil and continued to dig a deeper and larger hole. To avoid damaging any of the sweet potatoes, she abandoned the hoe and dug the rest of the dirt with her bare hands. At last, she could feel the yam loosening from the ground. From her perspective, it looked as large as volleyball. She gripped onto it and pulled with all her might as if she was pulling daikon from the ground. Finally, the sweet potato popped out of the ground. The effort caused her to fall unceremoniously on her butt as she lost her balance. Luckily, all of the vines and dirt she had cleared earlier cushioned her fall, so she didn't feel much pain. She casually patted off the dirt from her bottom, picked up the sweet potatoes she had harvested on her own, and announced, "Mother. Look, I dug up a really big sweet potato." Third uncle also came over and a surprised expression crossed his face. "Oh. Xiaoxiao really has talent to be able to dig up such a big yam on her first try. I gotta say, this one could probably take the crown for size." Yu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed as she held her spoils of war, but the voice of the little divine stone suddenly sounded in her mind. "Why are you so excited? Did you forget? About 2 months ago, it was getting dry, so you took some of my special water and mixed it with some other water and used that to water the fields. Without my help, how could such barren, sandy land raise sweet potatoes this size? So mystic stone water can also promote the growth of crops, eh?" The farmer's child, Yu Xiaoxiao, felt her heart skip a beat at this thought. In the future, if she could grow some out-of-season crops, wouldn't she be able to make a lot of money? Out-of-season crops, what's that? The little divine stone was flabbergasted at the odd term it took from her mind. Yu Xiaoxiao continued to dig up the yams as she replied, "That is, growing spring vegetables in the winter. Oh, that's not hard. As long as it doesn't blizzard, this divine stone, can naturally hasten the growth of vegetables." If the little divine stone had a tail, it would have long been cocked up to the sky proudly. Although only a fraction of the stone's innate powers had been restored, it had more than enough to accelerate the growth of plants. Yu Xiaoxiao excavated the nearby smaller sweet potatoes from her initial find and tampered down her joy and said, "If what you're telling me is true, I'll make sure to let you absorb some energy from Grandpa Yu's herbs. How many times have I told you? What I'm absorbing is what you humans can't absorb, spiritual energy." It didn't affect the effects of the medicinal herbs at all. Yet, you still refuse to believe me. The spiritual energy of the medicinal herbs from old Yu's house was pitifully little. The little divine stone began to bargain. "All right, the next time I go to town, I will take a detour to Tongren Medicine Hall and let you absorb as much spiritual energy as you want." Finding another sweet potato, Xiaoxiao focused all her energy to deal with the big sweet potato and casually responded to the divine stone. After all, who knew when she would visit town again? Madame Lu, who had never tried to shirk from work or responsibility, bent down and ceaselessly dug for sweet potatoes. She secretly thought, in the previous years, the biggest sweet potato that came from this piece of sandy soil was no bigger than the size of a palm. Yet this year, it seemed as if the sweet potatoes are filled with gas, each bigger than the next. She originally thought that the sweet potato that her youngest daughter had just dug up was already considered the best. But she hadn't expected that the sweet potatoes that she dug up afterwards were also not any less inferior to the sweet potato that her youngest daughter had dug up. Some had even surpassed the size of the Potato King. "Mother, the size of this year's sweet potatoes is much bigger than last year's." It seems like we'll be able to harvest a lot more sweet potatoes this year, too. Yu Shaolian felt that this was unbelievable. It was the same plot of land as last year and the seeds came from the sweet potatoes from the previous year. However, why did it seem as if this year's harvest of sweet potatoes were in a competition? They were each bigger than the next. Madam Li had only just begun digging when she sat down and began wiping her sweat. She lowered her head and looked at the size of her family's field of sweet potatoes. All the meat on Madam Li's face squished together as she smiled and said, "Younger sister-in-law, this year, the sweet potatoes will definitely be high-yielding. Do you think Mother will give us some to roast and eat?" In the past, when the harvest wasn't abundant, the sweet potatoes would be beaten into thin slices and put out to be dried in the sun. After that, it would be grinded into powder and served together with the other coarse grains throughout the entire winter. Pancakes made from sweet potato powder were sweet and chewy. It tasted much better than the pancakes made from the crude millet flour and weird-smelling bean flour. Every year, the few remaining small sweet potatoes would occasionally be boiled in a basin. The boiled sweet potatoes tasted very soft and sweet. It was a pity that they couldn't eat much because it easily caused acid reflux. The sweet potatoes tasted even better when roasted. However, Madame Zhang thought that it was too wasteful since a portion of the scorched skin of the sweet potato must be thrown away. "Eldest aunt, you have already rested for a long time. Quickly get up and dig for sweet potatoes. There are so many sweet potatoes. If we don't finish digging today, my grandmother would be angry. When that happens, we won't even be able to eat sweet potato skin, let alone roasted sweet potatoes." Yu Xiaosao held contempt for this lazy and greedy eldest aunt. Both she and Shaolian had already dug a pile of sweet potatoes, yet her eldest aunt had barely dug up two before she sat down and stopped working. It was impossible for people to refrain themselves from mocking her. Madam Li picked up a small sweet potato and wiped off the dirt on the sweet potato with her sleeve, which was of an indescribable color. With her big mouth, she loudly gnawed at the outer skin of the sweet potato. While she gnawed off the skin with big mouthfuls, she also didn't forget to excuse herself and she said, "It's only 5 plots of land. We will definitely be able to finish digging today. If I rest for a bit, it wouldn't delay anything. This year's sweet potatoes are not only big, but it's also sweet. It tastes better than the sweet potatoes from the previous years." Yu Shaolian glared at her. She knew that they can never rely on Madam Li when they harvest sweet potatoes every year. Yu Shaolian raised her head to look at her younger twin sister. She couldn't help but say, "Xiaosao, rest for a little bit before you start digging again. Don't tire yourself out." Madame Lu straightened her waist and lightly wiped away the droplets of sweat on her forehead. In a caring voice, she said, "Cower, you have never done farm work before. Why don't you go sit at the edge of the field and play? Your sister and I can finish the work." In her past life, Yu Xiaosao was also accustomed to doing farm work. Although her family had never planted any sweet potatoes, there was no technique or skill needed to dig sweet potatoes. In just a few moments, she had started to dig for sweet potatoes. After nursing her body for 4 to 5 months, and with the exercises she got by climbing the mountain and going out to sea, she was no longer the same Yu Xiaosao whose legs would go soft after walking 2 steps. She smiled at her mother and continued the work at hand without delay. "Hey, second sister-in-law, what type of fertilizer did your family use this year? All your sweet potatoes are so big. Look at that, this sweet potato should at least weigh 7 to 8 kgs. After Yu Zhong finished digging the sweet potatoes in his family's field, he came over to help Madame Lu. However, when he saw the football-sized sweet potatoes on the ground, he couldn't help but become stunned. Madame Lu shook her head and replied with a smile, "The fertilizer we used this year was the same as the previous years. It's made from the same manure from our family. Perhaps, we have such a good harvest this year because the weather is really good for the crops." Yu Zhong picked up the hoe that Madame Li had thrown on the ground. He skillfully began to dig up the potato, said, "If the reason is because of the weather, then why is my family's harvest the same as last year's? So, good weather can't be the reason. Second sister-in-law, if there is a secret recipe to produce a bountiful harvest, please don't conceal it from me." Yu Shaolian knew that third uncle liked to joke around, so she said, "Third uncle, if we have a secret recipe, would we hide it from our own family?" The fertilizer that we used this year was made by my mother and I. It's certainly the same fertilizer as last year. As for why there is such a large harvest this year, we also don't know. You don't know, but I know. Yu Xiaoxiao thought inwardly. With her head lowered, she continued to work and said, "Didn't mother say that when we farm, we depend on heaven to eat a meal? Perhaps, heaven sees that my family is pleasing to the eye, so the heaven gave us a high yield this year." Hey, I didn't expect that our family's Xiaoxiao takes after your third uncle. We both like to tell jokes. Will the heaven also be biased towards certain people? However, the gods probably saw that your mother and siblings never had enough food to eat. Thus, it's justifiable if the heaven gives you some more food. Yu Zhong had long been displeased with his second uncle's second wife. He was part of the younger generation and wasn't part of the second household, so he couldn't say anything. He could only help the pitiful second sister-in-law and her children do some heavy work as much as he can. He tried to help out as much as possible. Your family will probably harvest at least around 2,000 caddies from your family's field, which is much more than the harvest of other families. If our field is able to produce half of the amount your field produced, then I will be laughing. Although his speech showed that he was envious, his hand never stopped working. He was certainly a real professional when it came to manual labor. His working speed was faster than 3 people combined. Yu Dashan and Yu Hai came to help in the afternoon after they returned from fishing. So, with the extra helpers, and third uncle, who was a free and efficient laborer, they were able to finish before the sky turned dark. All the sweet potatoes in the 5 fields had been dug up and placed in the wheelbarrows to be transported home. When Madame Zhang, who always put on a long face, saw the mountains of sweet potatoes piled up in the courtyard, she beamed like a flower. It was estimated that this year's sweet potato harvest had unexpectedly reached 3,000 caddies. This was more than twice the amount harvested last year. Facing such a big harvest, Madame Zhang finally relented and left a portion of the smaller sweet potatoes in the cellar to be steamed or boiled to eat for the winter. Taking advantage of the early winter sun, the remaining sweet potatoes were cut into pieces and dried in the sun. When needed, they could grind it into potato powder. This is all thanks to the good fortune of the current emperor. Old Yu looked at the mountain of sweet potatoes with a sense of satisfaction, as if he would never need to panic as long as he had food on his hands. When I was young, during a famine, I had to eat tree barks and grass roots. When I'm extremely hungry, I would even eat dirt to fill my stomach. At that time, many people had died of hunger. Old Yu stopped for a moment and appeared to be caught up in the memories of his past as he continued. After sweet potato was imported from abroad, we had also experienced another famine. The sweet potatoes produced high yields and could be stored for a long time. Hence, the sweet potatoes and the sweet potato flour, as well as sweet potato vines, had helped us survive the dreadful 3-year famine. It saved us from being starved to death. Madame Zhang also nodded her head and said, "That's right. Sweet potato is indeed a good crop. However, eating sweet potatoes and sweet potato flour twice a day will make the stomach bloated. Eating too much sweet potato will cause acid regurgitation. The sweet potato will also make you fart and give you heartburn. It's really difficult to bear. It would be really nice if there's a crop that's high yielding and doesn't give you heartburn. Don't be unsatisfied with what you have. You already have something to eat and yet you're thinking about this and that." Old Yu glared at the woman, and then continued to watch them slice the potatoes into thin slices. There weren't many kitchen knives at home, so even the sickle and the iron pieces from the hoe were used. However, there still wasn't enough tools for everyone to use. Moreover, their cutting speed was also slow. When would they ever be able to finish cutting 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes? Yu Xiaoxiao remembered that in her previous life when her neighbor cut sweet potatoes, the tool she had used was a razor blade with a single side that has open blades on the edge of the blade. The blade would be fixed in the middle of the wooden board. When a big sweet potato was pushed down on the blades, the sweet potatoes would be cut into slices. Moreover, it was also very safe to use since it wouldn't easily injure your hands. Yu Xiaoxiao discussed it with her father for a while. The next day, when her father returned from the town, he had bought a few blades that she had requested. After working on it for the entire afternoon, her skillful father finally finished making a few sweet potato slicers. Yu Xiaoxiao used the damaged clothes that they could no longer wear and made a few pairs of thick gloves. With the thick gloves, they don't have to worry about getting their hands cut with the tool. Madame Lu put on the tattered gloves and lifted the wooden board of the tool. Then, she picked up a big sweet potato and placed it on top of the blades. With a hard push, a moderately sized sweet potato pieces fell down from the blades. Madame Zhang also tried out the tool and gave them a rare compliment. This tool is really convenient to use. Not only does it quickly cuts the sweet potatoes, but it also doesn't require a lot of effort. It's pretty good. Madame Li, who was interested in the new tool, had also become diligent for a couple days and cut a few hundred caddies of sweet potatoes. Thanks to the sweet potato cutting tool, they were able to cut the 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes in less than 10 days. Originally, it would be hard to even finish cutting 10,000 caddies of sweet potatoes in a month. But with the combined efforts of the women and men at home, as well as the cutting tool, they were able to quickly finish the task. While they were cutting the sweet potatoes, a few villagers dropped by their house and saw their sweet potato cutter. After they inquired Yu Hai about the sweet potato cutter, they went to the blacksmith in town and got a few pieces of razor blades. Then, they asked Yu Hai to help them make the sweet potato slicers when he was free. Which family didn't have some relatives in other villages? Soon, the usage of the sweet potato cutter spread from Dongshan village outward to the other villages. In the future, every time it was sweet potato harvest season, people would often talk about the Yu family from Dongshan village. Yu Xiaoxiao would had never imagined that the small invention that she had pirated from someone else would make the Yu family's reputation soar around the nearby villages. She had only made the sweet potato cutter for the convenience of her family. Yu Xiaoxiao was currently pondering about what tasty food she should make with the sweet potato flour. With the combination of the meager experiences she had in her previous life and her own improvisation, she was able to come up with many recipes that used the coarse grain as the base ingredient. For example, there were already several ways to make sweet potato noodles. 1. The simplest way to make the noodles was to use a big grater. Author's note: Yu Xiaoxiao had asked her father to get this grater from the blacksmith when he went there to get the razor blades, to shred a freshly kneaded sweet potato dough above a pot of boiling water. The noodles made like this would be thick. The thickness would be the same as a child's finger. But in all honesty, without any condiments and oil, a big bowl of such noodles wouldn't be filling at all. Shortly after eating it, the stomach will soon rumble in hunger. The most delicious type of noodle dish was noodles served with thick gravy. The first step would be to use a flour sifter to filter out fine sweet potato flour. Next, warm boiled water should be mixed into the flour while kneading the dough into a ball. Above a pot of boiling water, shred the dough with a file and let the sweet potato noodles fall into the boiling water. As the firewood underneath the stove continues to burn, the person shredding the dough must finish swiftly, or else the noodles inside the pot would dissolve inside the water. However, making noodles required a lot of strength. She was only able to make the noodles when her father was home. Even though Yu Hai had great strength, every time he made the noodles, droplets of sweat would cover his entire body. There were around a dozen people in the Yu family. To ensure that everyone would get to eat, Yu Xiaoxiao had to cook a big pot of noodles every time she made the noodles. Thus, even as winter approached, Yu Hai's clothes would still be drenched with sweat. However, the cooked noodles would come out sparkly and translucent. When eaten, the noodles had a smooth and chewy texture. When the noodles were combined with clam soup, minced chives, and a bit of spice, the dish was extremely satisfying to eat. This was the classic example of a sweet potato noodle dish. Another way to make it was to cut the freshly kneaded dough into strands of noodles on the chopping board. After making the noodles, just put them in a pot of boiling water. Once the noodles were cooked, it could be directly eaten. The noodles that were made this way would still be tasty and sweet. Soup stock could also be added to the noodles to make it into noodles with gravy. However, the texture for noodles made with this method weren't as smooth and good as the ones cooked directly in boiling water. There was also another way to eat it, which was a combination of both thin and thick noodles. First, the sweet potato dough would be wrapped with the wheat dough to make handmade noodles. After cutting the dough in half, the black and white dough would be very apparent. When eaten, the noodles would have the tenacity of the wheat flour, and the smoothness and exquisiteness of the sweet potato flour. The noodles could also be eaten along with a broth of the eater's preference. This type of dish was also a delicacy. But there was a stingy old lady watching her at home. Unless her younger uncle returns home with his family, she wouldn't let her touch the wheat flour. In addition to this, the sweet potato flour could be used to make flatbread, pancakes, or steamed cornbread. It could also make into steamed vegetables, buns, dumplings, and more. With Xiao Xiao's ability to make various dishes from the sweet potato flour, the Yu family rarely went out to buy food in the winter. Dr. Yu had been gone for 2 months. The villagers in and around Dongshan village didn't feel anything was different in the short term. But after a while, they all felt the inconvenience of his absence. In the past, when they had a minor illness or a small disaster, they were able to pay Dr. Yu 10 to 20 copper coins to be seen. Afterward, they just needed to take some medicine and their illness would be gone. After Dr. Yu had left, the majority of the villagers who fell sick were able to overcome their illness by bearing with it. But if their condition didn't get better with time, they would have to go to town to see a doctor. However, they had to pay at least several hundred of copper coins to visit even the smallest medical hall. Everyone knew that the granddaughter from old Yu's family had studied medicine under Dr. Yu for a month. But she was merely a silly 8-year-old girl and also didn't study under Dr. Yu for long. They rather endure the illness themselves than to put their own lives in the hands of a little girl. She might even turn their small illness into a serious illness. Xiao Xiao was quite talented in studying medicine, and Dr. Yu felt that there wasn't much that he could teach her anymore. However, 3 months passed, and Xiao Xiao didn't receive even one patient. But she didn't take that to heart. Xiao Xiao's original purpose in studying medicine was to conceal the effects of the mystic stone water when she used it. Hence, it didn't matter to her whether she had any patients seeking her help or not. Dr. Yu often liked to concoct pills for common conditions like the common cold, small fevers, and other minor illnesses. The majority of the villagers from Dongshan village knew this. Every once in a while, Yu Xiaoxiao would be visited by the villagers. She would get the pills or medicine packs prepared by Grandfather Yu and give it to the sick villager. This was the only role left for her as Dr. Yu's direct disciple while he was gone. Taking advantage of the fact that the early winter snow didn't seal the mountain, Yu Xiaoxiao would leisurely put out some traps every few days when she went up the mountain. With the mystic stone water as an all-purpose bait, her harvest every time would be quite bountiful. Her private little purse was bulging more and more. With more money came more worries. In the past, with only 1 or 2 silver ingots, she would be able to find a random corner and hide it. But now she had silver ingots and silver pieces inside her bulging purse, it was more difficult to find a safe hiding spot. After all, the family had Yu Haixi, who liked to go through other people's things. Xiao Xiao wasn't treating him unjustly. Haixi had a criminal record. Every day, Yu Hai and Madame Lu both had more work than they could finish in a day, and Yu Xiaolian was also not allowed to idle around. When Xiao Xiao set out the traps, she would bring little Shido along. Basically, other than when they were eating or sleeping, there was no one in the west room to witness anything. One time, Yu Xiaoxiao had just returned from selling the animals she had caught using her traps in the mountain. When she returned, she saw the west room's door wide open, so she quickly hurried over to take a look. The whole room was a mess after being rummaged through by someone. The tattered clothes inside the trunk were thrown everywhere. Even the blanket on the Kong bed was tangled into a lump. She quickly went to check the place where she hid the money, in the small crack between the Kong bed and the mud wall. Fortunately, after she had hid the money in the small crack, she had used some loose dirt to seal it. Otherwise, the money would be hard-pressed to escape from Brother Haixi's sinister hand. Xiao Xiao was angered by this, so she told the head of the household, Madame Zhang. The biased elderly lady only asked a few questions. Due to the lack of evidence, they were forced to leave the matter unsettled. After that, when Xiao Xiao hid her secret money, she was much more careful. In the end, she came up with a foolproof way of hiding her money. She dug a small square hole in one of the mud bricks of the wall. She also got a small piece of mud brick that can be easily placed into the hole. After she put the silver inside the small hole, she would put the small mud brick in. Then, She would take some mud and fill the small cracks, making everything look flawless. As the days passed, the winter in the north finally showed its might. On that day, the weather was gloomy. The entire sky was covered in thick, low, and grayish-yellow turbid clouds. The northeast wind howled as it wreaked havoc in the wilderness. It seemed as if the wind was holding a sharp sword that could easily pierce through a tight leather coat. So when Xiao Xiao left to go outside, her exposed cheek was stricken again and again by the wind. Her cheeks ached and it was difficult for her to bear the pain. The umber-black sky was sprinkled with little pieces of pure white petals. It seemed as if the white petals also had a touch of fragrance on them. Snow as big as a goose feather flew down in great numbers, instantly dyeing the world in white. In her previous life, Yu Xiaoxiao had lived in central China. So even if there was snow, it would only be on a small scale. This was her first time seeing a snow so heavy that it looked like torn puffs of cotton were falling down. The old and shabby cotton padded jacket she was wearing wasn't sufficient enough to resist the severe cold of the north. Ever since winter had approached, Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to go out. She would nestle on the Kong bed every day. It's the first snow of the year and yet it's already snowed this much. It seems like it would be hard to pass through this winter. Did we store enough food in the house? At dinner, old Yu sat on the Kong bed. He looked out to see the snow that had been falling for a day and sighed. From his years of experience, it wasn't uncommon to see the big snow become a disaster. Madame Zhang thought about the mountains of sliced sweet potatoes in the storage room. Once again, with food in her hand, Madame Zhang didn't panic. She nodded her head and replied, "There is definitely enough food. It just hasn't been grinded into powder yet. When the snow stops, eldest son and second son will go grind thousands of caddies of sweet potato powder and store it." Old Yu wrinkled his brows and said, "Even if you don't get tired of just eating sweet potato flour for the entire winter, your stomach may not be able to handle it. We still need to buy some coarse and fine grains to store for the winter. If we wait till New Year's when the snow has piled almost up to the sky, the prices of the grains would definitely be higher." Just as they were discussing, the Yu family's front door was slapped with a heaven-shattering sound. Within the sound of the wind and snow, they could also hear someone crying at the door. "I'll go check it out." Yu Hai put down his rice bowl and put on his tattered cotton-padded jacket. He pulled the door open and lurched into the raging storm. The moment the door opened and closed, a few snowflakes entered the house. The snowflakes fell onto the floor and melted into tiny specks of muddy water. Madame Li continued to eat large mouthfuls of food, yet she didn't forget to complain, "Who is it? Why would they come when it's snowing so much? They also came at this hour. Are they trying to prevent us from eating? Cower. Do you have any fever pills made by Grandpa you left? Your Uncle Xuanju has a high fever and needs it immediately." A burst of bone-chilling wind blasted through the door. Yu Hai hurriedly pushed the door open and entered the house. Behind him was Xuanju's wife whose eyes were rimmed with red. Yu Xiaoxiao swallowed the croquette in her mouth and quickly replied, "All of the medicine that Grandpa you had made is already used up. Is Uncle Xuanju burning up really badly? Does he need me to go look at him? You are only a child, what good would there be for you to go? Don't delay a patient's illness. It's better if you send him to town to see a doctor. Don't worry about the money." Madame Zhang was worried that Yu Xiaoxiao would bring trouble to her family, so she quickly interrupted her. Xuanju's wife was so anxious to the point where tears almost fell from her eyes. "Yesterday, my husband caught a little cold. When he woke up today, he felt uncomfortable but didn't think it was serious. In the past he would just bear with the illness until he gets better by himself. But who would have thought that his fever would begin to burn hotter? Earlier, his hands and feet were thrashing about. We are also out of fever-reducing medicine. What should I do?" Madame Li began to make cynical remarks on the side. "Oh my. His fever has burned to the point where he has cramps. That can't be. My maternal family's neighbor also had a fever. His fever was burning fiercely to the point it burned his brain and he became a fool. He's almost 40 now and he still can't find a wife. Your family's Xuanju's fever has already burned for a day now. I don't even know how he is right now." After being told that, Xuanju's wife could no longer hold back her tears. She was anxious without any solutions. Then what can be done? It's snowing badly, so we can't even send him to the town to see a doctor. Xiao Xiao, is there really no medicine left? Human life is worth beyond any value. If I had medicine, I wouldn't hide or conceal it. Andy Xuanzhu, if you trust me, then I will go with you to check on him. You can't just stand there and watch his fever get worse, right? Yu Xiaoxiao decided to receive her first patient. Madame Zhang angrily said, "What can an 8-year-old girl like you do? Is seeing a patient some easy thing? There is a human life involved. How many days did you study under Dr. Yu? Aren't you afraid of wasting your Uncle Xuanzu's and his wife's time? Why don't you go to town and invite a doctor? If she left for town right now through the snow, it would still take 3 to 4 hours to go and return. By the time she arrived at town, it would be nighttime. What's more, it would be hard to say if the doctor would even agree to travel overnight to see a patient in this bad weather." Xuanzhu's wife was turning to any doctor she could find out of desperation. She put her last hope on Yu Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, your Uncle Xuanzhu and your father are friends who've been through life and death together. They had even fought a shark together at sea. Don't conceal it from me and tell me the extent of your medical skills." Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes were steady as she looked at Xuanzhu's wife. She honestly said, "Auntie Xuanzhu, Grandpa Yu said that I learned about 7 to 8 points of his skills. The remaining 2 to 3 points is because I lack experience. When it comes to a common cold or fever, as long as Grandpa Yu can cure it, I can do it too." Xuanzhu's wife's frenetic and anxious heart gradually relaxed after seeing Xiaoxiao's calm gaze. She bit her teeth and made a hard but correct decision. "Good. Auntie, believe in you. I will put your Uncle Xuanzhu's life in your hands." "Iya, Xuanzhu's wife, how can you believe in a child's boastful words? Our family's Xiaoxiao is only 8 years old. We can't afford it if she treats Xuanzhu incorrectly." Madame Li had finished eating and drinking. She was watching the show, but now she was worried about the consequences if something bad happened. Xuanzhu's wife once again clenched her teeth. She stamped her foot and said, "Whether she cures him or not, we won't make you take any responsibilities. Xiaoxiao, let's go quickly. Your Uncle Xuanzhu is still burning with a fever." Yu Xiaoxiao didn't care about her half-eaten meal. She quickly went to the west room to get the medicine box Grandpa Yu had left behind. She looked at the medicinal ingredients inside the medicine box and saw that it was complete. Thinking about it more, she looked for the Divine Stone's bath water with high concentration of Mystic Stone water. She poured the Mystic Stone water in an empty medicine bottle. Only after she had put on all the clothes she had that could help her resist the cold did she leave the house with Xuanzhu's wife. Yu Hai didn't feel reassured and couldn't continue eating his dinner. He followed behind his own daughter, helping her carry the heavy medicine box. From time to time, he would support his daughter, making sure that she didn't slip in this snowy weather. Originally, the walk would take just 5 minutes. However, with the wind and snow obstructing their path, it took the 3 of them a quarter of an hour to arrive at their destination. Just as they opened the door, they were able to hear the sharp yet sad cry from the 2 children of the Lu family. "Father! Father, please wake up! Father, you can't die yet." When Xuanzhu's wife heard their cries, her legs suddenly became soft. She sat on the floor and started crying. Yu Xiaoxiao half walked and half ran as she rushed towards the Kong bed. She pulled Uncle Xuanzhu's eyelid up and looked at his pupil. She calmly said, "Don't cry anymore. Uncle Xuanzhu didn't die, but the fever has made him go into shock. Auntie, quickly prepare some warm water to lower the temperature of his body." "What, you want to lower the temperature of the room? One. It's such a cold day and he's still sick. If you lower the temperature of his body, won't his illness get worse?" Xuanzhu's wife swayed lightly as she got up. Her heart began to waver at her decision to allow Yu Xiaoxiao to treat her husband's illness. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't know whether she should laugh or cry as she said, "Uncle Xuanzhu's fever is burning too much. He needs to lower his body temperature. If he only relies on medication, he would recover much slower. Hence, I need Auntie to use warm water to wipe Uncle Xuanzhu's body. This way, his body temperature will lower faster." Author was making a pun here. The 2 words can sound the same, so Xuanzhu's wife basically misheard what Xiaoxiao was saying. "Yes, all right, there's hot water in the pot. I'll go get some." Seeing that Xiaoxiao seemed to know what she was doing, a sense of hope re-emerged within Xuanzhu's wife's heart. She hastily went to the kitchen to get the hot water. She was so anxious that she almost tripped in the yard. After Yu Xiaoxiao carefully examined Uncle Xuanzhu's pulse, she took out some fever-reducing cold medicine from her medicine box and swiftly began decocting the medicine inside the room. Little sister Xiaoxiao, will my father really be all right? Lu Xuanzhu's 10-year-old daughter, Lu Huaifeng, whimpered as she squatted down to help Xiaoxiao brew the medicine and asked for reassurance. Yu Xiaoxiao put the herbs into a ceramic pot, which was used to brew herbal medicine, and added a few drops of mystic stone water into the pot. After that, she replied in a confident and firm manner, "Don't worry. He will be fine after drinking 2 doses of the medication. Here's the hot water. Xiaoxiao, is this temperature suitable?" Xuanzhu's wife came in with a basin of hot water and a washcloth. After Yu Xiaoxiao checked the temperature, she added half a bottle of mystic stone water into the hot water and nodded, "It's fine." Quickly wipe down Uncle Xuanzhu's body with the cloth, especially the neck and armpit areas. The excessive body heat will dissipate faster. Sister Xiaoxiao, what did you put in the water? It doesn't look like medicinal herbs. The second child of the Lu family was the same age as Xiaoxiao, but he was a few months younger than Xiaoxiao. While Yu Xiaoxiao instructed Lu Huaifeng on how to brew the medicine, she explained to the Lu family's second child, whose nickname was Tidener, "This is Grandpa Yu's secret remedy. It can speed up the recovery of any diseases. This is extracted from 49 different kinds of medicinal herbs. Grandpa Yu only made 2 bottles in 50 years. Don't you think it's precious? Don't go out and tell other people about this. If Uncle Xuanzi wasn't a close friend of my father, I would have been reluctant to use it." Xuanzhu's wife believed her and shed tears of gratitude. "Cower, you used up half a bottle for my husband. Wouldn't Dr. Yu be mad at you when he returns?" "He won't. Grandpa Yu said that medicine was made to save people. Uncle Xuanzhu needed urgent treatment for his illness. If we delayed it any longer, then a big hole might be burned into his lungs. His life might be in danger if we don't use this medicine." Yu Xiaoxiao knew that it would be difficult to treat Uncle Xuanzhu's illness with just her own abilities, but it was much easier to cure him with the help of the mystic stone water. She also had concerns before she made the decision to come treat Uncle Xuanzhu's illness. After all, he was her first patient after she began studying medicine. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible for her to treat other patients in the future. Furthermore, she might get the reputation as a quack doctor who had harmed her patients and wouldn't be able to lift her head in the village anymore. While she was hesitating, the little divine stone suddenly appeared and sneered, "It's just a mere cold. Even though my powers are sealed, I can still cure such a minor disease. Take this. This divine stone's bathing water will surely work without fail. Here, let me add a little more saliva for you, spit. It will definitely not fail." The little divine stone's bathing water and saliva had remarkable results. Xuanzhu's wife wiped her husband's body several times and noticed that his body temperature had dropped a lot. Xuanzhu, who had been unconscious due to his high fever, also gradually regained consciousness. At this time, the medicine was ready. Xuanzhu's wife fed the medication to her husband. His terribly high fever was reduced within 2 hours after taking 1 dose of medicine. Brother Dahai, your daughter's medical skills is almost as good as Dr. Yu's. No wonder Dr. Yu praised her as a medical genius." Lu Xuanzhu, who was still somewhat weak after his fever went down, leaned against the bed as he expressed his gratitude and praise for Xiaoxiao. Xuanzhu's wife pulled out a cloth bag from the cabinet and took out several strings of copper coins, which had around 100 copper coins on each string. She gratefully exclaimed, "Older brother Yu Hai, we're so grateful to your daughter, Xiaoxiao. Dr. Yu's medicine must be very expensive, so I'm not sure if 800 copper coins is enough. If it's not enough, I'll go borrow some from my maiden family when the snow stops." If the bottle of elixir and medicinal herbs belonged to his daughter, Yu Hai would never accept the money because of his close relationship with Xuanzhu. However, his daughter said that medicine belonged to Dr. Yu. Moreover, it seemed to be rather valuable. It was difficult for him to make a decision, so he looked at his daughter. Since Yu Xiaoxiao had already spoken, it would be suspicious if she didn't accept the money. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Auntie Xuanzhu, you're also familiar with Grandpa Yu's personality. If his patient's family had difficulties, he would waive their medical fee. That's right. All the villagers in the surrounding villages compliments our Dongshan village's Dr. Yu as a benevolent person. A lot of people regard him as a living bodhisattva. Xuanju's wife exclaimed. Yu Xiaosao continued, if Grandpa Yu was here, he wouldn't want to see you guys borrowing money to pay the medical fee. I'll make the decision today and just accept 200 copper coins from Auntie. Uncle Xuanju still needs to recuperate for some time and the new year is coming soon. 200 copper coins, isn't that too little? Dr. Yu will scold you when he comes back in the spring. Coward, just take the money. We're a little short of money because we also bought a new boat this year. Don't worry, although your Uncle Xuanju isn't as good of a fisher as your father, he is also one of the best fishermen within the village. With a new fishing boat, would we still be afraid of a little debt? Xuanju's wife forced the cloth bag into Xiaosao's arms. The cost for the medicine Xiaosao used for Xuanju didn't even add up to a dozen copper coins. The crucial component was the mystic stone water, which didn't cost a single penny. Thus, she basically didn't spend any money at all. If she accepted the 800 copper coins, she would feel guilty. Hence, Yu Xiaosao refused and insisted on only taking 200 copper coins. Xuanju's wife was also a stubborn person. The more Xiaosao refused to accept the money, the more she wanted to give it to her. After seeing them pushing back and forth for a long time, Uncle Xuanju finally couldn't take it anymore and coughed a few times. Don't push and shove anymore. Xiaosao, just take it as your uncle taking advantage of you and accept 500 copper coins. We're spending the new year at Titan's grandfather's house, so we have enough for the winter with the remaining 300 copper coins. Xiaosao knew she couldn't decline anymore, so she accepted the 5 strings of coins with shame. She left behind several packs of herbs and reminded Auntie Xuanju to decoct a dose of the combined herbs for Uncle Xuanju to take daily. The mystic stone water was too effective. In the future, she needed to adjust the dosage to prevent arousing other people's suspicion and greed. It snowed even more heavily on their way back. The snowflakes were almost like small snowballs since they were drifting so profusely and disorderly. The snow on the ground had already accumulated up to Xiaosao's knees, so she walked unstably in the snow. Her feet were sometimes stuck in the snow, which made it difficult to pull out. Yu Hai, who held his daughter's small hand, noticed her situation and picked her up with a chuckle. He carried her on his back and strode home. Yu Xiaosao rolled her eyes at the sky. It's unfair that she had short legs. The heavy snow lasted throughout the entire night. When they woke up on the next day, the door was blocked by all the snow in the courtyard. When Yu Hai got up in the morning, the first thing he did was to sweep the knee-deep snow out of the yard. Brother Dahai, have you heard? Wang Erlianzi's 3-room house was crushed by the snow. 2.5 of the rooms were destroyed. Last night, in the middle of the night, his family of 5 crammed together in the crumbling half-room that survived. They were lucky that they didn't freeze to death. Their neighbor, Zhao Da, had already finished sweeping the snow and went around the village to share the news. With his hands clasped behind his back, old Yu frowned as he came back from outside. He stamped the snow off his shoes in front of entrance and deeply sighed as he said, "This was just the first snow of this winter, but it was already so big. I'm afraid it's going to be a tough winter. The heavy snow has become a disaster. Many houses within the village was more or less damaged by the snow. There were also several elders who didn't make it through last night. I heard that they were already frozen by the time they were discovered in the morning." Zhao Da shook his head and went into his father's room. He stuffed more firewood into the duct of the Kong to keep the Kong bed warm. Nearly every year, during the winter in the north, there would be sick elders and young children freezing to death and dying of illness. However, it was rare to see houses collapsing and people freezing to death so early in the winter like this year. There were more and more people sweeping snow in front of their door. As they worked, they were also gossiping about the unfilial children, who left their elderly parents to live alone. The snow had crushed the houses of these elders and buried them inside. No one even knew how long they had lain dead. Yu Xiaosao felt increasingly sad as she listened. She thought of Grandpa Yu, who was an elder in his 60s and lived alone in this remote fishing village. She was worried about his well-being. Was anyone to take care of him as he traveled alone? Would he be lonely and helpless? "Father, I'm concerned about Grandpa Yu's house. Let's go take a look. Seeing all the snow accumulated outside, Yu Xiaoxiao knew it would be hard for her to walk with her short legs, so she asked for her father's help. All right, I'll take you over to have a look. Yu Hai held the snow cleaning tools in one hand, while he picked up his daughter and placed her on his back with the other. After that, he arduously walked towards the west side of the village. Madame Zhang briefly chased after them before she gave up and shouted, "The snow on our own roof hasn't been swept, yet you have time to meddle in other people's business. Do you guys have too much free time on their hands?" Yu Xiaoxiao, who was hugging her father's neck, turned around and shouted back at her grandmother, "Grandmother! My father isn't the only man in the family. Aren't eldest uncle and younger uncle both at home? Grandpa Yu is the only doctor in the vicinity. If his house is ruined, can he still live in our village when he returns in the spring?" The neighboring villages were all envious of the fact the Dr. Yu stayed in Dongshan village. It was also very convenient for the villagers of Dongshan village to have a doctor in the village. There wasn't anything that Dr. Yu would be worried about except for his two-room house. Thus, it was considered Dongshan village's responsibility to take care of his house when he was away. When Yu Hai and Xiaoxiao arrived, the village head had already gathered several strong men to help clear out Dr. Yu's courtyard. Dr. Yu had a two-room house. The roof for one of the rooms had already collapsed due to the snow. Fortunately, it was a storage room, so there wasn't much loss. Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly entered the room that was still intact, which only had a large Kong bed and boxes of medicinal herbs. She carefully examined all the boxes that stored medicinal herbs. She finally breathed a sigh of relief after she made sure that all the herbs were still intact. The village head was an old man in his 50s with gray hair and beard. He had a tall figure and a somewhat stern appearance. When he saw Yu Xiaoxiao, he quipped, "Oh, did our village's little doctor come to check on the herbs?" "Don't worry. Village head Grandpa promises to repair this two-room house to make it nice and sturdy. No matter how heavy it snows, the herbs will not be crushed." Dongshan village wasn't very big, so news spread really quickly from the east side of the village to the west. Last night, Xuanju's wife had traveled through the snow in order to ask the youngest daughter of the Yu family to see a patient. The news had already circulated around the entire village, so early this morning, someone had gone to Xuanju's house to inquire about this incident. After that, Yu Xiaoxiao would be invited to treat patients from time to time. She had also learned from her experience and didn't rely on the mystic stone water for minor illnesses. She would just prescribe medication for minor illnesses and only sprinkled several drops of mystic stone water into the herbs if it was more complex illness. All the patients she had treated were fully cured. Thus, her reputation as the little doctor of Dongshan village gradually spread to the nearby villages. It snowed heavily for 7 days before gradually stopping. The entire Dongshan village was shrouded in a vast amount of white snow. It seemed as if there were only the colors of black and white left in the world. 20 households in Dongshan village had suffered as a result of this blizzard. While all of their residences were more or less damaged, the houses of 3 families were completely crushed by the heavy snow. Fortunately, there were no casualties. However, there were many elderly and children who didn't survive the sudden arrival of the severe cold and silently passed away during the winter weather. The bitter cold and heavy snow also brought hunger and illness to the weak commoners. The heavy snowfall, which lasted for days, caused a price inflation for grains in town. The price for coarse grain rose from 2 copper coins per caddy to the same price as fine grains before the snow. Fine grain originally cost 5 copper coins per caddy, but the price had risen to 10 copper coins now. Furthermore, the price for the white rice, which weren't grown around Tanggu town, had increased to 20 copper coins. The value for all types of meat had also doubled because a lot of poultry and livestock had either died from illness or froze to death during the snowstorm. As the days drifted by, the new year was also approaching. However, the price for food and goods still remained high. This was a heavy blow for the common people, who had worked hard in the past year and had wanted to change up their lifestyles during the new year. For several days, the atmosphere was strangely gloomy at the Yu family's dining table. Madame Zhang's discontent grumbles and complaints made it difficult for people to eat. Eat, 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 you only know how to eat. The Yu family's resources are going to be demolished by you people. Why did our Yu family let such an unhealthy person like you marry into our family? You're seriously a woman who brings bad luck to your husband's family. Madame Zhang saw Yu Xiaoxiao getting another piece of potato pancake for her mother and began to harshly reproach them. The heavy snowfall also caused Madame Lu, who had always been weak and in poor health, to fall ill. Madame Lu was often breathless due to her severe cough. Xiaoxiao didn't even need to check her mother's pulse to know that she had bronchitis. She prescribed several doses of medicine and added some mystic stone water in her mother's drinking water. Thus, the cough, which usually lingered for months in the past, had been cured with her treatment. Madame Lu couldn't suffer from the cold when she was already sick. Thus, Madame Li and the rest of the family had to share a portion of her chores. Madame Li was never a serious worker, so most of the household work fell on the shoulders of Yu Katie and Madame Zhao's servant. Madame Zhang was reluctant to let her youngest daughter do chores, but she also didn't dare to push all the work onto her youngest daughter-in-law's maidservant. Hence, she had to do the work herself. When she became irritated from all the work, she would start swearing incessantly. "Grandmother, my mother didn't spend a single penny when she got sick this time. Didn't she just rest for a few days? With over a dozen people in the family, we can finish all the chores if everyone just helps out a little. My mother's body is still rather weak, so she can't be hungry. If she doesn't properly recuperate, then a minor illness will become something serious. If it becomes a serious illness, do you think I will be able to treat her with my medical skills? Wouldn't we have to call for a doctor from town?" Yu Xiaoxiao continued to eat and ignored Madame Zhang's complaints. She would be just torturing herself if she quarreled with this biased old lady who had reached menopause. Madame Zhang didn't know how to refute to her words, so she just set her chopsticks aside and wailed as she slapped her legs. "What sins have I committed? Why did I have to encounter such a useless and worrisome bunch? I'm a weak, old lady who works hard to supply food for the entire family, yet I still have to be scolded by a little girl. Oh, heavens, why can't you open your eyes and take away that unfilial thing?" After Madame Li devoured her food, she wiped her mouth with her dirty sleeves and happily ridiculed, "Hey, Xiaoxiao, how can you talk to your grandmother like that? You've made your grandmother so angry. Aren't you going to quickly kowtow and apologize to her?" Yu Hai hastily interjected and appeased Madame Zhang. "Mother, Cower is still an ignorant child, so please don't take her words to your heart. We all know that you're anxious for the family because of the price inflation this winter. But don't worry, when the snow melts, I'll go hunt for some game in the mountain. We can keep half for the new year, while the other half can be taken to town to be exchanged for some fine white and wheat flour." As soon as Madame Zhang heard that the problem of the New Year meal had been solved, she stopped crying and looked at Xiaoxiao, who had repeatedly challenged your authority, with a fierce expression. She turned to Yu Hai and said, "Second son, you have spoiled your daughter so much that she doesn't even respect her ancestors anymore. How can she talk to the elders in her family in that manner? You should quickly give that brat a couple of slaps on the face to teach her how to respect her elders." Yu Hai, who wouldn't even bear to hurt his precious daughter's fingertip, didn't actually think there was anything wrong with what his daughter said. However, he knew that the old lady couldn't accept being shamed. If he didn't give her a way out of this situation, she would definitely continue to make a ruckus for the entire day. During Yu Hai's hesitation, he saw the chopsticks in his daughter's hand suddenly drop to the ground. Her brows were tightly creased as she grasped her chest with a painful expression. "Father, I can't breathe." Before she could finish her words, she had already lost consciousness and directly fell backwards. Yu Xiaolian had already set down her chopsticks in preparation when she saw Xiaoxiao frowning. When Xiaoxiao fell backwards, Xiaolian quickly caught her right before she landed on the ground and prevented her from hitting her head. Xiaoxiao stealthily opened her eyes and made a gesture of praise to Xiaolian. "Cower, what's wrong, Cower?" With a pale face, Madame Lu hugged her daughter's thin body and cried. Yu Hai swiftly picked up his daughter and strode out. "Father, Mother, Cower is sick again. Dr. Yu said this child has an extremely weak constitution, so her life might be in danger if she falls ill again. I'll go to eldest uncle's house to borrow a sleigh, and then take Xiaoxiao to town." Old Yu immediately stopped eating and quickly covered his granddaughter with his fur jacket, dress more warmly and don't let the child catch a cold. Old lady, quickly take out the money. The doctors in town don't accept deferred payments. Trembling with anger, Madame Zhang stood up and shouted at the old man, "Why should I take out money? That damn wretch is obviously pretending to be sick. She was fine earlier, so why did she suddenly fall ill when I'm asking her to apologize to me? She's trying to threaten me by pretending to be sick. No one is allowed to move. If any of you dares to leave this room, then don't ever step into the Yu family's house again." Old Yu was also infuriated. "You're such an imperious woman. How can you be so cruel to such a young child? Didn't you hear what Dr. Yu said? The child can't be overly provoked. You tried to hit and punish her earlier, so she got scared and fell sick again. How can you still act this way when you're her elder? Hurry up and go get the money. Don't delay the child from receiving treatment. What's the point in seeing a doctor when she's just a waste of money? I don't have any money. Just chop up this old body of mine to pay off the debt." Madame Zhang appeared as if she would rather die than give them the money. Thus, the family didn't know what to do with her. Madame Li smirked and sneered, "Isn't your family's Xiaoxiao very capable? She had earned money by treating patients. She never turned in any of the money that she had earned. The money was for Dr. Yu's medicine. Youngest sister only charged them for the medication." Yu Shaolian couldn't help but explain when she saw the scorn on her grandmother and eldest aunt's faces. Madame Zhang hollered as if she found a mistake they had committed. "You guys only charged them for the medicine. Who would believe that? Everything you eat and drink belongs to me, yet you're still selfishly keeping a secret purse. We can't let the others follow suit, so quickly give me the money." As she spoke, she was about to personally rummage in the west room. Yu Hai carried his daughter's small body and gritted his teeth as he watched Madame Zhang's action. His daughter was sick and unconscious, yet her grandmother hindered them from seeking treatment. Furthermore, she also wanted to seize the medicine fees that his daughter kept for Dr. Yu. "Father, all the money that Xiaoxiao kept were fees for Dr. Yu's medicinal herbs, which he worked hard to dig up. If Dr. Yu finds out that we took all his hard-earned money, will our family still have the face to ask him to treat our illnesses in the future? If people in the village finds out, will our family still have any dignity?" Seeing that his father had no intentions to stop Madame Zhang, Yu Hai felt a deep sense of pain and indignation. People often said, "If you have a stepmother, you'll have a stepfather." It seemed like that saying was true. Madame Zhang would often bully and suppress the second branch, but his father only spoke up for them when he felt that she went overboard. Today, he actually tacitly consented to her actions when the problem involved their family's finances. Old Yu also had his own considerations. Since the family had to provide for a scholar, there were a lot of things that they needed to spend money on in the future. If everyone had selfish motives, then with his aging body, how would this family be able to survive? The matter of keeping a secret purse mustn't be tolerated. However, their Yu family really couldn't touch the medicine fees in his granddaughter's hands. These days, every household had some minor illnesses and problems that requires the help of a doctor. So, they couldn't offend the only doctor in the vicinity. It would be terrible if he secretly messed with their medicines. No one is allowed to touch Dr. Yu's money. "My children's mother, don't you still need Dr. Yu to treat your rheumatoid arthritis? Also, Dashan's cough." Old Yu finally spoke up. Madame Zhang held the box of money that she found, which was mostly filled with copper coins. There were probably at least a few thousand copper coins inside. If all the money were taken into the family account, even if prices remained high during the new year, the Yu family would still be able to spend a prosperous new year. Old Yu's words had caused her hands, which were reaching for the money, to stop. Madame Zhang inwardly thought that she had a very clear idea about how skilled Yu Xiaoxiao really was. She believed that the only reason those people asked Xiaoxiao to treat on their illnesses was because of Dr. Yu's medicines. Madame Zhang had suffered from rheumatoid arthritis for over 10 years. During the snowstorm several days ago, her disorder had acted up again. At that time, Yu Xiaoxiao had used the medicinal herbs prepared by Dr. Yu to reduce her pain. Author's note: it was actually prepared by Xiaoxiao. If they offended Dr. Yu, wouldn't she need to go to town in order to treat her leg? That would waste so much money. After a long deliberation, she finally put down the box of money reluctantly. She angrily returned to her room without eating her meal. She ignored everyone as she laid on her bed. Yu-hai looked down at his wan-looking daughter, who was in his embrace, and said to old Yu, "Father, even if I need to borrow money, I'll still take Xiaoxiao to see a doctor." "Borrow money? Who's going to pay the debt?" Madam Li interjected. Yu-hai glared at her and replied with a slightly angry tone, "It's natural that I will repay the money since I was the one who borrowed it. Eldest sister-in-law doesn't need to worry about it. Second brother-in-law, don't forget that all the money that you earn has to be handed in." Madam Li reminded him with a smirk. "What? I'm the one who earns the money, but I can't even use my hard-earned money to get medical treatment for my daughter. As a father, should I just watch my daughter die of illness without doing anything? If I did that, am I still worthy to be a father? What's the point of me earning all this money? Why should I continue to fish and hunt? I might as well just stay at home, and then die of illness or starvation with my wife and daughter." The honest man finally erupted in rage and vented his anger at Madam Li, who kept provoking him. Madam Li shouted back, "I didn't even get a single penny from the money that you earned. Why are you screaming at me? All right, stop talking. Even if you don't talk, no one will think you're a mute." Yu Dashan noticed that his second brother was really angry right now, so he hastily dragged his wife back to their east room. With a sorrow-filled gaze, Yu-hai looked at his father and spoke with a hoarse voice, "Father, Kaur is your granddaughter and a descendant of the Yu family. Are you really going to be so cruel and just watch her?" Old Yu sighed deeply and said, "I'll go to your eldest uncle's house to borrow some money. You can repay them with the game that you catch in the future." The inner room's door slammed open before he could finish speaking. With a grim expression, Madame Zhang fiercely glared at the old man and yelled, "A certain someone can fish and hunt, so he has a better reputation than you. Why would he need you to help borrow money? There's a price inflation this winter and we're not making any income right now. If we continue to eat like this, wouldn't our family eventually go bankrupt? In the future, we will have a light breakfast, and the pancakes served for dinner will be limited." After she finished speaking, she slammed the door shut again. She shut the door so hard that all the dust on the house beam drifted down to the ground. His daughter's life was still in danger, but her grandmother was still only concerned with saving money. Yu-hai despondently looked around the house, and then rushed towards his eldest uncle's house with Xiaoxiao in his arms. Yu-hai's eldest uncle, Yu Lichun, raised 2 big dogs at home. They were useful for pulling the sleigh when it snows. It had snowed heavily a couple days ago, so it would take him at least half a day to reach town by foot. Thus, when he visited his eldest uncle this time, not only would he need to get a loan, but he also needed to borrow the sledge. With a dazed expression, Yu-hai knocked on his eldest uncle's front door. The person who opened the door was Xiaoxiao's third uncle. Yu Zhong looked at his older cousin in surprise. When his gaze shifted to the small figure within Yu-hai's arms, his voice instantly changed. "What happened? Did Xiaoxiao get sick again? Eldest brother, quickly bring the sledge over. Second brother needs to use it." Yu Lichun had 2 sons and 3 daughters. His eldest son was 5 years older than Yu-hai, while his second son was younger than Yu-hai. Yu-hai was the second oldest, so they called him second brother. Yu Lichun's whole family was home, hiding from the winter weather. When they heard the youngest son's shout, they all immediately rushed out of the house. Yu Lichun didn't even put on his cotton-padded jacket when he hurried over to check on Xiaoxiao's situation. Yu-hai went straight to the point and directly stated the purpose of this visit. Yu Lichun immediately turned towards his wife, Madam Sun, and said with a firm tone, "How much money does our family still have? Give them all to Dahai." Without any hesitation, the old lady went into the room and came back with a gray bag. She didn't even open the bag before directly handing it to Yu-hai, and told him, "Take the whole thing. It's more important for the child to get treatment first." The eldest son's, Yu Shi, wife's mouth twitched and muttered in a low voice, "If we give all our money to Dahai, what are we going to eat over the new year? The children are all anticipating the chance to eat some wheat flour during the holiday." Elder Yu, who had just set up the sleigh, heard his daughter-in-law's remark and glared at her, as eating more important than a person's life. The eldest son's wife didn't utter another word, but she criticized inwardly, "His parents have so much more money than our family. Why does our family have to pay for the little girl's medical fees? That aunt of hers is seriously a miser who won't even give away a single penny. Yu Hai had always felt grateful to his eldest uncle. When his birth mother passed away, his eldest uncle and aunt took great care of him and his older sister. If it weren't for his eldest uncle's support, he didn't even know when he would be able to get a wife. Yu Hai bowed deeply towards his eldest uncle's family. He didn't say anything else and took the bag of money. After that, he got onto the sleigh and sped all the way to the village entrance. Shortly after they left the village entrance, Xiao Xiao, who had been attentively listening to her surroundings, pretended as if she had just woken up and called out to Yu Hai, who held her tightly in his embrace. A trace of expression finally appeared on Yu Hai's face. He smiled at his precious daughter, who was wrapped up like a ball, and softly asked, "How are you awake? Can you tell father where you're feeling unwell?" As Yu Xiaoxiao struggled to sit up, she shook her head firmly and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. Father, don't worry. Earlier, I was just scared by grandmother and fainted. I'm fine now, so let's go back. We should still go to town and get a doctor to check on you. We need to make sure that your illness is completely cured." Yu Hai touched his daughter's face and insisted on taking her to see a doctor. When faced with Yu Hai's stubbornness, Yu Xiaoxiao felt moved and helpless. She continued to persuade her father, "Father, I'm really fine. No matter what, I can still be considered half a doctor. Wouldn't I know about the condition of my own body?" Yu Hai gave her a perfunctory reply as he controlled the sleigh. "Father knows that our Xiaoxiao is very capable. However, the ancients often say, doctors don't treat their own illnesses. Father will only be at ease after a doctor from Tongren Medicine Hall checks on you." Without any other choice, Yu Xiaoxiao came up with a compromise. "Father, let's do this. Let's go to the mountain first and set some traps. We might be able to catch some game. In that case, we will have money for the medical fee. It's inauspicious to owe money during the new year." Yu Hai looked at his daughter's rosy cheeks and her liveliness when she spoke. Seeing her persistence, he decided to compromise. So, he ordered the two dogs to turn towards the direction of the mountain forest. The snow accumulated on the main road had been trampled on by pedestrians and carriages, so it was hard and firm. However, it was different in the mountain because the snow was soft and knee-deep high. When the two dogs traveled in the deep snow, only their heads were visible, which made it extremely difficult for them to walk. Yu Hai decided to simply unload the sleigh from the dogs and pull his daughter into the mountain himself. He would be too worried to leave his daughter alone on the mountain road when it was so freezing cold. The snow was beginning to clear, so many hungry little creatures came out to seek food in the mountain forest. After walking briefly, they saw a pheasant flapping its wings and flying past them. Yu Hai felt somewhat regretful and said, "It's a pity that I didn't bring my hunting tools with me." "It's all right, Father. Let's go over to the left side. Brother Han and I hid some ropes for the traps there." Sitting on the sleigh, Yu Xiaoxiao enjoyed this new experience and curiously touched everything around her. From time to time, she made a snowball and threw it at the branches. She giggled ceaselessly as she watched the snow on the branches falling down. Yu Hai finally felt relieved when he saw his daughter looking so energetic. A moment later, the two of them found the ropes. Yu Hai broke off some dead branches and set up around 20 traps of varying sizes. Yu Xiaoxiao was also working busily behind him. She was either sprinkling some mystic stone water on the snows around the noose or putting a batch of dry grass, which were soaked with mystic stone water, around the traps. Ever since Yu Xiaoxiao freed up 2 bottles and filled them up with mystic stone water, she had always carried a bottle with her for emergencies. In order to prevent the animals in the mountain from causing an uproar, Xiaoxiao urgently diluted the mystic stone water with snow water before she sprinkled it. It took them over 2 hours to finish setting all the snares. Yu Hai was an experienced hunter, so it was inevitable that he was better at setting the traps than she was. He specifically chose to set the traps on the routes that the animals frequented. After they set the last snare and returned, on the same route, they noticed that there was already quite a lot of harvest. "Wow, Cabot's Tragopan, partridge, there's also blue-rumped pitta." Yu Xiaoxiao screamed excitedly. After such a big snowstorm, these live mountain birds should be worth quite a lot of money. Yu Hai tied up those small game with a rope and put them on the sleigh. After that, they also caught several wild hares. Father, look, what's that? Is it a roe deer? Yu Xiaosao saw from a distance that there was also some harvest under the few bigger snares that they had lay out. The creature looked similar to their family's tiny. Yu Hai swiftly rushed towards the struggling game, pushed it down onto the ground, and tied its limbs with a rope. Ha ha, we got quite a harvest today. We actually caught a deer at the edge of the forest. My daughter, this isn't a roe deer. It's an adult male deer. The deer's blood and meat are all very good things. The wealthy people in town really like this. A smile finally emerged within Yu Hai's eyes. The deer probably weighed over 100 catties. If he sold it, then he wouldn't need to borrow money to pay for his daughter's medical fees. By the time Yu Hai and his daughter came out of the forest, the sleigh was already filled with game. After he reassembled the sleigh, they traveled all the way to Tanggu Town on the dog-pulled sleigh. When they reached the gate of Tanggu Town, it was already noon. They left the sleigh with a family who lived near the city gate and gave them a pheasant as a payment for their help. After the blizzard, the prices for goods steadily soared, so such a fat pheasant would cost at least 100 or 200 copper coins. That family was extremely happy and promised to take good care of the two dogs. Hey, isn't this Brother Dahai? Did you come deliver game to our Fulin restaurant? Quick, quick, please come in. Fulin restaurant's manager was sharp-eyed and quickly recognized Yu Hai and his daughter. When he saw the game that Yu Hai carried on his back, he, who was usually arrogant, couldn't help but greet them warmly. Yu Hai was very uncomfortable with his hospitality. As someone who frequently delivered game to town, Yu Hai naturally knew about Fulin restaurant's manager Lu's usual attitude and behavior. He was a powerful man who despised the poor. Manager Lu had also incessantly forced him to lower the price for his game. With the booming business of Junshou restaurant and their increased demand for game, Yu Hai rarely did business with Fulin restaurant. Had Manager Lu gone mad today? He actually acted so friendly with him and he even called him brother. Yu Xiaosao, who was holding several small game, had a terrible impression of this Manager Lu. Moreover, she had previously made a verbal agreement with young Master Zhou. If she caught game, she would prioritize Junshou restaurant. Thus, she naturally didn't want to do business with Fulin restaurant, since they had unethical business conducts. Oh, it's Xiaosao. Did you go to the mountain to set traps on such a cold day? In the midst of her hesitation, the familiar voice of third young Master Zhou sounded from nearby. Yu Xiaosao turned around and saw a handsome young man, who was dressed in a royal blue-colored robe, stepping down from a luxurious horse carriage. Wasn't this third young Master Zhou? Third young master, what a coincidence. I was just about to send over the game that you ordered. Since we caught a lot of game today, I couldn't carry all of them by myself. So, I asked for my father's help. Yu Xiaosao slightly pushed her father and moved closer to Zhou Zixu. Yu Hai smiled apologetically. Manager Lu, I'm really sorry. Junshou restaurant made a reservation for these game with my daughter. Next time, when I get the chance, I'll work with Manager Lu. Manager Lu's face violently twitched and his expression instantly darkened. He spat at Yu Hai's back figure, just a filthy poor hunter. Does he even deserve to talk business with me? All staff listen up. In the future, we're not taking any of the game that the Yu family sends over. Just let them cling onto Junshou restaurant. Humph. Although Manager Lu spoke proudly, he felt extremely distressed inwardly. It snowed really heavily this year. During the blizzard, not many hunters would brave the snow and enter the mountain to hunt. Thus, there was a shortage of game for all the restaurants in town. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered himself and acted friendly with a mere hunter. Manager Lu could only enviously look at the game, while third young Master Zhou was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Zixu smiled happily as he looked at the buck on Yu Hai's shoulder. Uncle Yu, you're seriously such a life savior. At the end of the year, the county magistrate and the aristocrats in town have all reserved a table at Junshou restaurant. We were just worried about not having any presentable dishes. With this buck, our Junshou restaurant's reputation will surely go up another level. Zor, is this our Junshou restaurant's great savior who you have mentioned? A gentle and graceful voice emerged from within the horse carriage. Third young Master Zhou smiled at Xiaosao, and then replied to the person within the carriage, Mother, this little girl is one who gave us the recipe for the oyster sauce. Her name is Yu Xiaosao. We are able to defeat the older and more famous restaurants in town because of the oyster sauce. Thus, it's not an exaggeration to say that she's the savior of Junshou restaurant. It was inconvenient for Madame Zhou to come out of the carriage since there was an unfamiliar man present. Thus, she stayed within the carriage as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss Yu, for being so generous and teaching us your secret recipe. Zor, remember to invite the young miss to our estate some other day. Mother should thank her in person. Yu Xiaosao quickly said, Madam is being too courteous. If I keep the formula for the oyster sauce for myself, then only my family can taste it. However, if I give it to Junshou restaurant, more people can try the delicious taste. All recipes and formulas can only reflect its worth in the hands of people who know how to truly appreciate and use it. Don't you think so? When Madame Zhou heard her reply, she couldn't help but look differently at the little peasant girl from the mountains. Her manner of speech and thinking were even better than some of the noble ladies in town. Mother, you should go back first. I'll need to go to the restaurant and make the arrangements. Zhou Zixu was completely focused on the game right now. He wasn't just concerned about the money. This matter could also affect the restaurant's reputation. When the other restaurants couldn't provide decent game to the public, Junshou restaurant would surely reach new heights by presenting a full deer banquet. Xiaosao, you're seriously my little lucky star. The game that we stocked up before the snow has long been sold out. Recently, a few distinguished, regular customers have been clamoring for fresh meat dishes. My hair is about to turn white due to the stress. At the end of the year, if the dishes on the menu are too simple, then it's seriously not presentable. Zhou Zixu took the game from Xiaosao's hands and walked beside her. Yu Hai, who walked behind them, was stunned inwardly. When did my daughter become so familiar with the young boss of Junshou restaurant? When they arrived at Junshou restaurant, third young master Zhou instructed the server to take the game into the kitchen. After that, he invited the father and daughter pair into his own private room and heated up the brazier. Looking at Xiaosao's reddened face, he couldn't help but ask with concern. You must be freezing, right? Quickly come warm yourself up beside the brazier. There's so much snow in the mountain, so it must be very difficult to catch prey. Uncle Yu, your hunting skills are truly excellent. Yu Hai held a cup of hot tea in his hands to keep warm, while he observed the gorgeous and elegant decors in the private room. He inwardly sighed. I have been to Junshou restaurant numerous times to sell game, but I have never enjoyed such treatment before. This was all thanks to his daughter. According to Madame Zhou, they had learned to make the oyster sauce, which was one of Junshou restaurant's specialties, from his daughter. He never knew that his little girl had such skills, and a spontaneous sense of pride and honor surged within his heart. When he heard the courteous remark made by the young boss of Junshou restaurant, he quickly straightened his posture and appeared slightly stiff as he replied, Third young master Zhou has overpraised me. I was just lucky today. I also hadn't expected that we get such results by just setting traps. Uncle Yu, you can just call me Zixu. I knew Xiaosao was skillful in setting traps. However, I didn't know that the skill runs in Uncle Yu's family. The ginger soup that Zhou Zixu instructed to be brewed had arrived, so he personally handed them to Yu Hai and Xiao's hands. Seeing that his daughter had received the ginger soup in a relaxed manner, Yu Hai also dropped the formalities and drank the soup while it was still warm. When his frozen body finally warmed up, he smiled and said, We're not really a family devoted to hunting. I had learned my hunting skills from older brother Zhao, who was also a hunter. In terms of hunting, older brother Zhao Bufan is the one who's truly an expert. Our Junshou restaurant needs to thank Uncle Yu and Uncle Zhao for always helping us out. As an expression of our gratitude, I'll treat you guys to a meal this afternoon. I hope Uncle Yu will accept my sincerity. Disregarding their business relationship, Zhou Zixu felt that the generosity and help that Yu Hai's daughter had provided him was enough for him to treat the father and daughter warmly. Yu Hai hastily declined. Third young master Zhou doesn't have to waste the money. We are still in a hurry to go to Tongren Medicine Hall and ask Dr. Sun to check on Kaur. Xiaosao, are you feeling unwell? Tongren Medicine Hall's Dr. Sun's medical skills is very good. Should I get someone to call Dr. Sun over? Zhou Zixu carefully examined Yu Xiaosao and felt relieved to see that she didn't seem sick. Yu Xiaoxiao drank the bitter ginger soup with a troubled face, and then waved her hand at him. I'm fine. I suffered a little fright in the morning, but I'm all right now. My father is just overly anxious. Yu Hai inwardly thought, you even fainted this morning, so how am I being overly anxious? Yu Xiaoxiao continued, however, it has gotten colder recently. I wonder if my older brother has any warm clothes. Third young Master Zhou, are there any shops to buy ready-made garments nearby? I want to buy a cotton-padded clothing for my older brother. With a slightly discontented expression on his face, Zhou Zixu exclaimed, how many times have I told you already? Don't call me, third young Master Zhou. It makes us sound like strangers. No matter what, I'm still 5 years older than you, so it wouldn't be too much for you to call me, older brother Zhou, right? You don't need to go buy the cotton-padded clothes. I have many quilted garments at home that have become too small for me even before I got to wear them. If you don't mind, you can give them to your older brother to wear. No, please don't. My older brother is an apprentice at a shop, so it's improper for him to wear your fancy clothing. It's better to buy those cotton-padded attires made with rough fabric because it's not as eye-catching. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the royal blue brocade robe on his body. It definitely wasn't suitable for poor folks like them. Zhou Zixu's servant, who was like a shadow without any sense of existence, finally spoke up at this time. Young master, this servant's mother had made a cotton attire for me at the beginning of the year. When I tried it on several days ago, I noticed that it had gotten shorter. The clothing was made from a fabric gifted by Madam and I have never worn it before. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, bring it over for me to see. Also, go fetch 2 quilts from home on your way. The weather has gotten so cold, so we don't want our brother Yu Hang to freeze. After Zhou Zixu finished giving out his orders, knowing that Yu Xiaoxiao wouldn't stay for the meal, he instructed the server to go weigh the game on the scale. The waiter came back from the kitchen a moment later and reported, the male deer is 260 catties, while the various small game weighed a total of 35 catties. Zhou Zixu naturally wouldn't treat them badly. After a moment of deliberation, he said, in the past, a buck was worth 60 copper coins per catty. However, according to this winter's market value, it will cost about 100 copper coins per catty. The deer you caught is still alive. The deer blood and penis are both very valuable things. Let's do this. I'll pay you 120 copper coins per catty for this deer. The price for the other small game will also be double. What do you think? The venison can be sold for 100 copper coins, but our deer is only heavy due to its fur. So, how can we ask for 120 copper coins for each catty? We're already taking advantage of you by taking 100 copper coins per catty. Yu Hai wasn't someone who would take advantage of others. Zhou Zixu guffawed. If you're talking about taking advantage, we're the ones who have benefited the most. I can sell this deer for at least 10 times the price that I brought it with. If Uncle hadn't delivered this deer to Junsho restaurant in consideration of our old friendship, how would we be able to use it to earn money? Uncle Yu, no offense, but you're not as straightforward as your daughter. Yu Hai was even more astonished inwardly when he saw his daughter's relaxed and satisfied attitude. Based on their attitude, this clearly wasn't their first business deal. When did his daughter start doing business with Junsho restaurant? The deer, which was over 200 catties, was sold for 31 taels and 200 copper coins. The various small game were sold for 1,750 copper coins. In the end, third young Master Zhou rounded the total up and gave them 33 taels. The deerskin is very valuable. Do you guys want it? The price for the deerskin is calculated separately. A complete deerskin would be worth at least 10 taels. Yu Hai pondered for a moment and said to his daughter, let's just keep the deerskin. After we tan the skin, it will be very soft and strong. It's also water resistant. I can make 2 pairs of deerskin boots for you siblings. In the future, your feet won't get wet when you go gather seafood at the beach. If he wasn't her own father, Yu Xiaoxiao would have replied to him by saying, are you an idiot? We could buy so many pairs of shoes with 10 taels. Moreover, he wanted us to wear the deerskin boots to gather seafood at the sea. How much seafood would we need to gather in order to make up for the price of a pair of deerskin boots? We don't want the deerskin. You can just give us the money for it. Yu Xiaoxiao directly made the decision. It was undeniable that her father really loved his children, but he was too indecisive sometimes. Joe Zixu didn't say anything and took out a banknote, which was worth 50 taels, from his purse. Without giving Yu Hai a chance to refuse, Yu Xiaoxiao had reached out her hand to take the banknote. Wow. So this is the banknote that people talk about. Are there any restrictions? It won't expire, right? Joe Zixu rolled his eyes in an unrefined manner. He smiled as he pinched her cheek and said, "Don't worry. This note is from the old and famous bank operated by the Sang family. They're the wealthiest family in all of the great Ming dynasty. The bank won't go bankrupt. Moreover, with our relationship, even if the bank is gone, you can still come find me to exchange it for cash." "Thank you then." Yu Xiaoxiao flipped the banknote back and forth and examined it for a long time. After her curiosity had been fulfilled, she carefully folded the banknote and put it into the pocket of her jacket. After that, she patted her pocket contentedly. A 50 taels banknote. In addition to her earnings from selling game last time, she had at least 70 or 80 taels now. It seemed like she had accumulated some savings now. Third young Master Zhou looked at Xiaoxiao, who appeared like a money grubber. Her big eyes were like a pair of crescent moons and her rosy lips were curled up slightly. Even her shabby and worn-out attire couldn't conceal her cuteness. Yu Hai was quite surprised to see his daughter unreservedly putting the banknote into her pocket. When did his daughter become so assertive? She had calmly stuffed a 50 taels banknote into her own pocket. She didn't know how many things 50 taels could buy, does she? Even a 5-room house in Dongshan village wouldn't need so much money to be built. Third young Master Zhou had noticed Yu Hai looking at Xiaoxiao with a hesitant expression when she directly took the money without prior discussion with him. However, Yu Hai didn't say anything in the end. He also didn't confiscate the banknote, which was enough money for an ordinary family to live off for several years. Zhou Zixu smiled faintly and said to Yu Hai, "Uncle Yu is really a good father, who dotes on your daughter." Yu Hai looked affectionately at his youngest daughter, who was currently eating snacks. He thought of his poverty-stricken situation of not having any money when his daughter fainted, as well as his other thin and weak children at home. He shook his head gently and replied with a voice full of solemnity and self-remorse, "No, I'm not a good father. Father, if you stop listening to my grandmother all the time and think of our immediate family more, then you will definitely be a good father." Yu Xiaoxiao lectured her father as she drank the steaming hot brown sugar ginger soup. "My mother, who is also your real grandmother, had passed away when your father, I, was still very young. Thus, I'm grateful to your grandmother for raising me up. After your youngest aunt gets married and your younger uncle passes the county-level examination, there will be fewer burdens at home, so our immediate family can break off from the family and live separately from them. At that time, I'll earn more money by hunting and fishing more frequently. I'll buy more new clothes and hair accessories for our Xiaoxiao." Yu Hai felt slightly distressed in his heart as he touched his daughter's somewhat withered and yellow hair. Yu Xiaoxiao inwardly pouted her lips. Her father was the breadwinner of the family. If her younger uncle passed the county-level examination, then he would want to take provincial-level examination and the imperial examination. Her grandmother was a leech, so she was never going to let them go until she had sucked all their blood. Their hope of breaking off from the family was very slim. Another manservant of third young Master Zhou knocked on the door and came in with a bulky bundle. With an embarrassed expression on his face, Zhou Zixu's personal manservant, Simo, took the bundle from him and said, "This servant really hasn't worn this cotton-padded clothes before. If Miss Yu doesn't mind, then I don't mind. I don't mind." He was the personal manservant of the young master of the Zhou family, which was the wealthiest family in Tanggu town. Thus, he dressed more decently than most of the ordinary people in town. The quilted attire he wore was made of fine cotton cloth, which cost 34 copper coins for 1/3 of a meter. She took the bundle and saw that it was indeed a brand new set of dark blue quilted jacket and trousers. They were made with fine cotton fabric and filled with thick cotton, so the set of clothing felt extremely soft. Even if she didn't touch the garment, it was easy to tell that they were made with fresh cotton. This set of cotton-padded clothes would cost at least a few hundred copper coins. It wasn't easy to work as a servant, so Yu Xiaoxiao naturally didn't want to take advantage of him. She stretched her hand out towards her father and said, "We'll buy this set of clothing from this young brother." "Father, Give me money to pay him. Third young Master Joe was quite amused when he saw the young girl, who had a 50 taels banknote in her pocket, outright asked her father to pay. Moreover, the obedient father swiftly complied to his daughter's orders and paid with his money. Simo hastily declined the string of copper coins that Yuhai handed to him and said, "This cotton-padded attire is too small for me to wear, so it's useless for me to keep it. It's also a pity to just throw it away. It's fortunate that Miss Yu wants to take it, so how can I accept money for it?" In fact, the madam had rewarded the fabric for the quilted garments to him because she saw that he had served the young master wholeheartedly. Simo's mother felt that her son had gained honor for her, so she gladly stayed up for 2 nights to make the clothes for him. However, he didn't get the chance to wear it since the weather had gotten warmer. He took it out to wear as soon as winter came around, but it had already become too small for him. His young master's status in the Zhou family had risen due to Junsho restaurant's success. Eldest master had praised his young master more than once in front of the other young masters. Even a personal manservant like him had also received more respect. Simo, who had become conscious of his position, prevented his mother from altering the clothes. It would be so embarrassing if the personal manservant of the only heir of the second branch came out dressed in amended attire. Wouldn't he turn into a laughingstock? Thus, a good and brand new set of quilted clothes became useless. Who was Miss Yu? In merely half a year, Junsho Restaurant had become the best restaurant in Tanggu Town. Miss Yu could probably take at least half of the credit for the success of Junsho Restaurant. Thus, even his own young master treated her with respect and gratitude. She readily accepted the cotton-padded clothes, so how would he dare to take her money? Yu Xiaosao noticed that the young brother was about to be upset if she continued to give him the money. Hence, she stopped insisting and expressed her gratitude to the manservant again. After that, she stuffed the quilted clothing into her father's hands and bid farewell to third young Master Zhou. Zhou Zixu lamented. Head chef Wang came up with a new dish. "I wanted to ask you to taste the dish and give us some advice. But it seems like we have to do it on another day. By the way, where do you live, Xiaosao? Leave me your address, so I can find you more easily in the future." "I live in Dongshan Village, which is southeast of town. It's a small fishing village a little over 25 kilometers away." Yu Xiaosao's plan to quietly make a fortune was inseparable from her god of fortune, so she naturally wouldn't reject his request. When they came out of the private room, they ran into head chef Wang, who had hurriedly rushed over. He had a slightly disappointed expression on his face when he saw Yu Xiaosao leaving. He found out that Xiaosao was going to visit her older brother, who worked as an apprentice. Head chef Wang, who had also begun as an apprentice, naturally knew the pain of being an apprentice. Thus, he ordered the server to wrap a bag of freshly made steamed buns from the kitchen and told Xiaosao bring it to her older brother. Yu Xiaosao was so grateful that she repeatedly thanked him. Head chef Wang chuckled merrily. "No need to thank me. I'm just borrowing my boss's flour and offering it to you, this little bodhisattva 3. Miss Yu, if there's a chance in the future, let's exchange our knowledge regarding cooking. My meager culinary skills are incomparable to head chef Wang's skills. However, if I have any new ideas in cooking, I'll definitely ask for Uncle Wang's advice." Yu Xiaosao finally got away from head chef Wang's enthusiasm, but before she had the time to breathe a sigh of relief, she was stumped by her father's question. "The oyster sauce is Junsho Restaurant's specialty. Cower, were you the one who taught them? How did you know how to make oyster sauce? Why did the arrogant head chef Wang of Junsho Restaurant act so respectful and friendly to you?" Yu Hai voiced the questions he had in his heart. Yu Xiaosao couldn't immediately answer his questions. She couldn't just tell him, "Father, your daughter is already dead. I'm a soul from another world, who has maintained my knowledge from my previous life." If she really told him that, then she would definitely be viewed as a demon and burned to death. After a brief deliberation, she gathered her courage and replied, "Father, do you believe in the resurrection of the dead?" Yu Hai's expression immediately changed. His eyebrows were so tightly creased that he could probably catch mosquitoes. He replied, "How can a dead person be revived? Unless the king of hell didn't accept him because he hasn't completed his predestined lifespan. If I told you that I had been to the palace of hell and met the king of hell, would you believe me?" Yu Xiaoxiao carefully observed every one of Yu Hai's expressions. If he showed great resistance and aversion, she would use the excuse that it was a joke and stop trying to continue with this lie. Her only consolation for coming to this world was that she was able to enjoy parental love and care once again. She didn't want to lose her father's doting love and her mother's tender care again. Yu Hai halted in his steps and bent down to look at her. With eyes filled of agony and guilt, he asked in a warm tone. "Cower, was it that time you injured your head? Your eldest granduncle said that you had already stopped breathing at that time. It was fortunate that Dr. Yu arrived in time and saved you. Father is really useless. I can't even protect my own children. I don't deserve to be your father. Father, although you're a little blindly devoted to your parents and have a slightly soft personality, you're still the best father to Cower. Father, you don't need to blame yourself. Though I had wandered at the gates of hell, it was actually a blessing in disguise because I had obtained some methods to earn money." Since her new father didn't reject the idea of demons and gods, Yu Xiaoxiao spoke even more recklessly as she continued with her story. After all, she was nearly 30 years old in her past life. Although she tried her best to act like a child, she would inadvertently reveal something suspicious. Furthermore, she definitely couldn't hide her big money-making plan from her close relatives. Didn't people of ancient times regard supernatural beings with respect and fear? Hopefully, she could fool them with her made-up story. At the thought that his daughter, who he had carefully protected for 8 years, almost dying in vain, Yu Hai felt a moment of fear within his heart. He hugged his daughter's thin body tightly and choked up with sobs. "No amount of money is as important as my daughter being alive and healthy. Don't be afraid, Cower. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Actually, I'm not really sure either. After I injured my head and fell into a coma, I dazedly saw 2 men, who were dressed in white and black respectively. They took me to a place to meet a very dignified official. Later, it seemed like they mentioned something about an unfinished lifespan and that they had taken the wrong person. They even said they would compensate me. When I woke up, I felt like certain things would suddenly emerge with my mind. My knowledge of the oyster sauce also appeared after I woke up. However, I had never tried it because our family doesn't have the means to do so." Yu Xiaoxiao tried to speak vaguely since the original host was still only 9 years old after the new year. When taken to an unfamiliar environment, she would definitely be scared and wouldn't remember certain things very clearly. "Cower, don't be afraid." Allegedly, 100-year-old Zhang of Shengtun village had also loitered around in the underworld. When the king of hell noticed that he misjudged, he compensated him with a long life. Thus, 100-year-old Zhang lived until he was 108 years old before he died of old age. Our Cower will certainly live a long life in the future. Yu Hai didn't dare imagine his delicate and frail daughter wandering around in the underworld, which was such an eerie and frightening place. His daughter was originally timid, so how scared would she had been at that time? Yu Xiaoxiao was extremely surprised that there was actually a similar real-life case for the story that she randomly fabricated. This was even better since it increased the credibility of her story. The father and daughter pair walked side by side on the empty street. Yu Hai tightly clasped onto his daughter's small hand with his big hand for fear that his daughter would be taken away if he loosened his hold. Xiaoxiao felt her heart warm with gratitude. Even though she had told such a ridiculous story, her father, who clearly loved her, decided to believe her completely and continued to show concern for her. It was something that made her feel happy and grateful. In the eyes of Yu Hai, his precious daughter was as pure as water from a hidden spring deep in the mountains. Prior to her head injury, she had never stepped out of the house and spent most of her days recuperating on the bed. How would she learn how to deceive people? Furthermore, how would an 8-year-old child know about the black and white impermanence deities who escorted the dead, the judge of the dead, King Yama, and what the palace of hell looked like? Would she be able to describe these things so clearly had she not experienced them herself? He couldn't help but tighten his grip on his little girl's hand. His daughter hadn't had an easy life and almost had a brush with death. He silently made a decision in order to not waste her second chance at life. "Father, we've reached the carpentry shop." Yu Xiaoxiao noticed that her father was so lost in his thoughts that he almost passed the woodworking store, so she couldn't help but pull on his hand to remind him. Yu Hai pulled his mind away from his train of thoughts, saw a man with his hands in his sleeves standing next to entrance, and went up to him and said, "Sir, would you mind bringing Yu Hang out? I'm one of his family members and I'm here to give him a padded cotton coat." This man was clearly more polite than the one from last time. He looked at the father-daughter pair and only replied with a hint of impatience, "Wait here, a couple of the apprentices are currently being punished, the shopkeeper may not necessarily let anyone out." As the man walked towards the back hall, he mumbled quietly to himself, "They don't look like people who can't afford to raise their children, so why did they harden their hearts and send their kid to this tiger's den?" After her body was rejuvenated by the mystic stone water, Yu Xiaoxiao's natural senses were sharper compared to the average person's. She could faintly hear the fellow's grumblings and it reminded her of the bruises she saw on her older brother's face the last time she visited him. Uneasy, she said, "Father, can we bring older brother back? I feel like learning carpentry from here is not as good as him going off with you to learn how to hunt and fish." Yu Hai often came into town and had also heard rumors of the carpentry shopkeeper's poor temper. Apparently, whenever the man got drunk, he would use his fists on his associates and apprentices. Yu Hai frowned and then sighed softly, "Let's decide after we finish celebrating the new year. Because we had to borrow money to let you see the doctor today, your grandmother will definitely take advantage of this and throw a few temper tantrums. If we brought your brother back without asking for her opinion, no one in the family would be able to enjoy the festivities this year." The father and daughter pair stood out in the cold for quite a while before they saw Yu Hang running out of the side door. It had been almost 2 months since Yu Xiaoxiao last saw her brother. She gazed at him from head to toe sorrowfully. Although she couldn't detect any new wounds on him, the color of his face was poor and his whole body had become painfully thin. She asked with a voice full of worry, "Older brother, you've become so thin. Does your master not give you any food to eat?" Yu Hang placed his hands in his sleeves and did his best to keep a smile on his face. He shook his head gently and replied, "I just grew a bit. Nothing I eat seems to stick on me. Don't worry, little sister. The amount of food I get here is about the same as what I get at home." It was the same amount as home, when they were still being rationed and couldn't eat their fill, but now he also had more work to do. However, Yu Hang had a sensible personality and wouldn't voice these inner thoughts in front of his family in order to keep them from worrying. Yu Hai gently smoothed his son's brittle and yellowing hair. The child had indeed become thinner. In fact, his son's appearance was not much different compared to the time when his grandmother was restricting their rations, as his 2 cheeks were still sunken. His daughter wasn't wrong, he really needed to bring his son back home as soon as possible. Yu Xiaoxiao used a lot of effort to blink back the tears in her eyes and fished out a few meat buns from her pocket. She stuffed them into her older brother's hands and said, "Older brother, these meat buns had just come out of the steamer, you should eat them now while they're still hot. Didn't I tell you that you don't need to buy me food to eat? If grandmother found out you were buying random things, she would definitely be angry at our branch." Yu Hang stared at the white and puffy meat bun that gave off a delicious aroma. He couldn't help but swallow back the saliva that pooled in his mouth. How long had it been since he last ate something made of white flour? The rolls in the carpentry shop were all made of the lowest quality, roughest type of grain there was. The bread stuck to one's throat and they were only given a piece the size of a child's fist to eat. As for the soup, other than a few pieces of broken cabbage, it was mostly water. Not even a single drop of oil could be found in the broth. And they never had any vegetables to eat. The shop originally accepted around a total of 7 to 8 apprentices, but about half of them left due to hunger. The rest would have quit long ago had their birth families not been too poor to raise them. Just a moment ago, he had been cruelly punished along with 2 other apprentices who were slightly older than him. The 3 of them had been sentenced to kneel on the snow-covered ground and had to hold a basin full of ice-cold water in their arms. Yu Hang's eyes dimmed at that recent memory. "These steamed rolls were gifted to us by Junshou Restaurant's head chef Wang, so we didn't spend any money. Hurry up and eat them. They won't taste good when they're cold." Yu Xiaoxiao explained persuasively. She suddenly noticed that the hand that her older brother used to hold the bun was trembling incessantly. She couldn't help but ask impatiently, "Older brother, what's wrong with your hand?" Yu Hang evasively replied, "We didn't finish all of our tasks so the shop manager punished us. It's not a big deal, I'll be fine after I rest a bit. Father, little sister, did you eat already? We already ate. Xiaoxia, is the work in the store exhausting? Just endure for a few more days. When I get back I'll negotiate with your grandmother, and after we finish celebrating the new year, we'll bring you back home. Hearing that his obedient and hard-working son had been punished solidified Yu Hai's desire to bring him back home. Yu Heng could no longer hold back. He took out a steaming hot meat bun and bit off a large mouthful. The boy almost burst into tears after tasting the combination of the soft and tender bread with the rich and fragrant ground meat. After hearing what his father said, he hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. Father, grandmother will not agree. It doesn't matter how much work any of us children do, it doesn't mean anything in her eyes. She will not allow me to go home to live an easy life. Furthermore, if we want to break the apprenticeship contract, we need to pay the shop manager money. Father, do you really think grandmother will take out money for anyone other than our younger uncle? This past half year of being a carpentry apprentice had been nothing but a nightmare for Yu Heng. Not only could he not eat his fill and get enough sleep, but he was also punished for every little thing, and the penalties changed on a whim. It exhausted him physically and mentally. In fact, had his father and little sister not come to visit him, it was likely he would not have been able to endure holding that water basin for much longer. If he couldn't hold out, then he could only end up becoming soaked by the icy, cold water. As an apprentice who came from a poor family, he was considered fortunate to even have one piece of warm clothing. Had it become wet, he didn't have any other clothing to swap. Without something to keep him warm in this type of freezing weather, wasn't that asking for his life? That was why he didn't reject the offer to bring him back home. Even though he was normally very sensible, he only voiced his worries regarding the plan. Yu Hai's resolve solidified and he patted his son's bony and sharp shoulder. The rims of his eyes were reddened as he said, "Don't worry about it. Father can resolve the money issue. Hang in there for a little longer, take this string of cash and keep it safe. Whenever you're hungry, you can buy some steamed buns and meat buns to fill your stomach. After the New Year's celebrations, Father will come and visit you again." Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the string of copper coins and her attitude towards her father changed for the better. It appeared that her father's filial piety wasn't to the point where he was without reason now. "Older brother, this coat was sent by third young master Zhou and it's quite thick. Remember to wear it when you go back." Yu Xiaoxia had noticed that her brother's hands were covered with pus-filled lesions from frostbite and also had cracks in the skin filled with blood. A 10-year-old child had hands that looked like someone much older. The sight made her feel bad. Next time she definitely needed to make some frostbite ointment for her older brother with some extra mystic stone water. That combination should fix his hands up. After seeing Yu Heng eat 3 meat-stuffed buns in a row, Yu Hai warned him to stop. "Don't eat any more, you can end up bloated. Drink some hot water when you get back and leave the rest of the food for tomorrow. It's getting late, your little sister and I need to head back. Take care of yourself." Yu Heng carefully wrapped up the remaining steamed meat buns and inserted the packet of food into the package containing his coat. He was reluctant to say farewell to his father and little sister. If only father could convince his grandmother to bring him back earlier. Otherwise, he would likely end up like little Mew and be on the verge of death before his family would get notified to bring him back. Silence reigned as the father and daughter pair traveled on. When they passed by the Tongren Medicine Hall, Yu Hai insisted on having his daughter being checked by Dr. Sun. "Ha ha, spiritual energy is everywhere, I can absorb more spiritual energy now." The little divine stone whooshed towards the cabinet full of precious medicinal herbs and sat on top like a gecko who had found a resting place and refused to let go. In any case, no one else could see it other than its master, so it didn't really matter what its appearance was. Dr. Sun still had an impression of the father-daughter pair. He stroked his long beard while asking the little girl, "Where are you feeling unwell?" "I feel fine." Before Xiaoxiao could finish replying, her father interrupted her. "Dr. Sun, my daughter fainted this morning. Please take a look at her and check to see if this is a recurrence of her old illness." In the past, Xiaoxiao often became sick at the slightest touch, and those experiences had left a deep impression in Yu Hai's heart. There were a few times when Dr. Yu couldn't do anything for her and only Dr. Sun was able to save his daughter's life. Yu Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't fool the highly skilled doctor's son and hurriedly said, "Father, earlier I was only scared a bit by grandmother. I already said that I've long recovered from my old illness, why do you still not believe me?" Dr. Sun carefully took her pulse and inspected Xiaoxiao's complexion. He smiled slightly and said, "Don't be concerned, this little girl's chronic condition has definitely been healed. A little extra care should be given in the future. The child shouldn't be frightened as sometimes being overly scared can cause another big problem to occur. Thank you, doctor. Please prescribe some medication to stabilize her condition. Dr. Sun already said that I'm fine. What's the point of prescribing medication?" Yu Xiaoxiao really did not want to drink bitter medication. Every medication has a side effect. This little girl has a good head on her shoulders and does not need to take any more medication. Dr. Sun's words were like a beam of light in darkness, and he was able to cut off Yu Hai's stubborn persistence. The old man then smiled profoundly at Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao smiled in embarrassment. This Dr. Sun was quite an interesting old fellow. Suddenly, she remembered her own mother's grave condition. She described her mother's symptoms and pulse condition at the onset of the recent attack with great detail to Dr. Sun. "Little girl, you have some medical knowledge." Dr. Sun revealed a flabbergasted expression. Yu Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "It's really not much. I only spend some time with Dr. Yu, our village doctor, for a few days and picked a couple things up. It's not true medicinal skills, and I don't dare to show my poor skills in front of you." Dr. Sun smiled and didn't respond further. He pondered for a short period of time and then explained, "From what you described to me about her pulse condition, I can tell that this is an old illness. If it continues to go on without getting treated, she'll end up having chronic lung disease. First, have her drink the medications I'll prescribe her. After a few days of that, it's best that she comes in person to be evaluated." After receiving the medication, the father and daughter pair thanked Dr. Sun profusely over and over. The two of them then went to the outskirts of town to pick up their sledge. On the way there, Xiaoxiao bought a few meat-stuffed buns from a roadside stall and used the buns to feed the two energetic dogs until they were stuffed full. In addition, she added a couple drops of the mystic stone water to the dogs' drinking water. The two dogs instantly became lively and full of energy. On the road back home, the two animals pulled the sled at lightning speed. They even caught up and passed a fellow who was driving a horse-pulled sleigh. The driver exclaimed in admiration at the speed and strength of the two dogs and even said that his own horse would not be able to catch up with them. The two sturdy and brave dogs finished a distance of around 25 kilometers in less than an hour. Before they arrived at the entrance of the village, the father and daughter pair took a detour to check on the traps they had set earlier. It was not a surprise to Xiaoxiao that more than half of their traps had some sort of game to be harvested. Out of the two large snares, one of them had been damaged while the other one had caught a fat and fleshy roe deer. However, it appeared that too much time had passed since the roe deer had been trapped. The animal had already died a while ago and had been frozen stiff. The other smaller traps had mostly caught wild hares and pheasants, but one of them had even snapped a badger. Xiaoxiao was not familiar with badgers, so she curiously poked the animal a couple of times. A slight smile had finally appeared on Yu Hai's face as he said, "A badger's fur is very warm. After father finishes tanning its pelt, I'll have your mother make a badger fur vest for you. The meat from the badger is also very tasty and has the ability to nourish the body. We should keep for ourselves to eat. You should take the badger fat so that when Dr. Yu returns you can use it to brew some burn ointment. This badger probably weighs at least 20 or so catties, even if we're estimating on the low end. It could be sold for a couple hundred copper coins. Do you think grandmother will really allow us to eat it?" Yu Xiaoxiao casually replied without much expectation. "This badger was caught by us. If I say we eat it, then we shall eat it." Yu Hai had a much more resolute and determined air around him. Compared to before, they had quite a large haul from their traps, and altogether it came out to be around 200 to 300 catties worth of game. Yu Hai stacked the prey on top of the sleigh and walked alongside the vehicle. From time to time, he would ask his daughter if she was either hungry or cold. Yu Xiaoxiao had been wrapped up until she resembled a large cotton ball. Other than her eyes and nose, everything else was under layers of cloth. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "The way father treats me, his daughter, is beyond words. The father and daughter pair first went to Yu Hai's uncle's home to return the sledge. On the way there, Xiao Xiao had already convinced her father that he should temporarily not repay the money he had borrowed. With a debt to pay off, he will have an excuse to not give up the money he obtained from selling game. At this time, it was necessary for their own branch to have their own purse. After the past few events, Yu Hai was very clear on the importance of having some cash on hand. His wife had a poor constitution ever since she gave birth to Shido and even coughed up blood several times. Although his youngest daughter had said she was feeling fine, but he still wasn't completely convinced by her. If he didn't have a single copper coin in his hands, what could he do in the future? Would he be destined to watch the two of them suffer the next time they got ill or encountered a disaster? Thus, he didn't say a word when his daughter received the 50 taels note earlier. Furthermore, when his daughter suggested to delay settling the debt, he also agreed to the idea without a single hesitation. In the future he will continue to work hard and expand great effort for the family as a whole, but he would never disregard his own branch and be foolishly filial again. Dahai, quickly bring the child into the room so she can sit on the kong to get warmed up. It's a cold day, you must be frozen right. How are you, Xiao Xiao? You look pretty wan and listless. Yu Lichun stooped down to pick Xiao Xiao and the blankets combined and quickly entered the house. The warm air from the room hit her immediately, and before she could take a good look at her surroundings, Xiao Xiao had been inserted directly into the blankets covering the kong. The toasty warmth of the covers was incredibly comfortable, and it made her feel drowsy. What did the doctor say? Yu Xiao Xiao's third uncle, Yu Zhong, asked as he held 2 bowls of piping hot ginger soup. After giving 1 bowl to Yu Hai, he carefully cajoled his niece to drink the ginger soup. The Yu family's ginger soup was only made with fresh ginger that had been simmered for a long time. It tasted primarily of ginger and its distinctive spiciness lingered in the throat. Yu Xiaoxiao grimaced and wanted to avoid the torture of consuming the soup, but her third uncle pried her mouth open and poured it down into her. Although her body had warmed perceptibly, the uncomfortable sensation endlessly tormented her throat and mouth. Yu Hai had gulped down his bowl of ginger soup in one go. After seeing his daughter's uncomfortable expression, he chuckled wickedly and said, Tongren Medicine Hall's doctor's son looked her over and prescribed a few medications. There's nothing seriously wrong with her. He definitely would not say that his child didn't have any health problems. Yu Hai was very familiar with Madame Zhang's character. Money was her life. If she never had to bleed a little bit, then she would never know what true pain was. In the future, if she wanted to treat his daughter poorly, she would need to think about the consequences first. Madame's son took out a few delicious baked sweet potatoes, one peeled off their skins, and put them into Xiao Xiao's hands and said, Eat these, it'll help. Change the taste in your mouth. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. This child has endured a lot over the past few years. Thank you, eldest grandaunt. Xiao Xiao had a fondness for baked sweet potatoes, but it was a pity that she had a witch of a grandmother with Madame Zhang at home. She rarely had the opportunity to eat any. The sweet and fragrant taste of the roasted sweet potato momentarily eradicated the wound on her heart which had been caused by the ginger soup. Yu Hai chatted casually with his eldest uncle and cousins. When he saw that his daughter, who had finished her sweet potato, rubbing her eyes in drowsiness, he stood up and said, Eldest uncle, I will definitely return the money I borrowed from you before the end of the year. I will always remember your kindness to me. Yu Lichun hastily replied, We're family, no need to say anything about remembering kindness. Don't blame your father, he's always been that type of weak-willed person. Your stepmother, Aish, just don't mention it. Don't make the borrowed money a burden on yourself, my family doesn't need it urgently. Yu Hai helped his daughter put on a thick leather coat. The coat was so large that it almost touched the ground. As if she was in a daze, Xiao Xiao stumbled blindly behind her father on the bumpy road. After making sure things were okay, Yu Zhong lifted the little kid up in preparation to send the father-daughter pair on their way. Yu Hai picked out a plump hare and pheasant out of the pile of game and spoke to his eldest uncle. Before we went to town, I made a detour to the mountains to set a few traps. Perhaps it was because the snow made it difficult for the animals to find food, but I unexpectedly caught a lot of game. This hare and pheasant should be given to eldest aunt so she can let them freeze properly. Then, there will be some extra dishes for the New Year celebration feast. Yu Lichun could not accept such a gift and said, Dahai, it's not easy for you to go hunting in such freezing weather. When Xiaoxiao finishes her medication, she might need to get more. You should take the game for yourself and go back to town tomorrow to sell them for money. Eldest uncle, if you don't accept them, then it means you're looking down on me, your nephew. Had it not been for you giving me money today, I really don't know what I would have done instead. This is me showing my filial respect for you. Please, you really need to accept this. Yu Hai was very resolute in his request. Yu Lichun had long known that this nephew of his had a stubborn personality. If he really continued to refuse the game, the man in front of him might become even more determined out of anxiety. By the time they left eldest uncle's dwelling, it was already dusk. Yu Hai tread on the snow that was frozen solid and went towards the direction of his home. As he walked, his heart gradually became cold and froze over. The doors of the room were all tightly shut, the kitchen stove was ice cold. Hearing the sounds of people, only the door in the west room opened eagerly. His wife and children hurriedly came out. He had truly been stupid in the past in letting his wife endure slights repeatedly. In the end, his wife's health had deteriorated and his daughter almost lost her life. The door to the main room remained as tightly closed as before. The faint sounds of scolding and fighting could be heard from the outside. In the east room, the window was secretly opened up a tiny crack. Inside, a pair of eyes met his line of sight and then abruptly disappeared. The sound of the window closing seemed all the more obvious in the otherwise silent evening. Yu Zhong frowned, placed the drowsily sleeping Xiaoxiao on the Kong bed in the room, and then left to go outside. Her grandmother wasn't related to her by blood, but did that mean her grandfather wasn't as well? Second uncle's decisions in the past couple of years have become more and more muddled. However, this time Yu Zhong had wrongly blamed old Yu. After he finished the evening meal, old Yu got dressed and went outside after seeing that his son and granddaughter hadn't come home yet. He wanted to welcome them back and so wandered around outside. However, the father and daughter pair were in the mountains harvesting the traps, so they missed each other. As Yu Hai was preparing the medication under the eaves, old Yu came in from the outside. As soon as he arrived home, he hurried towards the west room. He went inside and saw the sleeping Xiaoxiao. After asking about her out of concern, he also said, "Did you two eat yet? Go tell your wife to make a bowl of noodles and also cook Xiaoxiao a poached egg." Yu Hai glanced at the main room and shook his head. "We don't have a lot of white flour left in the household, so we should set it aside for the New Year's dumplings. Today I caught a badger. After I finish preparing it, it'll be used to make a bowl of meat stew to drink." Seeing that his son had a plan for the game, old Yu was about to say something without considering the mood. He caught his words before they came out and then instead said, "That's also good. A badger's meat can nourish the body, you should give more to the child to eat." After he finished, he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked back to the main room. Old Yu had sensed the slight difference in his son and he sighed inwardly. Seems like my son's feelings had really been hurt this time. Yu Xiaoxiao had been woken up by the tantalizing smell of meat. A badger's meat was naturally very delicious. When that was added with Madame Lu's culinary skills, the simmered meat stew could bring out anyone's inner foodie. The whole family sat in a circle on the Kong bed and enjoyed the savory and tasty meat stew. Yu Hai looked at the meat in the bowl and was silent for a bit before he said, "I'll go send 2 bowls to the main room." Madame Lu paused in her motion in eating for a short bit before she lowered her head to continue to eat, but didn't say anything. Little Shito, on the other hand, sneered and complained. Grandmother didn't want to give any money to treat second sister when she fell ill. Why are you sending her meat stew? Xiaoxiao chewed on her mouthful of meat before she swallowed it down. She pinched the little fellow's cheek and said, "She's one of the elders at home. She can treat us poorly but we cannot be disrespectful to her." Yu Hai glanced at his daughter and inwardly nodded his head. It was true, being filial was a law greater than heaven. If word came out that the younger generation of their branch ate meat without sending some to their elders, then their reputations would be ruined. Furthermore, the family had a notorious gossip monger, Madame Li. Once she knew something, the whole world would know. Yu Hai came out of the kitchen with the bowls of meat stew in his hand. As he walked, He saw Madame Li at the doorway of the east room, craning her neck towards the kitchen, looking around. Her glutinous son was behind her complaining, "Meat stew. I want to drink meat stew. Why can the people in the west room secretly eat it and not give us any?" Yu Dashan forcefully pulled the mother and son pair back into the room. Just as he was about to close the door, he looked at Yu Hai and said with a foolish smile on his face, "Da Hai, your nephew has been spoiled by his mother. Please don't mind him. There's more meat stew in the kitchen. If you want some, you can go get some yourself." Yu Hai walked into the main room with bowls in hand. Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes as she looked at him. Her voice was sharp and shrill as she commented, "Oh, this old woman doesn't have the good fortune this year to drink soup and eat meat. If I do, I might shorten my life." Old Yu glared at her and rebutted, "Stop saying so much. I agreed to let them slaughter the badger. Second daughter-in-law and Xiaoxiao both have weak constitutions and should eat something to strengthen their bodies. How can we shorten our lives by eating meat that we have hunted ourselves? If you don't want to eat it, then I'll eat both of our shares." Eat, eat, eat. They take medicine and also eat meat. How are we supposed to support all of this? I am so old yet I ration my food and clothing. Who do you think I'm scrimping and saving for? It's one thing to not receive any benefits, but I also get blamed for everything. The heavens, you should just take away this old lady off. I'll stop being an eyesore for some people then." Madame Zhang sat on the Kong bed while she slapped her leg and pulled at the fleshy parts of her legs. She howled incessantly yet a single tear drop could not be seen. In the Yu family, this type of act could be seen every few days. Yu Hai was mentally and physically exhausted and did not have the energy to match with her acting anymore. He silently placed the stew bowls down, turned, and left the room. The view of his back seemed especially desolate and down. As soon as he left, Madame Zhang acted as if a switch to her megaphone had been turned off and instantly became silent. She furrowed her brows furiously and her triangular-shaped eyes beadily stared at the door. Her mouth curved down into a frown. She noticed that old Yu had finished one of the bowls of meat stew and was about to grab the other one. The old woman hastily snatched the bowl away and started to eat it in large, heaping gulps while she spoke to old Yu. "Da Hai's father, why do I have a feeling that second son is a bit off today? Does he want to rebel? Why are you talking about rebellion? If your daughter had fainted from illness and your parents refused to give you money and instead caused trouble, wouldn't you cause the sky to fall with your fiery temper? Other people have tempers too. When second son becomes stubborn, even 3 large oxen can't pull him away from his views." Old Yu wished to continue to wipe his mouth and to savor the taste of the badger's meat. There was clearly someone at home who was a good hunter, yet they hadn't been able to even get the tiniest taste of meat in the past few months due to inner turmoil. How was this still living? How can say that? Whose daughter had fainted from illness? Are you saying my daughter isn't your daughter? How can you curse your own daughter? You need to kneel on the ground and beg for forgiveness. Don't blame us, Buddha. It was just a slip of the tongue. Don't blame us, don't blame us. Madame Zhang piously clasped her hands and started bowing left and right. That night, Madame Zhang tossed and turned on the Kong bed incessantly as if she was a pancake being flipped on the stove. No matter what she did, she couldn't fall asleep for some reason. She punched the loudly snoring old Yu and worriedly chattered, "Old man, do you think second son's brat had to spend a lot of money this time? They saw a doctor from the Tongren medicine hall and came back with a lot of medication." Old Yu impatiently turned over, his voice muffled as he replied, "I'm not a doctor of Tongren medicine hall, how am I supposed to know whether the medications are expensive? Stop chatting endlessly. If you don't want to sleep, that doesn't mean other people don't want to sleep. No matter how much money they spent, you don't need to worry as not even a single copper coin will need to come from you." Madame Zhang pushed him once more with all her strength and said, "What do you mean that the money isn't coming from my hands? I just went outside to check and second son caught a lot of animals today. Even when estimating on the low end, the game could be sold for a couple hundred copper coins. If he didn't owe any money, wouldn't all of the proceeds from his sale go to me?" As soon as she saw the pile of game, they had been transformed into a pile of money in her eyes. Madame Zhang's heart was full of uncomfortable feelings, as if she had a tiny kitten running around and scratching things. The frustration within old Yu's heart bubbled over as he sat up on the bed suddenly. A padded coat was draped over his body as he glared at her. Who was the one making the fuss today? If it wasn't for your horrible temper, the child wouldn't have been frightened, and then second son wouldn't need to borrow money from eldest brother. Even though we as grandparents clearly have money in our hands, yet you refused to take any out for an ill child. What kind of face do I have left now? How am I supposed to go out in the future? So what? Whoever tries to talk behind our back, I'll make sure to confront them in person. How much money is that old face of yours worth anyway? Is it as valuable as third son's future prospects? Madame Zhang pulled a fallacious argument out to counteract him. Third son's future prospects. From my perspective, third son's future prospects will someday be ruined by his mother, who's basically a bull in a china shop. Old Yu furiously laid back down on the bed. Madame Zhang acted as if she was a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. She leapt up quickly and forcefully pulled on the quilt that was on old Yu. She slapped and hit the old man as she screamed, "You stupid old fool. After you cursed our daughter, you go on to curse our son. How could third son's future prospects be ruined by me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, don't even think about sleeping tonight. Why are you acting so crazy in the middle of the night?" Old Yu didn't quite know what to do with his lunatic wife. He tried to block her blows somewhat fearfully. "Stupid old fool, I've already seen through your true thoughts. You only treasure the son and daughter who were given to you by Zhu Shoyan. Our Zhaobo and Katie are not considered you family descendants in your eyes, right? For the sake of a half-dead chit, you not only cursed our daughter to become ill but also cursed our son's future prospects. In the future, will there be a living road for the three of us in this family?" Madame Zhang had reached the end of her rope this time. She howled and screamed as she continued to beat the old man thoroughly. The usually taciturn old Yu was nowhere close to being her opponent. The old man could only wrap the blanket tightly around him and shield his head as he endured her blows. In the room west of the main room, the third daughter-in-law, Madame Zhao, heard the ruckus and frowned sternly. She gently patted her son who was sleeping fitfully and spoke to Yu Bo, who was reading under the light of a lamp. "Look, they're arguing again. What's wrong with your mother that she has to throw a fit 2 to 3 times in one day? With them screaming like this, will you really be able to study? In my opinion, I think we should pack our bags and go back home to town tomorrow. We'll come back on the 27th to 28th day of the new year. Aish, just forget about it. The weather is so cold now, and our son is still young. There's no point in making another round trip. Tomorrow I'll tell my mother that she needs to calm down during the New Year festivities." Yu Bo abandoned his books with frustration and sat next to Madame Zhao. He pulled at her toasty warm and tender white hands in an attempt to pull her into his embrace. Madame Zhao made a token protest and gave him a sidelong glance. She gently pushed him away and said, "Be careful to not let the people next to us hear. They'll scold me again for not being a good example and delaying your studies." Under the lamplight, Madame Zhao was as beautiful as a blooming flower. Her sparkling eyes carried hints of welcome, and Yu Bo could feel his heart tremble as he lowered his head to meet her luscious, pink lips. His hand went up to grip that soft and plump. Just as they were about to become more passionate, their little fellow next to them coughed and whispered a couple of sentences. The couple instantly separated. Madame Zhao's cheeks were flushed as she glared at her husband. She pulled her son into her arms to help him go to the bathroom when she suddenly remembered the scene from the morning. She lightly sighed and said, "Husband Yu, I'm not trying to criticize your parents' decisions. However, your mother was definitely in the wrong in the situation that happened today. A human's life is beyond value. As a grandmother, how could she be so callous to watch her granddaughter fall ill and refuse to give money to have her get medical treatment? That's a child's life at stake. You can't blame my mother. When Xiaoxiao was born, the doctor said that her lifespan would not be too long. A lot of money has been spent on her health expenses over the past few years. My mother is doing this for my sake, for my future." Due to his mother, Yu Bo did not have a lot of sentiment regarding his young niece. Madame Zhao's eyes flickered as she replied, "Husband Yu, you definitely cannot say this where it can be heard by outsiders in the future. Just think, If word came out that for the sake of your future we neglected the life of your niece, what do you think will happen? Even if you pass the county-level examinations, you won't have anywhere to go. The reputation of a scholar official is the most important thing, and you should be afraid of any stains. What should we do then? There's a proverb that says, good news never goes far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. I'm afraid that the news about second brother going to eldest uncle to borrow money has already spread throughout the whole village. Yubo trusted his wife a lot, as she was the daughter of a scholar who had passed the county examinations. After hearing her warning, his body immediately became covered in cold sweat from head to toe. He couldn't help but rub his hands incessantly as he didn't know what to do. Don't worry, let me think. Madame Zhao lowered her head to ponder the situation for a bit. She looked at her husband and then said, tomorrow, you should give some money to second brother and have him use it to pay back his debt to eldest uncle. Never mind, I should go instead. Go sleep. Tomorrow your wife will definitely smooth everything over for you. Yubo glanced at his beloved son and, seeing that he was sleeping peacefully, quickly hugged his wife's delicate body and kissed her fiercely on the neck and said, my good wife, you are truly a virtuous wife. Being able to marry you is the culmination of the blessings from 3 lifetimes. The next day, it was a rare nice day in the middle of winter. The winter sun shined brightly, its rays giving off as much warmth as it was possible. When Yu Hai left to check over the traps they set yesterday and to bring the game they caught to town, Yu Xiaosao could only lay on the bed, pretending to be an invalid. Acting as a sick person took effort, so she kind of regretted her decision to do so. She repeatedly reminded Shaolian to keep the money from selling game in her hands and to make sure to not let the main houses and the east rooms inhabitants find out how much money they had, etc. Madame Lu was decocting the medication in front of the door, and when she was done, she transferred the medication to let it cool before she drank it. Yesterday, her husband and daughter took the initiative to also buy about 2 taels worth of medication for her. It really made her heart ache. However, the medication had already been bought. Even if she didn't take it, the money wouldn't come back. She had to use her daughter as an excuse to prepare the medication, but she needed to drink it herself on the sly. This type of life, how much longer did they have to endure? After Madame Lu finished drinking the medication, she took the pile of dirty clothing to the pond at the foot of the mountain where she had to break the ice in order to wash the laundry. Little Shido hugged the little roe deer as he sat on the kong and chatted with his second sister. At this time, youngest Aunt Yu Katie looked around for a bit before she quietly slipped into the west room. In her hands was a bowl of piping hot sugar water with a poached egg floating in it. Seeing that her young niece was listlessly sitting on the kong, she softly said, Xiaosao, your aunt has made some sugar syrup with egg. Quickly eat it while it's still hot. Xiaosao glanced at the contents of the bowl. She knew that whenever her youngest aunt was about to have her period, grandmother would have her drink some sugar water with egg starting 3 days prior. It was said to enrich the blood and nourish the body, and was supposed to be very good for a woman's health. To her biological children, Madame Zhang was considered a pretty good mother. Youngest aunt, if grandmother found out that second sister ate your nourishing egg and syrup, she'll hit second sister. Little Shido grimaced and spoke like a young adult. Yu Katie pinched his plump cheeks and stuffed the bowl with the sugar water and egg into Xiaosao's hands and said, don't worry. My mother went to town to help me buy some needles and thread. Quickly eat it. Once it's cold it won't taste good anymore. Yu Xiaosao hesitated for a moment and then slowly drank the sugar water under her youngest aunt's earnest gaze. A slight smile had finally appeared on Yu Katie's face. She lightly sighed and said, Xiaosao, yesterday your grandmother was in the midst of a temper tantrum. You know your grandmother's personality. The more other people urge, the angrier she gets. Do you blame me for not speaking up for you? I won't, youngest aunt. Thank you for the sweet soup, it's really sweet. Yu Xiaosao couldn't really say whether she liked or disliked her youngest aunt, who had a weak and pliable personality and was almost invisible in this family. Regardless, she didn't plan on having too much involvement with her. At any rate, she only planned on repaying the people who treated her well in the future. Yu Katie ruffled Xiaosao's hair and her smile deepened a bit. As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. Rest now. Tomorrow I will send you more of the sugar water with egg again. Youngest aunt had a soft personality like flower. In a glance one could tell that it would be easy to grasp her in the palm of one's hand. It was hard to say whether she would be bullied in the future by her in-laws. Madame Zhang had such shrewish and fiery personality. How did she end up raising a daughter as weak and sweet as her? Yu Xiaoxiao thought. Did they take home the wrong infant? In this time period, all births were delivered at home with the help of a midwife. There was no way for someone to take home the wrong child. Okay. Out of boredom, Yu Xiaoxiao teased the little roe deer, Tiny. This little roe deer was quite odd. They had already raised it for a few months and fed it consistently. In fact, from time to time, it was even given some mystic stone water to nourish it. But how come it hadn't grown in height at all? It was still small and seemed very adorable. Its continued diminutive size made certain people, who wanted to kill it once it got big to eat meat, feel quite disappointed. However, as a pet, this miniature-sized roe deer was truly so cute that one could burst. In addition, the little creature loved cleanliness and was full of intelligence. It never relieved itself inside the room and didn't have the characteristic gamey smell of a roe deer. In fact, it smelled faintly of grass. Little Shido loved to hug the animal and would take it everywhere he went. The village children were green with envy. Woozy, who was on the best terms with little Shido, did his very best to convince Shido to lend him the little roe deer to play with for a couple of days. However, Tiny absolutely refused to follow. Even when the animal was forcibly carried back to Woozy's home, the creature always managed to break out of prison and run back home. One time, when the door at home was shut tightly, the little creature stood in the snow foolishly and froze for an entire night. The next morning, it had almost become an ice sculpture from the cold, and little Shido felt very bad. From then on, Tiny was never lent out to other people again. At this moment, the little roe deer was tractably lying next to Xiaoxiao and didn't have any ill will towards the hand that was messing its hair up. On the contrary, from time to time it would extend its warm and moist tongue and lick Xiaoxiao's hand. In her previous life, she had raised a small dog who liked to lick people more than this creature, so Xiaoxiao didn't feel much about it. However, the little divine stone on her wrist had other thoughts. Hey, can you push away that fellow? The rock is my body, so how can I suffer having such a lowly beast sullying it? Yu Xiaoxiao ignored the stone and deliberately placed the wrist that had the multicolored on it closer to the little roe deer's mouth. The multicolored stone inadvertently emitted a small bit of spiritual energy, which made the sensitive and clever roe deer beyond pleased. Its licks increased perceptibly. Go away now. The little divine stone erupted in fury and its golden kitten spiritual form flew out towards the little roe deer's head. It scratched incessantly at the deer, but it didn't have enough energy to materialize into a physical form. With its revenge thwarted, the kitten hissed and expanded until it looked like a hedgehog. Little glutinous dumpling. Ah, little glutinous dumpling. How come you haven't learned how to be obedient yet? Your fate is grasped in my hands as I'm your master. Therefore, you need to be more respectful to me and more polite. Do you understand? Yu Xiaoxiao was bored silly, so she deliberately teased the arrogant little divine stone. You're not allowed to call me by little glutinous dumpling. This name is not impressive at all. Please call me Lord Divine Stone, Yoch. Make it quickly leave. I'm all covered in saliva and it's disgusting. The little divine stone was like a tiger out of its native territory. There was nothing it could do against the nasty human and the weak creature in front of it. In the past, it could have settled the two of them without even moving a single finger. Okay, master, my dear master. I concede, please push it away and help me take a bath. As the goddess Nuwa's divine stone that loved cleanliness the most, the little glutinous dumpling finally admitted defeat to its vile master. The little divine stone bit on a small handkerchief. Goddess Nuwa, did you know that your most favorite stone is being tormented in some nameless corner of the world? Please save me quickly. Although the little divine stone didn't want to admit it, but Goddess Nuwa had also given it a name that was very similar to the one that its current master's little brother had given it. This is also why when Xiaoxiao previously asked its name it refused to tell her. As a grand and magnificent heavenly divine stone, having a name that was given by weak human with mucus dripping out of his nose made the stone feel very ashamed. By the time Yu Xiaoxiao had almost fallen asleep from boredom, the door to the west room was pushed open again. A chubby and pudgy figure, who looked almost exactly like Ball, snuck through the crack in the door. Behind him was a little servant girl who was repeatedly saying, "Little master, be careful of the doorsill. Don't fall down. Tiny, Tiny, Dudu wants to play with Tiny." The little child Dudu saw the little roe deer on the Kong bed and rushed over to climb onto it. However, his little legs were too weak. His hands pushed on the bed as he tried to climb up, but still failed after a good amount of time. Xiao Xiao chuckled wickedly at the scene and had no intention to help the little boy. Little Dudu's eyes held back tears as he looked at her accusingly. At the corner of her eye, Yu Xiaoxiao could see a graceful figure walking into the room. She hurriedly coughed a couple of times and pretended to be weak and powerless. She quietly said, "Dudu, your older sister is sick right now. You shouldn't climb up here and inhale the air from my illness. If you like, you can bring Tiny back to your room to play." Before little Dudu could agree, he was interrupted by his mother's cough. "It's not a big deal. Let Dudu sit with Shido at the head of the Kong bed and play. I, your aunt, would like to have a talk with you." The servant girl bent down to lift the little master onto the Kong bed. Under Madame Zhao's hint, she left the west room and even closed the door in passing. "Xiaoxiao, your grandmother was in the midst of a temper tantrum yesterday. As her daughter-in-law, I can't willfully disobey her wishes, right?" Madame Zhao sat on the side of the Kong bed and pulled at Xiaoxiao's hand. She seemed to be full of sincerity. Xiaoxiao sneered on the inside. "Who doesn't know that the person the old hag fears the most is you, Madame Zhao? The old lady would think even your farts smelled good. Yesterday, had there been the slightest movement in the east room, Madame Zhang would have dialed back a ton. Younger aunt, younger aunt, you're trying to trick a little child." The blank expression on Xiaoxiao's eyes made Madame Zhao feel a bit powerless. She didn't try to skirt around the issue anymore and directly said, "Xiaoxiao, your younger uncle and I are in town, so we need to rent a house, pay for his tutor, and buy your uncle brushes and ink. We also need to spend money on food and drink. After trying to scrimp and save, your younger uncle and I were only able to save just 1 to 2 taels. How much money did your father borrow from eldest uncle? Take this first and repay some now." Xiaoxiao quietly coughed a few times in order to show that she was very weak. She looked down at the silver bits in Madame Zhao's hand and couldn't help but sneer on the inside. She really thinks other people are fools, eh? Every month, Madame Zhang would send more than enough money to cover her son and daughter-in-law's living expenses. From Madame Li's sour comments, I know that the amount of money she's given her youngest son in a month is more than equal to the amount of money our whole family spends in half a year. In a short 3 years, the couple not only didn't have to worry about their food and living expenses, but also bought a little servant girl to help them. With the rest of the money, they also bought a little stall in a somewhat desolate street in town to conduct a small grocery business. On the outside they claimed that the shop stall was the dowry from the Zhao family. However, as a dowry, how come it wasn't given to them when they got engaged and was only sent 3 years later? Such a story could only fool a simpleton. However, in front of younger aunts, goodwill, Xiaoxiao would not expose her lies and instead tactfully refused the offer. Younger aunt, Dudu is still little and younger uncle needs to continue his schooling. You guys have a lot of expenses ahead. Xiaoxiao thanks younger aunt for your good intentions, however, you should keep these silver bits and bring them back home. Older sister, the money is for you to visit a doctor. Little Dudu crawled over from the head of the Kong bed and attempted to grab the silver bits from his mother and put them in Xiaoxiao's hand. With great effort, he managed to stand up and press his forehead against hers. Whenever the little fellow became sick, his mother would also treat him the same way. The concern of a child was never cheap or discounted. Xiaoxiao felt her heart soften and she pinched the little guy's chubby cheeks and said gently, "Our Dudu is really sweet. Older sister will get better soon. When the snows melt from the mountain, I'll go there to catch some small fish and simmer Dudu's favorite fish stew." Okay. Little Dudu clapped his hands and jumped while squealing in delight on the Kong bed. On accident, he tripped on the quilt and fell head first into the soft blankets. He puffed and struggled for a long time but wasn't able to pull himself up. It was only with little Shatu's help that the little fellow finally got rescued. Older sister, get better soon. You need to catch fishies and simmer stew for Dudu to eat. Little Dudu didn't care that his butt was still tender from falling and instead sweetly came over and laid on Xiao Xiao's quilt. He fixed his damp and shiny dark eyes on Xiao Xiao. The expression on his face looked exactly like the little roe deer's hungry expression whenever it wanted to drink more mystic stone water. Okay. I'll simmer fish stew for Dudu to eat. After getting Xiao Xiao's promise, little Dudu grinned happily and his attention was once again taken away by the lively roe deer that was running around on the Kong bed. The fat little boy went on all fours and chased after the little roe deer in a rollicking chase. Xiao Xiao handed back the silver bits that were stuffed in her hand by the little fellow and said, "Younger aunt, although we did borrow a lot of money this time, I overheard father saying that because of the snowstorm, the town is really lacking game, so we can sell them for a good price. On the flip side, if there wasn't a lot of snow, then father could just go up to the mountains more times and would still be able to almost return the money before the end of the year. If this one tael was given to eldest granduncle, it wouldn't be close to enough to return the money we owe. It's probably better to sell some game and save it until we can return all of the money at once." What kind of medication was prescribed that cost more than a couple taels? When Madame Zhao found out that a couple taels of money would not be able to pay back the debt, she couldn't help but feel a little bit suspicious. Xiao Xiao lightly sighed and said, "Dr. Sun said that my innate constitution was really too weak. It should have been carefully nourished, but the food I got wasn't enough to keep up. So he needed to add some strengthening tonics and so forth to the medication, which is why it's more expensive. He also said that after I finish the medication, my father needs to bring me back to town for another visit. If my body is still weak and not properly nourished, then I might need to continue to take medication." As she spoke, she furrowed her brows and scowled, as if she hated to take medication but was stuck without a choice. After finishing this medication, she might need to take more. No wonder her mother-in-law said that this girl was a medicine-guzzling fiend. Madame Zhao took back the money in her hand without hesitation and said, "Xiao Xiao, don't worry about the money. It's most important to take care of your body. When I get back, I'll negotiate with your younger uncle and see if we can raise some money, okay? Dudu, let's go back now. Don't disturb your older sister's rest." No, Dudu wants to play with Tiny. Because of the snowstorm, Dudu had been stuck inside and seldom went out, so naturally he didn't want to go back to their room again. Madame Zhao tried to convince the little fellow to leave but saw that he was almost in tears. Against her will, she could only agree to let Dudu stay in the west room and she left to go back to her room by herself.